Hello, one and all. This is my review, reaction, and cut content discussion of That Time Reincarnated Slime Season 3, Episode 12. In this episode, we're going back to meetings. Huzzah! But very different meetings, as Rimuru is planning for this giant Tempest founding festival to basically announce to the world, hey, I'm a demon lord, but I'm a nice demon lord. Oh, this is going to be fun, especially because if it follows the route at the end of the light novel, we're going to see one of my favorite characters in this series, good old Molly, who I have a full rant planned on when we actually see him. Oh, I can't wait for that. All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1. Oh god, poor Rigard. Seriously, I mean, let's not forget, 2-3 years ago, this dude was a goblin chief living in a little shack of a building that barely stood straight and would fall over in a strong wind. And now this man is writing letters to royalty, to basically every royal in the world. Or at least in the West, but seriously, how this man has risen up through the ranks over the years is absolutely freaking insane. Good for you, Rigard. Absolutely good for you. So, we're doing something interesting here. We really are. I know there's a lot of complaints, first half of the season. It's like, oh, they're just sitting around in meetings over and over again, and that's so boring. There should be a more dynamic way of showing things. And this is already way more dynamic than the light novel, with Rimuru actually going around and talking to people. Very interesting. And, while we're talking about growth, let's not forget that Gabiru over here. When we first met him, he was an absolute idiot with an entourage just shouting his name over and over again. This man lost in a goddamn fight to Gapta, then got a whole bunch of his people eaten after he performed a coup, and now he's a freaking researcher, along with Vesta, who, when we first met him, he was literally pouring alcohol out on Rimuru, got his butt kicked, and then framed Rimuru in a sham trial. And now he's one of Rimuru's top executives, along with Gabiru, both people who try to pick a fight with him when they first met him. God, I love the growth in this series, seriously. Yeah, Kurobe is without a doubt one of the greatest blacksmiths in the entire freaking world, and the swords and armor he's going to show off are literally going to blow the minds of pretty much everybody. I mean, he can already basically make legend class or unique class, I think unique class, working up to legendary class, equipment right now reliably, which is just utterly and completely insane. Yeah, Xian has something planned for the festival too, which I am very much looking forward to. I've complained before, like, oh, there's such a slow volume, but when you really think about what gets done in volume 8 and 9, what they show off, it's gonna look so absolutely amazing animated, and I'm very excited for it. Yeah, Rimuru has every right to be absolutely and utterly terrified over whatever it is she's planning. He also has every right to be terrified over what Veldora is planning. Yep, Veldora wants to open up a food booth and serve people food at the festival. Oh, there are literally a million ways that can go wrong, and I love it. Oh, interesting. I know where they're going with this, I just wasn't expecting it. Very curious. I mean, like I've already said before, like they're really doing more of a show don't tell in this episode so far, and they're really emphasizing that. I mean, what we're about to see is something that was mentioned offhandedly by a mostly unrelated character in a whole different meeting, and now it's going to be an entire scene. Very, very cool. I like that. Oh, that's cool. I mean, I'm just going over, how much they've grown, how much they've changed. That's literally the opening of them building up a freaking country in the span of, again, I think it's only been like 3 years since Rimuru first, came out of the cave, since Rimuru was first born into this world. Oh, with everyone with their black coats. Oh, they look so cool. They look absolutely freaking awesome. Oh, the Colosseum. I love those blueprints. Oh, that is so awesome. Oh my god, I love that thing. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh god, I love that little guy so much. Oh, I forgot he's in this arc too. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, right. Those four. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Light novels readers know exactly what I'm talking about, but I'm so excited for all of this. It's one of the coolest aspects of the series. Oh, King of Blumend, King of Falmus. Oh, that's his son, by the way, or that's the son of the previous king. I think his name's Edward. Oh, it's gonna be so absolutely awesome to see. Oh god. Oh god above. That right there is something I'm very excited to see the anime people react to. Oh, especially... Oh, there's so much detail in this opening. I love it. And that's the, food booth that Veldora wanted to open. Oh, Maribel the Greedy. She's there too. That's gonna be awesome. I love her so much in this part of the light novel. Oh, it's him, Lightspeed hero Masayuki! Oh god. He is without a doubt one of my favorite characters in this series. I'm so excited to see him animated. God, he's so intense. Oh, and the kids too. King Rimuru. Okay, that was fantastic. That was absolutely fantastic as an opening. Music was decent, but just so many visuals, so much that I'm so excited to see in this upcoming, second half of this season. Oh my god, I can't wait. Yoshida! Huzzah! Okay, so this is Yoshida. He is an Otherworlder. Was he mentioned in season 1? He might have been. Anyway, he is the Otherworlder who is a master pastry chef. It doesn't seem like he has any special, unique skills or abilities, but he was such a good chef, back in his own world, back on Earth, that when he came to this world and started cooking, he literally, got the protection of everyone. The Free Guild, the church, the nation itself. They're all like, yeah, we're going to do whatever you want. Just keep cooking and keep making us these delicious foods. It's actually even said that it is believed, that Hinata sneaks in after closing to get some special pastries without, attracting a crowd. And in what should have been the first season of light novel, I'm not sure if we actually saw that, Ranga actually went to this dude to pick up Rimuru's food, his pastries for his class. And it is such an absolutely adorable scene. Anyway, yeah, so right now, Rimuru is trying to convince Yoshida to come to Tempest, at least for the festival, to help give them some support, to help make some delicious foods and pastries. And he already does have a strong relationship with Yoshida because he's been giving him, special ingredients they can't get anywhere else, meaning that the range of pastries that this dude has been able to cook has gone up tenfold. And he's very excited about that. Yeah, exactly. As much as Rimuru has helped him out, other people have helped him out even more over the years. They've all supported him. They've all, had his back. He can't just, up and abandon Agracium, abandon all of them to come work in Tempest, even if it's a much better environment for him to cook and experiment in. Yes, this is the reason why Shuna came. She really wants to win him over. And of course, he was absolutely charmed by Shuna because really, who wouldn't be? Yep, she literally made the simplest dish in the world, an egg omelet. But according to the light novel, the amount of skill a chef has can be seen most clearly in a dish like this, as the better it is, the better the chef is. I don't really understand that, but I'm also, by no means a chef. I have a microwave, and I just got a toaster oven, which I absolutely love. There we go. That is, good lord. I know foodgasms are kind of like a trope in anime now, but this is something else right here. Holy mother of God above. Okay, so now we get to Molly, and this is a time where I need to rant, because Molly is without a doubt the biggest victim of the anime, and I will fight anyone in the comments who says otherwise. Because, we first saw Molly in the anime, like, he was holding Beard, his bodyguard, his own background story, whatever, and, like, crying, like, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. No, absolutely freaking no. In the light novel, after the Sky Dragon's first attack, he freely handed out high potions that he bought from Tempest for quite a bit of money to everyone who was injured, saved a little girl and her mother, and then when the Sky Dragon showed back up, he told the little girl to run away while she could, saying, "Do not worry about me, for I am far too important to die in a place like this." What the freak? That energy, that Chad energy is absolutely insane, and I love it. And then Rimuru saved him, and he's been eternally loyal to him ever since. And then his second big moment in the light novel, this is mostly cut out from the anime. After Falmouth attacked, Molly, rallied up all the remaining merchants in town, went to Rimuru and said, "Hey, man, all our supplies, all our goods, everything we have, we are freely giving them to you to help in this war against Falmouth because we know you're the good guys. We know you were attacked one-sidedly. Will this make us an enemy of the church and the entire West? Maybe, but we want to support you." That is who Molly is right there. An absolute freaking Chad, and I love him. Anyway, right now, Molly is, dealing with people. This is something he does a lot whenever anyone says, "Oh, I have a money-making idea," they come to Molly. It's basically Shark Tank. And while 99% of the ideas are absolutely stupid or scams, Molly has a very special talent for sniffing out those 1% of ideas that could actually work, that could actually bring him a lot of money, so he has to do all these conversations by himself. Though this one will not bring him any money, because this dude right here is an absolute freaking moron. Literally one of the dumbest characters in this entire series. And that's saying a lot. He's actually come to Molly a few times before, try to offer like, "Oh, look at these antiques," which, no, they were just junk, because the man is broke. And Molly knows that because, while the outfit he's wearing is nice, it's last year's fashion, meaning this dude doesn't have the money to buy, a new wardrobe in this year's fashion. But he is still a noble, meaning that Molly can't just say, no, get out, I'm not interested. He can't come off as rude, or he could end up being arrested for insulting a noble. And while Molly is incredibly powerful, known as the King of the Underworld, or King of the Dark Side of Blummin, something like that, he still needs to be somewhat respectful to nobles, even if they are complete and absolute morons, like this idiot right here. And that smile. Oh, yeah, there's his dumb idea. That smile Molly has, like, oh, I'm not thinking you're an idiot. Let's have this nice, fun conversation. Yep, there we go. Also, slavery. Very much illegal. So, yeah, this dude's like, I have this brilliant idea where I'm going to open up a shop. I don't really know what the shop's going to do or sell or anything. And I'm not going to have to pay my people because they're going to end up being slaves. Bad idea, for not only because it's legal and absolutely immoral, but also because, slaves aren't really motivated to work all that hard. So, yeah, dumb idea. Really, really dumb idea. I'm here to let you invest in this lucrative business. No, man, this is going absolutely nowhere. Yeah, that's another thing. Again, massively morally wrong, but also he actually says in the light novel, I want hot, beautiful slaves. Oh, that sounds, yeah, I don't like actually having to say that, but that's what he says. And Molly's like, dude, do you have any idea how much attractive slaves are going to set you back? I mean, you need to be making essentially a fortune every single day to be able to actually, recoup your losses for this. And the plan's gonna get even stupider. Let's just wait. Again, Molly just can't insult the nobles, who is like, wow, you're so smart. I take my hat off to your wisdom. Not actually gonna take my hat off. Yeah, no. While human slaves might be illegal, elf slaves are super insanely illegal, and only the biggest of the big criminal organizations actually work with them. So this dude's basically like, oh yeah, I just called up the Don of the Italian mob, and he promised to get me some slaves. Whereas Molly, he may be the gangster, but he's not messing with anything that freaking illegal. Yeah, he's terrified. As much as a merchant as he is, the thought of an elf slave is absolutely freaking terrifying for just what that will entail. Love that timing. But also, this dude's even stupider than that because his plan doesn't really have a plan to it. He doesn't have a location. He doesn't really know where the business is going to be. He doesn't really know, like, what are other businesses in the area? How much are they making? How much traffic they have? All of that. He's just like, oh, you're Molly. You can handle it on your own. I'm just going to get you some slaves. Such a bad plan. Such an absolutely bad plan. Yes, this dude, Kazakh, just insulted a freaking demon lord. Of course, Rimuru is really good at hiding his, aura and all that, so he comes off as completely human, and this dude doesn't know it, but still, the name Rimuru is actually pretty famous, so he should at least be a little bit wary of that, but instead, he's gonna do something really, really stupid, and I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, the whole crisis was, I'm literally at war with the church, the biggest organization in the world, but don't worry, I handled that. There we go! There we freaking go! Holy mother of God, I love this. This was in the manga. I didn't think they included in the anime too. Oh my God, it's beautiful. I actually want this poster. I seriously want it. Because if you're wondering what this is, yeah, that is Rimuru saving Molly from the Sky Dragon. This is how Molly is basically interpreted as Rimuru being a basic god and that Sky Dragon being a complete and absolute monster. God, I love this painting so much.
おい小僧、いや小娘か。勝手に中まで入ってきて盗み聞きした上に商談を邪魔するなどとこの責任をどう取る
Yep, so like I said, this dude, crazy disrespectful to a demon lord. And it still gets worse.
つもりだ
そいつはどうも失礼しました。ほんとすみません。
Of course, Rimuru was humble enough, like, oh, you know, I'm not gonna bother. I'm just gonna apologize to this idiot, move on.
おお貴様の顔はまあまあ
Yep,
だな
gets worse.
おいカザックあ礼儀は大切だ
Holy mother of God. So, yeah, right now, Kazakh assumes that Rimuru is Molly's mistress, because Rimuru does look like a girl, because Rimuru has a girl's face, and so he's basically saying, why don't you become my mistress? He just proposed that a demon lord become his mistress, that this demon lord sleeps with him. Oh, holy mother of God. It is so good that literally no one else from Tempest is with Rimuru right now, or they would straight up murder this man. Like, seriously, he'd be dead before he even finished that sentence.
のゆえなんならこの我が輩が面倒を見てやってもいいぞ私の恩人に無礼を働いておるのは貴様の方よ
Yeah, so while Molly has to be, you know, polite to nobles or he could be arrested, there is a limit, and he is absolutely 100% loyal to Rimuru.
たかが子爵の分際でこのわしを怒らせるつもりか
A mere Viscount. Could a mere Viscount get away with angering me? Dude, a Viscount is a fairly high ranking in a fairly small country with fairly few nobles. God, I love Molly.
何
There we go. There we go. Actually kicked him out of the office. That's beautiful. Also, this dude right here, that's Beard. He was the one that Molly was hugging when the Sky Dragon attacked him in the anime. And in the light novel, they actually had a really interesting story. Basically, when Rimuru first, went in Gracia, he didn't go by himself. He went with the adventuring trio to actually get to the experience of what it's like to be an adventurer. He ventures an adventure. And one of the things he found was this dude right here, basically saying, I took down a horned bear. And then Rimuru looked at the skin and he's like, yeah, that's just a regular bear that you stuck a horn on. So he was a scam artist trying to, earn himself some free meals and a free place to stay. Rimuru called him out on that. He got embarrassed and decided to get an actually decent job bodyguarding, serving as a bodyguard for Molly. And then after the Sky Dragon incident, they basically, they're like, yeah, you're my bro. We're in this to the end. Even though he's only like a C rank adventurer, C rank in strength or whatever.
引はこれまでにさせてもらおうああたかが商人が貴族に逆らうなど犯罪組織と手を組むような疫病神にはとっととお引き取り願いましょうか
I love that. Absolutely love that. Molly's a savage, seriously. Also, he's not an idiot. Molly does actually have the authority and power to stand up to a noble. He could get arrested for it, but he has enough connections where that is less than likely. Especially if he tells the king, yeah, he tried to have sex with a demon lord in my office. I think after that, the king's gonna be like, yeah, you know what? Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. You did the exact right thing there. Oh, I love Molly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that is so freaking beautiful. I'm so glad. I'm so glad they included that in the anime. This is absolute and utter perfection right here.
これでもわしも
Yes, the king of the Dark City. He basically runs the underworld in Blumend. It's a small nation, small underworld, but he has a lot of authority and sway over it.
暗黒街のドンと呼ばれた男。
いや何また一つお仕事を依頼したいと思ってね。
おほまた新しい思いつきで。
Yeah, Rimuru's ideas are always insane, always cost a lot of money, and always make him a freaking fortune.
かなだ
That's another thing that's interesting. Rimuru has these side projects basically because he wants to be able to have his own money to play with and have fun with. Yes, he is, technically the king of Tempest, but he doesn't actually believe in taking any of the money from Tempest for himself because, that's everyone worked for that money. It'd be hurting the nation if he took it just to have fun and splurge on his own. So Rimuru has a system where he basically goes to Molly and says, hey, I have this awesome idea for a project. Here's some money, get it done. Molly invests his own money. Molly does some work. And then Molly makes an absolute freaking fortune. Rimuru gets a cut, and then he has as much money to play with as he wants. Huzzah!
の持ち込み仕事はとても面白いですが、毎度毎度準備が大変なんですよ。
ファストフード店展開計画。
Yes, Rimuru has invented fast food and brought it to this world. He is currently in the midst of trying to start a burger chain across the entire West. Oh, that is so absolutely insane, and I love it.
まさに。
そういうのよミョルマイル君。君に任せているその計画だがね、頼もしいね。それじゃあ。
Oh my god. So yeah, they have staff that can. That's a big thing with fast food chains. They're supposed to be uniform. Like you can go from New York to California, go to McDonald's in each location, ask for a burger, and it tastes like a McDonald's burger. That's what you want from fast food. That sense of comfort, that sense of, yes, I know what this is and I like it. So that's basically what he's doing here, making sure that every fast food burger location he opens up all across the West will all have the same quality, will all have food that tastes the same.
バーガー、ポテトフライ。
が入るかと、まあ一緒にライスボールを出せば。
Seriously, is this where they were saving the budget for? Because rather than just meetings, these are meetings with dancing food all around them. That is so much livelier. That's so much more fun. That's so much more engaging. This is such an improvement.
売れ行きが伸びるの間違いないでしょ。現在20店舗まで。
20 locations. He's gonna have 20 fast food locations in the world. That is insane.
開できるように考えておりました。
一番腕のいいものを5名用意してくれるかな。
5名
Oh, this is gonna be a fun conversation. Molly is an incredibly calm person who's able to, go with the flow with most things, but this conversation. Oh, Molly, I don't think you're ready for it.
何をさせるつもりで
実はさ、俺の友達に
Yes, that Veldora, the freaking storm dragon.
ベルドラってやつがいるんだけどね。
ベルドラ
そいつがさ、鉄板焼きの店を出すって息巻いてるんだよね。
Yeah, because it's it's a well-known secret that Veldora is in Tempest and that Rimuru trained him. Basically calmed him down and convinced him not to go on a mass killing spree. I don't think it's well known that Veldora has a human form, so I think Molly right now is imagining a giant dragon making fast food. And that is a hilarious visual.
さようでしたか。
Yeah, even that's enough to make this, man sweat.
そいつだけに店を任せると不安だろ。
おっしゃる通りか。
Yes, of course I'd be concerned about letting the storm dragon run a booth by himself.
だからね、ミョルマイル君。一番腕のいい5名でベルドラを助けてやってほしいんだよ。
手伝わせるものだ。
Yeah, basically, are you sure they won't die? Are you sure Veldora won't eat them? Or that just, being in his presence won't kill them?
の安全面は大丈夫なのですかな。
もちろんだと思う。
I mean, Veldora is literally the biggest threat in the entire world. Yeah, he actually is the biggest threat in the entire world, wow. I mean, he has sisters, but, they're calm. They never, rampage out of control. So Veldora is the thing I think the world is most afraid of.
あいつがわがままを言うよう
名乗ってくださるなら
それだよミョルマイル君あいつには正体を
Yeah, that's actually insane because I'm fairly certain it was said that monsters would never use a fake name because, they value their names. Their names are something that was given to them and something they take great pride in. So for Veldora to call himself something else would be insane. Of course, he is the storm dragon, so he's not, the typical monster, but still, that's very unusual.
悟られぬように偽名を名乗らせるようにしよう
そんなことができるんですか
なーに
ベルドラ様だと封印が解けた
Oh my god, I was not expecting that internal scream.
ベルドラ様だと
I mean, like I said, this man can keep a calm, tranquil smile, so much so that no one knows what he's really thinking.
が解けたというのは聞いておったがまさかわしが相手をすることになるとはやれやれわしはあの時
I already died back then on that day, so yeah, like I said, absolutely and completely loyal to Rimuru.
死んだリムルの旦那に救われた
Also, there's something different about the animation in this episode. Rimuru looks a bit more like it does in Slime Diaries, like a little bit simpler maybe, but the animation is stronger, so I don't mind it. It's interesting though. Please let me know if you think the same thing down below. Am I just going crazy, or does Rimuru's style look a little bit different?
国として目玉が欲しいなって思っててさ
That is the big issue, because right now Tempest, well, it's a nation run by monsters, which on its own is a huge thing, like, oh, I gotta see this. I gotta see what this place is actually like. It's also probably the most advanced city in the world, or, yeah, well, most advanced city in the West, at least. There's the fact that, they have, like, hot springs, they have baths, they have spas, they have all these amazing things, but they're missing that thing, that main attraction that really draws people in, that draws both commoner and noble alike into Tempest.
目玉ですか
甘いなミョルマイル君
You aren't thinking big enough, Molly. Yeah, that's Rimuru. He's always thinking 20 steps down the road, and yet somehow never actually plotting out like the first 3 steps. Oh, I love him.
だけではちょっと弱いと思うジュラの森で
Oh, I love this. Seriously. They're still there, the chairs, while... Oh, that is so cool. It's so cool.
月の観光旅行とか渓流での釣り大会
持て余しておる貴族どもの興味も
Seriously, this episode, the visuals for it, just the amount of work they're putting into it, is so far above and beyond what we saw with the meetings for the first half of the season. Why did they suddenly get the budget jump right now? Oh, I love it.
しばし小競技場で開催される舞踏大会というのが
あれだろ勇者正幸というのが大
Masayuki! Oh, Rimuru, you're gonna regret saying that name. You really are.
そうですそうです先行の2つ名を持つ正幸様が舞踏大会の覇者なんですよ
Yeah, Molly is basically this world's equivalent of a super fan for Masayuki. And he rants about him for quite a while.
わしも大ファンなんです勇者正幸について語りますか
Rimuru doesn't, but you're still going to.
わしに語らせますか覚悟はできておりますな
町の区画に空きはあるから歌劇場を用意するのは
I feel like it's important to mention, the festival is in 2 months. 2 months' time, and Rimuru just announced they're going to build an opera house in that period. Oh, Rimuru, you are honestly insane, and what's even more insane is that your people can't actually get it done.
劇作家になりたいものが生まれるかもしれないしそうすれば新しい娯楽にもつながるそして闘技場か
The arena, holy mother of God, the arena.
会を開催するからその
Can you arrange a battle festival for me? That is such an insane ask, more insane than anything he's ever asked before. But, Molly is a huge fan of the battle events in Ingracia, so yeah, he's gonna want to be part of this.
会を君に任せたい
待ってくださいよ旦那そんな重要な話を突然言われても
Yes, he absolutely can. That's what it means to be Rimuru. To be able to say, I'm going to build an opera house and an arena in 2 months, and it will get done.
有益は認めないだろ
大衆ですか
Yeah, right now in Ingracia, the battle festival, the arena, is only really open for the upper class, those who can actually afford a ticket. But Rimuru has a much, much larger plan in mind to make this something for the common man, as well as nobles.
5万人くらい収容できるコロッセオを用意するつもり
Yes, like I said, a coliseum for 50,000 people, which he's gonna build in 2 months. If I remember correctly, yeah, the one in Gracia can hold about 10,000 people, so that's, quite a big jump up.
5万人ぶっ飛んでるとしか言いようが
Seriously, they're doing so much good with visuals this episode. What the freak?
5万人と言ったらイングラシアのコロッセオの5倍はあるぞ
立ち見席も用意して入場料はタダにしよう
Yeah, so basically, for the peasants, for the farmers, for the adventurers, there's going to be standing room only, which just makes up most of the temple. But then if you're a bit more well off, you can reserve a private seat. And then if you are really freaking well off, like a high noble or a king or whatever, you can reserve your own little private box to watch the show from, where you'll be safe with all your bodyguards.
金持ちからは指定席に案内して入場料を取る金に糸目をつけない貴族なんかは忌避
Remember even says that, the free sections are going to be so cramped and standing only that they'll actually encourage people to buy the VIP seats because that way they are not only guaranteed a seat, but can actually sit down and really enjoy the show.
だな
となると街道上の宿屋も潤うテンペストの料理や露天風
Yeah, so basically the arena, the main focus of it is to bring people to Tempest, which also means they're going to go to the inns along the highway, which means they're actually going to spend time in Tempest, having their food, trying out their baths, all of that. The arena is basically designed to bring people to Tempest. It's designed to make them come here and spend their money.
なんかの宣伝にもなるであれば闘技場の運営だけで利益を出す必要もないわけでさすがは旦那最初から全て計算づくでしたじゃ
No, absolutely freaking no. Rimuru literally wings basically everything and still manages to make it work simply because he's a demon lord and has almost limitless power.
まあ当然そうだと思う
Yeah, absolutely came with it on the fly. In fact, this goes back and forth as they keep, discussing, oh, we can do this, we can do this. And Ellie's like, oh, I'm sure you already thought of that. Rimuru is like, yes, I did. I absolutely saw that. I absolutely thought of that.
さっき思いついたんだけどさすがだなそこまで俺の考えを理解する
Again, Molly is, is looking way too deeply into this and assuming Rimuru has this big, grand plan. Rimuru thinks very far ahead, but he just doesn't look right in front of him. He just assumes it'll all work out. Which it always does because he surrounds himself with the smartest and best people in the world.
やはりミョルマイル君この
ご安心をこのミョルマイル金
I love these two. Absolutely love these two. Oh, they are the best pair in this series. Wait, well, Rimuru and Ranga, but okay, they're like the second best pair in this series.
感情は得意分野にございます
ただちょっと僕のか
Rimuru is such a bluffer, and it just works for him because he has, Raphael basically controlling his facial expressions to make sure he doesn't give anything away.
前と違うところがないか確認したらいいね
やってやるやってみせますわいわし
There's so much money to be made from this entire process, and Molly couldn't be more excited to be part of it.
商人魂が大儲けの予感を
もしよかったらだけ
Now comes the bombshell, the actual bombshell. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I'm not sure if Rimuru really planned this out ahead of time, but it's a very, very smart decision to make here.
あこの大会が成功したらうちに来ない
え
商業部門か広報部門
Yeah, I think he just comes to that on the spot because he doesn't really even know what the term's going to be. Basically he's saying, come to Tempest and be my finance minister. Be in charge of my finances. Because right now, Shuna does all the book work And she's smart, don't get me wrong, but she is an ogre who never really got much of a formal education before a few months ago, so yeah, this might be a bit beyond her. Oh, I'm so excited.
犬総括部門とかでもいいかも。まあ名目は何でもいいんだけどさ、そこの責任者を君に任せたいんだよ。
Especially because, also, let's not forget, monsters don't really have a concept of money. It's still kind of foreign to them. That's why we saw, Hinata, when she was coming to Tempest, there were humans and monsters working together, because humans had to explain to the monsters how money worked. They had to train them on that. So, yeah, it's a lot for her. It's a lot for her to try and just handle everything on her own. I mean, some people do help her, but it's of rather small departments.
わしに叶いませんな、旦那。いや、リムル様。
Yeah, great Rimuru. Rimuru-sama, now that he's his boss.
このミョルマイル、何が何でもこの旅の企画を成功。
He is so absolutely thrilled about this, seriously.
リムル様の進化に
Loyalty, utter and complete loyalty to him.
加わりたいと存じますぞ。
Which, seriously, kneeling like that could not be good for this dude's back. He's getting up there in years.
大げさだな、ミョルマイル君。
Not an exaggeration, not at all. He's just literally that loyal to you.
ふんふんふんふんふんふん。あとはここだな。よっす、遊びに来たよ。
Just bust in to see the guild master. Why not? There's actually a really funny scene leading up to this where Rimuru, first goes to the reception desk and everyone's like, "Who's this little girl? What, they're a B+ adventurer?" And then the receptionist's like, "Wow, it must be hard for you, Rimuru, having the same name as the Demon Lord. I can change your name if you want in the system." Oh, it's amazing.
ついさっきまでは平和だったんだが、突然魔王が。
Yeah, seriously, Foos. We have not seen this dude since start of season 2. Yeah, he was there. Oh, yeah, he was there to help Rimuru take out the Falmus army, only to find out that Rimuru had already killed all of them. That was a funny conversation. I like that. Anyway, yeah, so he's not a bad guy, but a demon lord popping into his office, even just into his country, is kind of stressful for him.
現れましてね。
マジでやばいじゃん。
In fact, Rimuru didn't even realize that when he said Demon Lord, he was talking about him.
リムル殿。
And then he asked him for cake, which, yeah, this dude absolutely cannot afford cake.
今回はすまなかった。西方聖教会への働きかけがうまくいかず。
Oh, yeah, that was another thing. He was actually trying to hold back Hinata, trying to convince the church not to go after Rimuru, saying he's such a great guy, he's good, he's kind, all that. But his messages never got through because, well, the 7-day clergy were blocking them.
結局はクルセイダーズが動く状況になっちまって。
いや、それは仕方なかったと。
That is also important because let's not forget, they signed a treaty back and forth basically saying if one of us is invaded, the other one will come and support us. And technically, Tempest was invaded by the Crusaders and Blummin didn't come to support them. They did try to stop them, so you could say they, fulfilled the bare minimum requirements there.
いや、どうも必要の老子とかいう奴らが黒幕だ。
Yeah, just dropping the fact the 7-day clergy, the legendary heroes of the old, are actually the bad guys here. Why not?
ぽいし。だからどれだけ俺た。
Also, I'm just now realizing, this whole thing, these conversations, these meetings, had to have happened, literally a day or two after, Hinata left, because, seriously, every journalist in the world was there. They're all gonna go back to their home nations and report what they saw, so the fact that, news hasn't reached this dude right now, who is fairly high-ranking in the country, is actually pretty important.
偉大なる英雄だった。
You can actually see the light leaving his eyes. It's beautiful.
方々が。はあ、待ってくださいよ。
Yeah, I mean, he might not be someone all that important, but he did come to Rimuru's aid when Falmus was attacking him, so, I mean, he's a good guy. He can be part of this festival. Also, it's a very, very large festival with a lot of people invited.
殿、俺なんかが参加しても。
いいじゃないか。ブルムンド王への招待状もあるから、それも届け。
Yeah, not really easy for Rimuru to go to the King of Blummin himself to hand over an invitation. That might cause some issues, since he's a freaking demon lord.
て てや。魔王が直接出向くのはまずいだろ。
ここに魔王が来た時点
Yeah, bad enough that there is a demon lord in the nation at all. That's pretty concerning.
十分やばいですよ。そうそう、リムル殿のことをグランドマスター
Yeah, good old Yuki was so concerned about you. Again, this point in the light novel, it wasn't really clear if Yuki was a bad guy or not, if he was the boy leading the jesters and everyone else.
しておられました。
お、勇気が？
西方聖教会との交渉でも骨を折ってくれて
Oh, I'm sure he did. He tried so hard to negotiate with the church. He must have put in so much effort.
ので、無事に問題が片付いたと伝えておきますよ。
それと、開国祭には
God, what a bombshell to drop. Malim will be coming to the festival. Good lord. Love that.
ミリム
Yes, that Malim. Malim the Destroyer. Malim the uncontrollable demon lord.
そこ
じゃあそういうことだから。
Oh, that was mean. That was so mean of you.
まさか魔王ミリムではないでしょうな。
さて。
Just walking away. Absolutely a true freaking demon lord right
あ
here.
とは開催日に間に合うように準備を整えるだけだな。
Alright, so we're ending things. Interesting. So the anime, at least for now, did skip over two of the invites going out. I'm not sure if we'll end up seeing those later or not, because, I mean, they were in the opening, so curious, very curious. Also, not sure if they're going to show the next thing either. I'm not going to mention it right now. Just, there's two scenes with Molly. One of them is him basically going to like his people and saying, "I'm moving to Tempest," and all of that, which is a really fun scene. He actually says, "Oh, let me find the quote because I love that so much." Despite being one of the world's largest merchants, he says, "Everything before now was like selling pencils on the street corner compared to what I'm going to be doing next," which, I mean, yeah, Rimuru basically said, "I'm going to put you in charge of my entire economy, of all my finances, and I, by the way, have one of the largest, I'm one of the largest and richest nations in the entire world." That is such an insane thing to drop into Molly's lap. I mean, like, he got down on his knees, he, like, swore allegiance to Rimuru, but he's not joking. This is a huge opportunity, and he's incredibly grateful for it. There's also one scene after that with Rimuru, which I won't talk about now because we might get next episode, and does introduce a character who I really do like and want to talk about too. Alright. Anyway, then we get the closing. Ooh, very modern. Oh, God, I love Shuna. Such a good look for Shuna. That's adorable. Alright, so this is like modern, Shuna in the modern world, basically. Ooh. Glasses, very professional looking. Ooh, jackets. Alright, so next episode, the nations and the invitation. So I guess the two scenes they cut out from this episode will be in next episode. That does make sense. Also, yeah, as you might imagine, some nations have a bit of an issue when a demon lord sends them a letter saying, "Hey, come to my coronation. This is absolutely not a trap." Oh, I can't wait for that. Anyway, though, this episode, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Yes, it was a meeting, but it felt so much more alive and visual than the meetings we had before, the back and forth. Molly basically literally kicking that noble out of his room. That was awesome. The dancing food, the flashes to the cooking, the flashes to the hunting, and the fishing and everything. It just felt so dynamic. It felt so alive, and I loved it. Also, Molly is a fantastic character. I'm so glad we're finally getting a scene where we really see him as he is. As just an absolute Chad, a great businessman, and a true friend to Rimuru, with this giant painting behind him. God, I love this painting. But, alright, please leave a down below. What do you think of this episode? Do you think it's an improvement over the first half of the season? It really does feel better to me. It really does feel like we've gotten more of a budget for these episodes. I mean, I know this part of the season is going to be less combat focused than the previous ones. Maybe they can, assign things better. But still, this was fantastic. I loved it. What do you think's happening next? What do you think of Molly? What do you think people are going to do when they get the invitations from a demon lord? and just what's going to happen next. Let me know what you think about all this down below. And until next time, peace! Hello, one and all. This is my review, reaction, and cut-content discussion of the Time Reincarnated Slime Season 3, Episode 13. And based off the title of this episode and where we're in light novel, I expect this to be another episode full of meetings. Though weirdly enough, based on how they paced this, Rimuru might not actually appear in this episode at all, which would be interesting. I mean, something I saw people talking about last episode was how much they liked Rimuru's meeting with Molly, because Molly wasn't one of Rimuru's yes men. It was like, yes, great Lord Rimuru, that's a great idea, we'll do whatever you say. He actually had his own ideas. They bounced back and forth on one another. It was really interesting to see. It really opened up wider perspectives and understandings about this world. And this episode is going to have at least two very important meetings that Rimuru won't be part in, but he will be the main topic of discussion. Oh, I love it. I'm so excited for it, but let's get started in 3, 2, 1. God, the lighting, seriously. This meeting is being held by candlelight. That just adds such an element of tension to it. Oh my god. And it's going to contrast quite nicely with the next meeting too. Interesting. I mean, that is interesting because the official report technically says that, oh no, these two fought to a draw. It was even. But it's kind of hard to believe that since, you know, there were no fatalities on either side. That seems to imply that one side soundly beat the other to such a degree they were able to, you know, take everyone alive as a prisoner. So most people who are, like, really intelligent realize, okay, yeah, I get it. Rimuru beat her soundly, beat her butt so bad that she had no choice but to fully and completely surrender. Whereas other people, you know, the less intelligent people, the people who don't really understand power scaling all that much, just kind of take it to be like, oh, Hinata was a fraud, Hinata was a scam, she was never that strong at all. And of course, the fact that, you know, a slime beat the person who is widely recognized as the strongest humanity has to offer unnerves everybody quite a bit. Yeah, that's also a very common element in this series. Basically, the reports that, you know, Gazelle's spies, including Vester, send back to the Dwarven capital are so absolutely insane and unbelievable that some of them don't even get brought to the king because they're like, yeah, this is obviously fake. There's no way this is actually true. God, I love it. And seriously, poor Vester. And Henrietta. Hey, there she is. God, she's scary. Seriously, walking out from the shadows. That is awesome. Yeah, Henrietta is the lead of Gazelle's Dark Agents. Basically his spies. Basically his Zoe and Zoe's team. That's interesting, and also important to mention that, you know, she says, Henrietta said that, oh, Rimuru beat Hinata in a one-on-one fight, but Light Novel also makes it clear that she couldn't actually see the end of the fight because the outpouring of magical energy caused such a disturbance that it actually interrupted her ability to spy on the fight. Basically, the battle was too intense for her to actually watch from a distance. God, I love that. And here's something else that's interesting. You know, she's saying, Demon Lord Rimuru may now be stronger than you are, which is, again, another running thing throughout the series, because nobody in this world actually knows how strong anybody else is. At different points in this series, King Gazelle has been described as being weaker than Hinata, as strong as Hinata, and stronger than any Demon Lord who's ever lived. That last one is a lie, but the other two are a bit less certain. I mean, Gazelle does have some, you know, aces up his sleeve where he could probably fight near her level, but, you know, exactly who would win if they fought is a little bit unclear. Yeah, seriously. Just the fact that Rimuru and Gazelle have trained under the same master means in Gazelle's mind, yeah, Rimuru is my eternal brother, and he will never turn his back on me, and I will never turn my back on him. Which is an insane position for a king to take, but, you know, it works for him. Oh! And the invitation. Oh, good lord, the invitation. Yeah, this is a letter that Rimuru sent out to every noble, basically every noble in the world, saying, hey, I'm a demon lord, so come to my capital and witness my coronation. This is absolutely not a trap! That is such an insane thing to say, and nobody really knows how to respond to that. Even Gazelle, Rimuru's brother in arms, doesn't really know how to respond to this, doesn't really know what exactly Rimuru is thinking here. Okay, so it looks like that was the end of the meeting with the dwarves, which was a little bit disappointing. There was definitely a much longer discussion in the light novel where, you know, they were basically wondering, hey, should we take out Rimuru? Can we take out Rimuru? Should we have taken out Rimuru earlier? Because he is very clearly a threat now. And while there's a lot of differing opinions, the ultimate conclusion that Gazelle comes to is basically, hey, listen up. We were pretty much the first ones to ever form an actual connection to Tempest. We have stronger bonds with them than anyone else on the planet, meaning we're going to benefit the most from all their technology, from all their advancements. And, you know, if his kingdom were to be wiped out by somebody else, like, say, the Angels, then, we still get to keep all their cool stuff. Which is an absolutely insane position to take, but whatever, either way. All of a sudden there's a long debate about who exactly should, you know, go with Gazelle to Tempest for the founding festival. And one of my favorite details about all of this is the fact that Rimuru's invite literally says, RSVP now because spaces are running out. That is a letter he sent to every noble in the world. Register now because spaces are running out. I mean, that obviously makes sense to say in our, like, modern day society if you're, like, you know, planning a party or a wedding or whatever, but saying that to nobles, to kings, is absolutely freaking insane and horribly rude, but at the same time, it's also, I think, something Gazelle kind of respected a little bit, because, like, okay, now he's talking like a real king, and, you know, basically treating other nobles as his equals. So, yeah, a very strange conversation, and I'm a little bit disappointed they cut it out. Alright, anyway, rest of the episode. And I guess I was wrong. Rimuru actually is in this episode. Alright, first off, what is with his background? That is the flattest farmland I've ever seen. This feels like a Flintstones background. Secondly, I love Ranga. And thirdly, I think they cut out a really interesting scene with Rimuru giving Molly a bodyguard, which was a shame because I was really hoping to see that character in the anime. Also, Rimuru can teleport, so he shouldn't be, you know, riding on Ranga's back, but at the same time, Ranga is such a fluffy puppy, so of course he's riding on his back. Okay, looks like we're also skipping another meeting. Interesting, but, yep, now we get to see Ralmris, and while she does absolutely annoy me, this is still one of the best moments in the entire series, because it leads to the greatest thing, one of the greatest elements I've ever seen in light novel, and I'm so excited to see it animated. Yes, for the record, that is a declaration of war against Rimuru and his nation by a fellow demon lord. And as much as Guy and Malim might like Ralmris, neither of them can really complain if Rimuru were to, you know, crush her like a bug right now for doing this. Yep. Oh, so I really like design. Okay, this is a very skilled craftsman and basically Rimuru's main foreman after Geld.
建築士だ。
あんた行く先をなくした代わり
Yes, yes, he is, because, yeah, you sold your house, basically, you abandoned your house, whatever, and then came here without any actual, plans or backup or assurance that you would have a place to live. That is such an insane thing to do.
その私たちをまさか追い出そうってわけ
そう言われましても
And she's actually doing that on top of his hammer. Seriously, that is so perfect.
リムル様の領地なんですよ
Yeah, in fact, in the light novel, Ramos went way further than this, having already built a crummy little hut to host her labyrinth in, and knocking out several of the guards who tried to stop her from doing that. Of course, Beretta, kneels, because Beretta likes Ramos, even her, selfish side, but at the same time, Beretta is absolutely loyal to Rimuru for, giving her a freaking body.
あげきだった。
ラミリス様新しい
Oh, hey, we have the hut! Oh my god, that is freaking adorable. Seriously, they described a little hut in the light novel. I wasn't really sure what... I expected a little log cabin. But this is adorable! I love it! Also, Trainee. She is a wonderful woman, very strong, very powerful, very hard-headed, but at the same time, utterly and completely incapable of saying no to Ramos. I know people say, oh yeah, Rimuru's people worship him so much. A Trainee is 1,000 times worse. She's literally can't say no. She literally will do anything Ramos tells her to do. And that is pretty annoying to Beretta. Though that said, Beretta also wanted to move to Tempest, so we couldn't complain too much.
木材を用意いたしましたわ
何をしているんですか、トレイニーさん。
Do you really need to call her Miss Trainee when she's invading your nation, Rimuru? Seriously?
ラミリス様は何も悪い
Yes, she did. She invaded another nation. She invaded another demon lord. She declared war on another demon lord. After that demon lord told her that she couldn't live with him.
その
説明しろ、ベレッタ。
Yeah, Beretta, most reliable person in Ramos' entourage.
やはり我ですか
このままじゃダメだと思うわけ。私たちも引っ越すべ。
She slapped her hand against the desk so hard she actually heard it. Oh, Ramos, you actually make me very, very sad. You are so weak and pathetic. And it's insane that you have one of the most powerful skills in this series.
なのよさ。
さすがはラミリス様素晴らしいお考え方を
Like I said, Trainee, absolutely yes man who literally can't say no to her.
お待ちください
私たちもあそこに住んじゃおうって話なのよさ。
Again, you already asked Rimuru for that during the Wall Purchase Council, and he already said no!
ですがラミリス様それはリムル様に断られてしまいましたよねベレッタ難しく考えすぎですわよ
You're thinking too hard about this. Yeah, why would you put any thought into, basically abandoning your house and moving to another nation? That'd be silly.
リムル様は優しいお方こんなに愛らしいラミリス様の願いを無限に
Yes, he would. The very fact that he already denied her request means he would in fact deny her request.
バッタリはいたしませんという話になりまして
裏切ったわね、ベレッタ。
That being said, though, I do need to point out that even though Beretta was complaining, Beretta very much wanted this. In fact, even said that under her mask, there was a smile. What was the exact wording? Yes, beneath her mask, there was a smile, almost childish in its glee. Yeah, Beretta loves, like I said, Beretta loves Ramos, but Beretta also loves Rimuru and wanted to move to Tempest because, yeah, the labyrinth was pretty boring.
そして実際ラミリス様の申しておられるように
いやいや俺はいいんですが
Oh, okay, so she actually did that. She actually knocked out the guards. Like I said, completely and absolutely a declaration of war here.
人たちが迷惑を
つまり、 ここに小屋を建てようとして警備員に
Okay, this is absolutely hilarious to me because, yeah, Beretta has a nail in her mask. Not in her teeth, in her actual mask. I don't know why, but absolutely hilarious.
られたと。それが邪魔だったから。迷宮への扉。
Oh, Rimuru has ideas. Terrifying ideas. Good for him.
これはこれでありかも。
Hey, Thalion! Holy mother of God! I mean, no, Lightnell said, "Oh, it's a nation built within a tree," but seriously, that is absolutely freaking beautiful. Oh, I love that. Yes, so now we finally meet her, Elmisha, Supreme Emperor of the nation of Thalmis. Dun dun dun! And also the niece of Erald, Aaron's father. And despite that fact, elves live a really, really long freaking time, so she is actually, in fact, several centuries, probably millennia, older than him. Exactly how old she is a bit of a mystery, because, yeah, you never ask a woman her age, but she's probably older than humanity itself. So she literally treats everyone in the entire world as a child in comparison to her. And despite that, she is in fact an absolute and complete child, and is incredibly jealous that Erald got to go on this fun, amazing trip without her. Even though, like I said, she is the empress of one of the most powerful nations in the world, so it's not like she can just freely go to a nation of monsters run by a demon lord. Obviously. Yeah, that's an excuse. That is 100% an excuse, because she just wanted to go there herself and have some fun. Oh. Yeah, she's scary. She is really, really scary. Even Gazelle, even King Gazelle is terrified of this woman. Just, yeah, that should put things into context for all of you. You've never been so envious. I mean, offended in my entire life. God, she is a brat, and I love her. Seriously, even she can't, just keep her story fully straight. Oh, that's beautiful. Ooh. Scary. Ooh, scary woman, scary woman. I mean, the letter was technically sent to him, not to her, so he didn't need to report this to her, but she was so jealous over his last visit to Tempest that she literally froze the treaty he made with Tempest. Yeah, the whole deal to exchange technology and build the road, she put a stop to that, or at least temporarily stopped it, simply because she was mad at him. Oh, that is insane. But, I mean, she is an elf. She will probably live for millennia, so delaying a treaty by a few months, years, decades isn't really that much of a big deal to her. Also, it's important that, he can't actually suggest she goes to Tempest. He knows that she wants to go to Tempest, but if he says, do you want to go to Tempest, if he puts the suggestion out there, then it's his fault, and he needs to explain things to the whole council of nobles, whatever. But if she says, I see this invite and I want to go to Tempest, then it's her decision and nobody can question it. Also, yes, Mr. Yoshida, we saw him... Was that last episode? Yeah, he had he tasted Shuna's cooking and was so moved he decided to come to Tempest, at least to help with the founding festival. And they've gotten better, and the, food he can make has gotten better over the years because he has the help of Rimuru, who can get him all these super rare and unique ingredients that no one else on the planet can acquire. I mean, and that's really saying something because, Yoshida was being backed by Angracia, the largest nation in the West, and they loved him. They wanted to give him whatever they could, and even they could not get the same ingredients as Rimuru was able to produce quite easily.
というと申し訳ございません。
Again, like I said, important to point out, he is technically her uncle, and she is still talking down to him every chance she can get. Oh, that's beautiful.
ですとリムル殿からの招待状と
あなたはもらってなかったのね。
Yeah. Aaron, his daughter, came back to Thalion and shared desserts with the Empress, but not only did she not share any with her father, she didn't even tell her father she was back in town. That is cold. That is absolutely freaking cold. Especially because, she has people watching her at all times, and none of them reported to him either. That is just brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yep, that broke him. That completely broke him. Yeah, that's insane. Yoshida was offered the chance to work for Elven royalty, to, literally live in the most powerful magical nation in the world, and he said no to them, but he said yes to freaking Rimuru. That is insane. That is absolutely insane.
どれだけお金を積んでも実際定期的なお茶会にはちゃんと参加して
No idea. Absolutely no idea his daughter was coming back into town. Oh god, poor man. Poor man. Yeah. These two are her guards. Their job is literally to report back to him whenever anything happens, and they didn't tell him that she was coming home, that she regularly returns home to have tea parties with the freaking Empress. That is insane. Also, these two are not as incompetent and weak as they seem. Good to know. I mean, okay, they are actually pretty incompetent if they aren't reporting back to their boss, but they aren't as weak as they seem. Yeah, he was really partying it up in Tempest. I mean, he was, a noble envoy, whatever, so of course Rimuru was giving him the best 5-star treatment, making sure he enjoyed the baths, the food, everything Tempest had to offer. That actually looks really good. I want some of that right now, seriously. Yeah, again, like I said, he can't actually say, do you want to go? Because then it's his idea. It needs to be her idea. She needs to say it without any prompting. I mean, as childish as she has, run this nation for millennia, so, yeah, she is powerful, she is old, she is smart, and nobody can really stop her. Even if a lot of, the nobles work together, they couldn't actually usurp the throne from her. Yeah, so basically, because Rimuru's team is building the highway by themselves, they get to say how much, the fees, the tariffs, all of that for using the highway actually are. Whereas if the elves had actually helped in the process even a little bit, even just like guarding the workers, then they could have, negotiated better and gotten fairer deals or gotten a better cut of those fees for themselves. There's also some other points here, because, if the elves had actually been there, if they'd actually been able to watch the process happen, they could have learned, from Rimuru, they could have learned his techniques and used those, for themselves to better and improve themselves. And also, furthermore, one of the things I find absolutely hilarious about this is they actually say, oh yeah, building this highway is going to take decades or possibly centuries. Except, Rimuru already built a highway from himself to Dwargon and from himself to Blumend in the span of, like, a couple of years, if that, maybe a year. So going to Thalion, I mean, it's going to take a while, but certainly not the untold decades that they've, are convinced it's going to take. So yeah, building the highway is going to be a lot cheaper than they think it is, meaning that, being able to take out all the fees and taxes for themselves will actually make them way, way more money than even Elmetia actually thinks.
正体への返事だったわね。ないけど、その知識と経験を最大限に利用できる力を。
Yeah, that's also very important. I mean, there are a lot of otherworlders in this world, literally dozens or hundreds of them. But the thing is, I mean, they're only human. Even if they have special abilities, there's only so much they can actually do in this world to bring back, all the best stuff from their own world, from Japan, from America, from wherever. But Rimuru has an entire army, an entire nation of people willing to do whatever he wants, so he actually has the power to get this stuff done. Actually has the power to build anything, to bring back anything. He wants rice, they will make rice. They will genetically modify plants to make him the rice he wants. I mean, the closest we get to that outside of Tempest is probably Yoshida, who was given whatever ingredients that Ingracia could manage to obtain so he can make them the best cakes, the best desserts possible. I love the foreman's in this meeting because of course he is. Seriously, that's hilarious. And remember his mini throne? I love his slime throne. It is so adorable. Also, the little hut that Rimuru built up to, basically house her labyrinth. Rimuru has that torn down and turned into a break room for the guards, which I thought was a really nice touch on his part. Oh, I love that Colosseum. Absolutely love it. I remember literally based it, or Great Sage, Raphael, whatever, actually based it on the Roman Colosseum. Just so insanely massive. Also, again, I need to point out, the whole festival thing happens in 2 months. So, yeah, he needs to build this in 2 freaking months. I'm pretty sure it took well over a decade to actually build the real Roman Colosseum. Yeah, just build a door. It doesn't actually have to go anywhere. Just build me a freaking door. Needs to be big and massive, made of stone, and look really impressive. But it shouldn't actually go anywhere. Nope. Nothing beyond it. We just need a door. That's it. A dungeon. Yes, yes, yes! I mean, I think I'm letting Rimuru ask a few more questions before he agrees to this, but yeah, he's planning on building a full freaking 100-floor underground dungeon. God, I love it. Oh, that sparkle. Oh my god, that sparkle in her eyes. I mean, you might think that Rimuru is being too nice to Ramos here, but believe me, he has profit fully in mind. Because what he's planning right now is more massive and impressive than anything he's ever done in this entire series. So yeah, basically Rimuru's plan originally was to build this giant coliseum that these huge, massive fights in. But the problem is, these massive fights, they take time, they take energy, they take all of this. You can't do them every day of the week. But building an underground labyrinth that adventurers can fight in, that means they can do all their hunting. That means they can do all their monster farming, grinding, whatever in Tempest. They can do it in the dungeon, come out of the dungeon, and just go sleep in a wonderful hotel, go to the bar, talk about the monsters they fought, talk about the goods they found. It's awesome. It is absolutely freaking awesome, especially because, now that Rimuru has basically conquered the entire forest of Jura, there's a lot less monsters out in the wild for people to actually fight. So yeah, a lot of adventurers are going to end up unemployed unless Rimuru gives them a new source of income.
受けてくれるならそうなるな。
Yeah, honestly, more than even the money, it's the fact that she's actually being offered a job. Because she's been known far and wide by the other demon lords as an absolute and complete deadbeat. But being given a job, being actually given work, really just completely and utterly changes things. And now she can brag that she is actually doing something productive for, once in her entire freaking life. Okay, that is a bit of her hyperbole. She was actually really cool and important, a long time ago. But since then, yeah, I don't think she's really done basically anything.
じゃあさもしかすると無職の引きこもりという現状はなんて
Yes, she will no longer be a jobless shut-in, and she can rub it in Dino's face because he's also a jobless shut-in. Huzzah!
よかったですわ、ラビリス様。
経者が来るとしてお前の取り分は金貨2枚になれ。
So yeah, Rimuru's conservative estimate is that Ramirez will get at least 2 coins per day, 2 gold coins per day. That is more than most people make in their entire lives. So yeah, that is a lot of freaking money, and there's no place better to spend it than in Tempest. Oh, good lord above.
いい方じゃないか。
Oh, Ramirez, I love her. I know she's annoying, but I absolutely love her.
私がもらえるのでありますか。もう無職だな、貧乏魔王なのだ。
Now nobody will call me a deadbeat and a destitute demon lord. Yeah, the other ones have been pretty mean to her because, like I said, she hasn't actually really done anything all that important in a very, very long time. I mean, all the other demon lords, they own, territory. Malim doesn't really manage it, but she owned that. Carrion, Faye, they own their own nations. Luminous owned an entire nation, religion that controlled most of the West. Draggle has his own nation. They're all out doing stuff. But Ramirez basically just was sitting around in her labyrinth tinkering with golems for the last 1,000 years. Okay, technically she was also managing the dwelling of the spirits, but that wasn't really a full-time job.
よっぽどバカにされてたんだろうな。
It's actually really interesting because a few episodes back I mentioned that I didn't think the refugee housing was that nice. I mean, seriously, these are cookie-cutter houses with private gardens and trees. Every yard has a tree in it. That is insane. And turns out I was right because the light novel actually described the people as living out of tents. Which, yeah, big difference. Also, that's a bit weird to me because, Rimuru is planning on hosting this big, huge founding festival, and you'd have like a large chunk of the city operated by a refugee camp, people living out of tents. I mean, that wouldn't be a good look for him. I'm not saying they would, I just feel like people would look down on him because of it. I mean, if you look back to history, when California hosted the Olympics, they actually outlawed homelessness because they didn't want people to see their city as a place where homeless people lived, which, yeah, that's so freaking awful. But anyway, the point is, refugee camp in the middle of your city, not a great look, just saying.
住宅が立ち並んでいるから闘技場の建設はちょっと無理だな。それならさ、私の迷宮の中に引っ越ししてもらったらどう？その区画を、
Yeah, she could just transport the whole area in one go. I mean, I said a little while ago that Ramirez was had one of the most broken skills in this series, and I was not joking. She can transport the entire refugee camp into her labyrinth like that. As easy as that. I mean, transporting people is a bit harder, but still. That is insanely broken.
ごと移し替えできるからそんなに手間はかからないよ。
Yeah, huh, that's the only way you can actually respond to that.
それってどう？住んでいる方々も一緒に移せるんで？
ね、迷宮内に移す前に本人から。
This is a big thing for her skill. Basically, a person must acknowledge that they're going into the labyrinth. They need to give her permission to basically enter it. And that permission can literally be as much as just a sign above saying, this is a labyrinth. If you go in here, you'll be in a labyrinth. That's it. That's permission. If they try to go in, they are acknowledging that they are entering a labyrinth and they are under her control. And that she is basically their god as long as they are in the labyrinth. Weirdly enough, though, you can actually transport you can't transport a sleeping person to the labyrinth. If you're like carrying someone on your back who's asleep, you can't enter it. But you can carry an infant child because they are technically classified as a thing rather than a person because they have yet to develop free will, which is a very weird concept.
許可をもらわないとダメだね。立つ能力なんて皆無だと思っていたよ。
I mean, that's mean. That is absolutely mean. And, strongest demon lord, as much as Romulus likes to brag, that's not much of a brag. That's not much of an exaggeration. Let's not forget, in her prime, she was able to take on Malim alongside Guy. So she's actually incredibly powerful. But the problem is she goes through cycles of death and rebirth. So she gets stronger and stronger over the centuries, millennia, until she basically becomes so powerful her body can't contain it all. And then she explodes, reincarnates into a stronger form. But that form also takes, centuries, millennia to build up to her maximum power.
これで我々の野望は達成されたも同然だ。よろしく頼むぞ、ラミリス君。
Aw, that pat on the shoulder was adorable.
任せておいてちょうだい。
Yeah, I mean, praising Romulus is a dangerous thing because she gets a very big head very easily. But at the same time, like I said, her skill is so incredibly broken that it's hard not to praise her. It is incredible. Next time, the Labyrinth and the Storm Dragon. Oh, I'm excited for that. I mean, like I said, the Labyrinth is one of the coolest elements in the series. I think we actually see it briefly in the opening. It is just insane. It is awesome. I mean, what Romulus can do with it is just broken. Absolutely freaking broken. And I love it. But here we go. Here's what the Labyrinth actually looks like. Yeah, this is her skill right here. Just building a labyrinth. She can build an entire floor of it in an hour and can build up to 100 floors. Oh, I love her skill so much. All right, so anyway, the rest of the episode was basically, a Dwarven nation and the Elfin nation deciding what to do about Rimuru. I mean, the Dwarves, they recognize that he is a serious threat and could probably beat them in an actual freaking fight. At the same time, they realize, okay, listen up. We're friends with Rimuru. He's our ally. He's not going to betray us. I have faith in him. Huzzah! Whereas the elves, the elves were basically just playing a game the entire time. Or at the very least, the Empress was playing a game, just absolutely crushing Errol, even though he's her uncle and the Archduke of the country. Oh god, poor Errol. Though even she recognizes what a threat Rimuru actually is. He can do so much. He has so much power and authority and imagination that he's literally built up one of the most powerful and prosperous nations in 3 to 5 years. I can't remember exactly how long he's been in this world. I'm going to say it's somewhere between 3 and 5 years. So, yeah, good for him. Good for you, Rimuru. That is seriously freaking impressive. Love it. And then Romulus and her labyrinth. God, I love her labyrinth so much. I'm so excited to really see it animated next episode. That's going to be so freaking amazing. I mean, like I said, she is literally a god within that thing, and I'm not even exaggerating. But please, let me know what you think down below. What'd you think of our 2 new meetings? What'd you think of the dwarves and the elves, King Gazelle and Elmisha, Supreme Empress of Thalion? What do you think of Romulus now living in Tempest and, basically building a labyrinth for Rimuru to, play games in, for Rimuru to make money off of? I mean, it is hilarious when you realize that the previous labyrinth was basically a holy site where, that's where you could go to meet the great, powerful spirits. And now Rimuru's like, hey, you want to enter the labyrinth? That's $5. Go fight some monsters. Have fun. Insane. Absolutely freaking insane. But anyway, though, please leave anything down below. And until next time, peace! Hell Hello, one and all. This is my review, reaction, and cut discussion of That Time Incarnated Slime, Season 3, Episode 14, and I am so absolutely excited for this one because based off the light novel and the title, this episode is going to be entirely focused on Rimuru, Ramos, and Veldora designing the labyrinth. One of the absolutely coolest, most awesome, most unique and amazing elements of this entire series. And I'm so excited to see animated, so let's get started in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, very important to mention, the Founders Festival is in 2 months. Rimuru is asking this man to not only build an underground dungeon, which basically is just a hole with a giant door in it, but also a Colosseum, as in the Roman Colosseum that can hold 50,000 people in the span of 2 months. I mean, yes, this world has magic, but there is a freaking limit to what magic can actually do. Also, this dude can't use magic, as far as I know. Yes, several years to complete. That is the logical response to this. Also, I love this dude, seriously. Not because he's like some super huge important character, but like 2-3 years ago, he was a regular goblin, and now he is an architect, like the engineer, whatever. He's learned everything he needs to, figure out how to build a Colosseum in just like 3 years. God, I love that so much.
そりゃそうだよね。普通に考えたら1ヶ月やそこらで完成なんて言ってたけど。なんて言ってましたけど。
Already done. They've already freaking built it. Because of course they can, because Rimuru is a freaking god. He was also a general contractor in his previous life, so he's able to help manage this project just a little bit. Oh yeah, the Beastmen, once they were, relocated into the labyrinth, they were all very, very eager to help with the building of this Colosseum after Rimuru literally took in thousands of them as refugees. So that's that's a debt they can never really pay back, and they're just super happy to help him out with this. Also, I just love all the various, I said beastmen, they're, God, what was it? Lycanthropes? Yeah, lycanthropes. Such unique designs. Just, oh God, seriously. Horn girl, horse dude, whatever this thing is supposed to be here. I just love the variants right there. Yeah, Rimuru, I mean, that was the whole thing, like, oh, we need to build a giant dungeon, whatever, we need a big hole in the ground. Rimuru just did that. Rimuru just ate up all the ground and formed the giant hole. He also used that same skill, Beelzebub, to level out the ground so they can, get to work building the Colosseum more quickly. They don't have to deal with all that moving dirt around and whatnot. He just ate it all. Yeah, Rimuru, you might be in a whole other world, but still, even by the logic of this world, nobody can build a Colosseum in 2 months. Literally, you're the only one who can actually get this done. God, you're insane, I love you. And again, just this, I really do love how the opening is emphasizing the progress they made in this world since Rimuru was first reborn. Going from tiny little huts to freaking Colosseums, a whole country dedicated to you. It is so insane. Episode 62, Labyrinth and the Storm Dragon. Oh, this is awesome. I mean, I said before that the dungeon just basically had to be a hole in the ground with a door where Ramos could actually put the labyrinth, but still. Oh God, this is beautiful. It's so freaking awesome. Jesus Christ. Yes, this is the labyrinth. This is the actual freaking labyrinth. It looks like daylight. It looks like just how it did on the surface. They brought all the trees with them. God, Ramos is insane. Seriously insane.
ほんとすごい。
Also gotta point out, light novel, they were just living in tents. It made very clear they were just living in tents. And in fact, it was so comfortable inside the labyrinth that it never rained. They even said, hey, we don't even need tents anymore. We can just sleep under the stars, the fake stars that Ramos is projecting onto the ceiling of this room. God, she is broken.
小さな世界って。まあねまあね。お望みならいくらでも買えそう。
That is very much not true. Rommers can add about 100 floors, and then anything more than that takes increasingly more magicules and becomes very hard to maintain.
確か1時間で1回そうだったな。でも魔物はどうやって増やし
Yeah, I mean, that's a thing. Rommers can make basically any environment you want, but you can't actually make monsters. That requires magicules, and man, that would require so many magicules. Like, literally a godlike amount of them to fill a labyrinth of 100 floors with monsters. I mean, really, where in the world could Rimuru possibly get that many magicules from? Certainly a mystery.
あれなのさ、どっかから捕まえてくるわけ。なるほどね。じゃあさじゃあさ。お前寒いんだか寒い。
I love these two plotting and conniving together. I mean, yes, Ramos is annoying and Rimuru never really respected her all that much, but still, once they get on the same page, they are an unbeatable duo, and soon to be an unbeatable trio. Honestly, one thing I love most about this series is Rimuru plotting and planning and sneaking around with other people because it's always so much fun. He really is just a big kid.
歌だよ裏見りしちゃう。こう。来たよ、黒部ちゃん。
Oh, yay! Kurobe's workshop. Time to get some fun stuff for the labyrinth.
リムル様待ってたらよ。
Also, this is the first time we've seen Kurobe this season? It honestly might be. He is so absolutely forgettable. I mean, he's incredibly helpful for Tempest, but there's actually a running joke in the manga that Kurobe has never once appeared on the cover of a volume. And he feels just so forgotten.
ここにし
これは。
Oh, that is some awesome armor right there. Seriously! I mean, I think I know which one it is, but still, that is bad. Oh my god, I love that.
解析カースメール
Curse mail.
魔法障壁を発動させる鎧際限なく魔力を吸うためいずれ着用する
Yeah, so basically, while you wear the armor, you're basically invincible, but it sucks out so much of your, what was it, magicals, life force, whatever, that it will kill you very, very quickly.
なく魔力を吸うためいずれ着
じゃあこれは。
解析カースソード周囲のマスを吸い込み爆発力に変える剣凄まじい威力が約束されています
Yeah, so basically, when you wield the sword, all the magicules in the air come to you, come into the sword, meaning that nobody around you can actually cast magic, which is crazy useful. But then when you swing it and hit something with it, it explodes and doesn't actually shield you from the explosion, so it's probably gonna kill you.
なんだっけ。作った装備はすべてレア。
Yeah, so basically now everything he makes is at least rare quality, and if he's really trying, can even get into, what was it, what's above rare, unique? I think it's unique. So yeah, he is incredibly powerful. I mean, he can't make like legendary class equipment quite yet, but he's certainly getting there.
もったいないよな。これ。
Yeah, so basically all this equipment is way, way better than the stuff you could find in the stores in Ingrassia, the biggest city in the West. I mean, maybe you could find something of this quality at a private auction, but even then, it'd be pretty rare. And now Rimuru has an entire shed full of it, and he's just gonna stick all of it in treasure chests spread throughout the labyrinth. And while some of this equipment is, deadly and nobody would actually want to wear it, he will also have a program to, first assess the armor and make sure it's not cursed, and if it is, offer to buy it back from the adventurers, which, yes, they lose out on awesome armor, but they still make a lot of money, and then they can go about and buy some actually good armor that won't kill them. Huzzah!
アイテムを鑑定する鑑定。
Another important element here is basically almost every adventurer in the world is at risk of losing their job because, well, Rimuru is now the master of the forest of Jura, meaning there's going to be a lot less monsters to face, meaning they won't really have much to do, but having the labyrinth set up means they will have something to do. They can go in there, they can dive in, they can fight monsters day in and day out, get this equipment, sell it, make money, and then eventually even retire. Yeah, Rimuru was monologuing this entire time. I mean, he was trying to trick Roby like, oh yeah, you know, this stuff, it's really going away. Shouldn't you just give it to me? But this man is just way too freaking honest. Ooh. Here we go. Rimuru's sword. His true sword. The sword he was, you know, supposed to be using when he fought Hinata, but never actually went to pick it up, which... such an insane thing. Yeah, so basically the sword doesn't have any like super cool abilities, doesn't shoot fire, doesn't explode, anything like that. It's basically just meant to be incredibly durable so that it will never bend, never break, nothing will happen to it, and it can handle Rimuru's, you know, insane strength while also absorbing his own magical energy and eventually warping and shaping into his perfect sword. Pitch black blade. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, the hole at the base. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find out about that for a bit, but that is a really cool element. I'm very excited to see that too. Yeah, so even though Kurobe can't really make legendary class equipment quite yet, he can make a sword that will evolve into legend class equipment if it's, you know, exposed to enough magicules, which is actually how most, you know, legend class equipment is created. Basically, it's unique class that is kept around for so long that it eventually evolves into legend class just by absorbing magicules in the air. Oh god, the formality in that tone. Master, yes, I have been well. Thank you for asking. God, I love how terrified she is of him. Yep, here we go, Veldora just hanging out in Rimuru's house, which is, you know, private, quiet, a little bit out of the way, so Rimuru can enjoy just peace and tranquility. Lightning also says there is some hidden feature to it, but yeah, I genuinely can't remember if that was ever actually paid off or not. Yeah, I'm a bit lazy reading manga in your house, fully uninvited. A den, my own place. Yeah, Rimuru is just so good at controlling Veldora. It's hilarious. Is this literally the first time you're hearing about this? They've been building the Coliseum for the last 2 months. Ralmers has been here for several weeks, and you're just now hearing about this? What the freak, Veldora? An overlord who reigns in the dungeon. Again, Rimuru so good at knowing the exact words to win over Veldora. Certainly helps that he's basically a child, but still. The slime hand, seriously. Yeah, he's scamming him. He's absolutely scamming him. Exactly. Yeah, remember, he said he was gonna explode, and Rimmer's like, just hold it in, but then Diablo's like, actually, he could very well explode and wipe out all life on the planet. Thankfully, Luminous drained some of his, you know, aura last time she was around, but that's not really a full-time solution. I don't really know how much she can absorb, And even if it's a lot, Veldora is not going to want to go through that every week, every month, whatever. So instead, Rimuru is basically, I think he said, hitting, 3 birds with 1 stone. He's letting Veldora unleash all of his aura inside the labyrinth. That aura will then generate monsters, with the strongest monsters being on the lower floors where, he's closest to, whereas the upper floors will have much less aura, much less magicules, meaning they'll generate weaker monsters. And Veldora will get his own place and stop crashing in Rimuru's house. Like I said, 3 birds, 1 stone. Huzzah! He is so absolutely moved by that. Seriously. God, I love it. Also, probably important to mention, there's going to be 100 floors, or 99 floors, between the, surface and Veldora. The number of adventurers who can actually reach him is non-existent. Fully and completely non-existent. Again, so absolutely happy. Oh, good Veldora, seriously. Rimuru and Ramers are now plotting against Veldora. That is hilarious. Yeah, that's all you really need to make monsters, just Magicules. You put Magicules in a enclosed area, they'll generate monsters on their own. In fact, I'm pretty sure it even said that Rimuru was generated from the Magicules of Veldora. Wow, that is a very depressing room. In fact, in the light novel, it was even more depressing as there weren't, rocks, walls, anything. It was literally described as a door into nothingness. Just a large, empty void. Yeah, this is basically just the sealed cave where Veldora spent the last couple centuries. Yeah, Ralmers can change the layout of the labyrinth once every, I think, 24 hours. Yeah, that is literally exactly what Veldora was thinking about. Oh, that is such a cool room. Yeah, that right there, that is where you face the final boss of the game. Oh my god. It's already fully furnished. Yes, Veldora now has his own room. The light novel kind of describes it like a studio apartment or a dormitory with a couch, a bed, nightstand, desk, all the accessories you need. God, oh my god, above. Look at all that manga. Even I don't own that much. And I've had to install multiple I've turned all the doors of my bedroom into bookshelves. I'm not kidding. Maybe we'll see it over there. That is a bookshelf and a door. All my doors are bookshelves, and even I don't have that much manga. So much, seriously. I mean, I went to a bookstore. I actually went to 2 bookstores last week, and I don't think combined they had that much manga. Oh my god, just rolling on the bed in sheer and absolute excitement. I mean, what? Good for Veldora. He just wanted his own place. They gave it to him. He wanted to be able to release his Magicules. They gave him that. He cannot be happier. Yeah, it is an inverted pyramid where the first floor is, I think, 800 feet by 800 feet, and then each floor beneath it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Oh, that is cool. Oh, I love how this is animated. Yeah, really. So, basically, Rimuru is against people selling maps. So he set it up so they can freely change the shape, so therefore any map you make will be useless pretty quickly. Yeah, so basically if you reach the 10th floor, then you can, go back to 10th floor if you die or if you leave and come back. Same thing with 20th, 30th, 40th, 50th, 60th, so on and so forth. So basically, you just need to get through 10 floors and then you can go home. Unfortunately, every 10th floor has a boss, so yeah, that is brutal. Seriously, who puts the save point after the boss? Like, seriously, can you imagine getting through 10 floors and then needing to go back down and start all over again just because he finished you off because you had no idea what to expect because you've never seen this boss before? Yes, Veldora, exactly. That is, a pretty smart thing you have noticed. Good for you. Oh, here we go. This is the really insane part of all of this. Yes, you heard that right. Resurrection. Basically, Romulus is a god of life and death for those inside the labyrinth. If someone dies, no matter who they are, Romulus can freaking revive them. And what's more, that's especially true for those who have a pact with her. Like, for example, Trainee. If Trainee dies at any point in the labyrinth, she will instantly be revived. So, yeah, like I said, you need a servant, master servant contract in order to actually get revived in the labyrinth. But what Romulus did right here is imbue her power into a bracelet of resurrection, meaning as long as you're wearing this thing and you die in the labyrinth, you will just respawn back to the starting point. Holy mother of God above. I mean, like I said, Romulus is a freaking god. In fact, she was, the queen of the elementals, queen of the spirits, whatever, before she descended to stop Malim's rampage. Yeah, she fought against goddamn Malim 2,000 years ago. That is how broken she is. And yes, you might say now, oh, but she's so weak, she's so pathetic, she can be, literally killed by any human. Well, that's because of the system, that's basically because of how she works, how her body functions. Basically, she gets stronger and stronger every day, and then once she reaches a point where she's too strong, she dies and gets reborn into a new form that can handle more strength. So that happened 50 years ago, and this is as strong as she's become. But every day, she's getting stronger, and at a certain point, she will be strong enough to maybe not necessarily fight Malim, but be a serious threat to almost everybody in the entire world. Yes, you heard that right. Romulus killed Bretta last night. God, she's insane. God, even Trainee looks a little awkward in this scene. Yeah, huh? Okay, so it's important to mention here that Bretta is a demon. Therefore, even if she dies, she will get, reborn. She will respawn at some point down the road. It's very hard to actually kill a demon. I'm sorry. Oh god! Oh god! What the freak is this? Seriously? Okay, that is so much more violent than a light novel. A light novel just said that, Trainee removed her core, and then Beretta died and respawned 10 seconds later. This is so much worse. Trainee freaking shot her! What the heck? Well, now at least we know it works. Yeah, resurrection bracelets are one time only. And while I thought they were optional for adventures, Rimuru does say later on in this chapter that to enter the labyrinth you need to buy one. So, thank the gods. That does feel really freaking important to make sure people don't die in your labyrinth. Also important to acknowledge that technically, Romulus can revive anybody who dies in the labyrinth, even if they aren't in a master-servant relationship with her. But the problem is, there's going to be thousands of adventurers coming into the labyrinth every day, and Romulus just can't keep track of all of them. So the bracelet is her way of basically putting a marker on them to ensure they get reborn, even if she does nothing. It automates her power, essentially. Yeah. First test run, Romulus literally had no idea if this would actually work or not. God. Poor Beretta. Poor Beretta. Again, I think in light novel she was a lot more willing to do this, considering she is a demon and is almost certain to come back if she dies. God, Trini looks so guilty. I love it. Yeah, they really emphasize, okay, we need to make sure that adventurers know that this isn't, an anywhere kind of item. They can't just go into the woods, try to fight monsters, and think, hey, I got this bracelet, therefore I won't die. Though, of course, I'm sure some people do think that, and I'm sure some people do die just because, they're idiots and they don't listen to any warnings at all. Yeah, it is probably a bad idea for Romulus, Trainee, and Beretta to actually be here for this. Veldora's Magicules, Veldora's aura is so intense, it would kill most adventurers immediately if they were even within a mile of it. Thankfully, Rimuru has his absolute defense shield guarding everybody, but still, this is a terrifying experience for them. Even Rimuru was knocked back by this. Yeah, very easy to forget. Veldora is a storm dragon. He is the most feared being in all of existence for most of humanity. I have a beard! God. I'm sure he stole that line from a manga. I am in relief. Oh, God. Yeah, really. I mean, let's not forget, he's been holding his Magicules for a very, very long time. Basically, imagine holding in a fart for a month. That's what he's been going through. You literally knocked into the wall. Oh my god. Okay, Rimuru really underestimated him right there. So did Romulus. She is terrified. Yeah, so the effect is a little bit less intense in light novel, but Veldora's aura is still enough to actually cause some damage to the labyrinth itself, which is supposedly invincible. Nothing should be able to destroy the labyrinth or even damage it, but Veldora just did, which is very, very unsettling. Oh yeah, this scheme. Rimuru just figured out a way to literally print money. Seriously, I love just the magic it was literally pouring out of him like a waterfall. Yes, exactly, right there. Basically, the only difference between iron ore and magisteel is the amount of magicules it's exposed to, and there are a lot of magicules in this room, so if they just build the storage room, right next to Veldora and fill it with regular old iron ore, it will very quickly evolve into magisteel, which is literally worth more than gold. So yeah, Rimuru basically just accelerated Tempest into the next stage of the industrial evolution by going from a city of iron to a city of magisteel.
まとまった量の鉄鉱石を輸入する予定があるからさ。本当に。
We have a plan to import a large amount of ore? Is that from the movie? I think that might be the country from the movie. Forgot about that. Okay, that's a very interesting way of tying the two pieces together. Very interesting. Or maybe, I think I'm gonna say it's from the movie. It might have been from like the OVA. I haven't had a chance to watch yet, but I'm pretty sure the movie. What I can't remember what it was called. Rimuru went to another country which had history of mining, and they believed that the mining had poisoned the water. So yeah, wasn't expecting that. Interesting. Yeah, see, the thing about that was, he was lying, or she was lying. She lied to Gi, the most terrifying demon in all of existence. God, I love her so much. I mean, while she is planning on serving Rimuru, she is also very loyal to Rimuru. Thankfully now, Rimuru is working with Rimuru, so serving Rimuru is in fact serving Rimuru. Huzzah! Good lord. Just threatening to off yourself rather than tick off Gi. I mean, it does make sense. Gi is terrifying, like I just said, but still. There's something weird about just transferring ownership of a person. Even if they are a demon, but still, now Berta will be a servant of Rimuru, meaning she no longer needs a resurrection bracelet and will just revive on her own if she dies in the labyrinth. I mean, that's an interesting thing to say, I will, even at the cost of my life, but again, demons can't really die. I mean, you can destroy their core, but that is really freaking hard to do. Oh, God. Yeah, Rimuru has spent a very, very long time alone, and it's kind of messed with her head. One big happy family. She's so freaking excited for this. And honestly, I am too. She deserves it. I mean, I think in light novel she's actually brought to tears over this and then just does circles around both of them for a while. Okay, they're actually going to do the whole list. I actually wrote down everything Rimuru said as a trap, but looks like they might actually show it all. Beautiful. Also love this art style right here. Honestly, I'm just a fan of whenever they switch up art styles to demonstrate something. I think it's such a cool detail. Spinning floors that mess with your sense of direction. Yeah, pitfall traps. There's, we're gonna see those. There's a bit of an issue with them, honestly. I mean, seriously, can anyone guess what the issue is with having a pitfall trap when the goal of this dungeon is to go downward? Seriously. Yeah, for the record, not only were all of those in the light novel, they were in that order in the light novel. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, actually, I did skip a few, though. There was also mimic chests, exploding chests, magic rooms, and this right here is a closed room. Also, dark levels, low ceiling levels, and special ground effects, which I do think we will still see, but yeah. The closed room thing is terrifying. I mean, does this world even have oxygen? It works by very different laws of nature, but alright, let's assume this world does have oxygen. Yeah, Trainy's terrified right now. Yeah, Romulus is genuinely afraid of Rimuru because this is terrifying. What he just said is, oh, we're gonna lock them in a small room, cut off all the air, and have them suffocate to death. Maybe it won't be that fast, but like if they have a torch or if they combine the dark level with a closed room, then they will need a torch, meaning they'll burn through all of their oxygen very, very quickly. And if nobody in this room actually knows about oxygen, that's gonna take a while for them to figure out, okay, how exactly did we just die? Was there a poison or something? Should we try wearing a mask? What's going on here? Yes, they absolutely did. Like I said before, nobody's gonna get to Veldora for a very long time. I mean, that being said, though, it is also possible that this labyrinth will rapidly increase the level of adventurers in the world, because the series makes it very clear that it is only when putting yourself in life-death situations, only when you're pushed to the absolute freaking limit, that you can really have your skills evolve, level up, and you can actually improve. So yeah, you know, adventurers go in this labyrinth every day, they almost die every day, they actually die every day, again and again and again. They will certainly get stronger. Yeah, can you make a room that is just a volcano, or a frozen wasteland, or a thunderstorm? Yeah, no, can't, that doesn't work that way. I literally don't have the magicals to make something like that happen and keep it happening for more than a few seconds. Hey, that's a solution. Just one little question. Who the freak just said that? Hi there, Malim. What are you doing here? Hey, yeah, exactly. What are you doing here? Okay, so there are two very important things I need to point out here. First off, in a light novel, when this happens, they're in the 100th floor of the dungeon. They are literally in the bottom floor of the most secure location in the entire world. And Malim still gets there somehow, and how exactly it happens is never fully explained, but she's suddenly just like standing right behind them. Yes, Raphael noticed, but you know, she figured, hey, Malim is not a threat, therefore I don't need to warn my master. And of course, Rimuru gets a little upset about that. Second thing is Malim's outfit, which Rimuru actually spends the time to comment on in the light novel, saying she's exposing a lot of skin, like always, but also commenting that she's actually exposing less skin than normal, and that the goblins giving her clothes have actually given her some sort of a fashion sense. That said, she's also wearing the giant dragon knuckles that Rimuru made for her, which actually make her weaker, but, you know, they were a gift from her friend, so she never actually takes them off. Honestly, I like the outfit. I think Malim looks freaking amazing. And of course, you know, as soon as she heard they're doing something fun, she rushed over to be part of it. Even though, you know, she's in the midst of mixing together the land of Carrion, Frey, and herself, and forming it into one singular nation that she is the absolute monarch of. Yeah, there's a lot wrong with that. Though her suggestion is very fun. I do also love that Romulus is like so upset, like, oh, I'm sorry, Rimuru. I'm so upset that I can't actually make your dream come true of a volcano in the labyrinth. Alright, next episode, the audience. But seriously. Oh, this was a fun episode. Just Rimuru, Romulus, and Veldora all plotting and planning and working together to build up this labyrinth, which is god dang beautiful. Seriously, I love the hologram they made of it. That is such an awesome detail. Such a cool way of representing it. And the traps. Oh my god, the traps. Oh, that is so cool. That is so freaking cool. Alright, so now they have not only a coliseum, they apparently I mentioned before, oh, Ramos must have been here for weeks if the Coliseum is this far along already. But then she said she only made 14 floors, meaning she's only been here for like 14 hours. So I think there's a bit of an issue with the time here. Either that or Rimuru literally built most of this Coliseum in a day, which would be absolutely freaking insane. But either way, now Rimuru, anyway though, now Ramers and Veldor both have their own place to stay, their own way of making money. Beretta now belongs to Ramers, and Malim is here to bring in some dragons and cause a whole bunch of chaos. Huzzah! But please let me think down below, what do you think of this labyrinth? What do you think of these traps? If you were to build this labyrinth, what kind of traps would you put in it? And what do you think Malim is going to do? How did Malim get here? And in the light novel, how did Malim get to the bottom of the labyrinth without anybody really noticing besides Raphael? Yeah, that should have happened. That absolutely should have happened. But please let me think down below. And until next time, peace! Hello, one and all. This is my review, reaction, and cut content discussion of That Time You Reincarnated Slime, Season 3, Episode 15, Audience. And that's a rather interesting title for this episode, considering, I do expect us to actually get to the audiences this episode, but there's still a lot between now and then. We still have, Malim's whole scene here with her promising at dragons. We should have a scene with Molly, which... yeah, I'm not really sure how that's going to go, because they did cut out Rimuru. I'm going to say now. Rimuru basically hiring a bodyguard to keep him safe. That was a whole big scene back in Blummin, but we didn't see that. And it's only then after that we actually get to the audiences, and there are a lot of them. Like 5 different species, at least 5 different species, come to greet Rimuru. So, yeah. That's a lot to get through this episode, and I'm a bit worried they're going to cut out a lot of content, but let's get started in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, so I decided to stop by. First off, she realized they were having fun from a whole country away. And secondly, well, this is just the entrance of the labyrinth in the anime. In the light novel, they're on floor freaking 100 of the labyrinth. Malim got through 100 floors of this labyrinth and then got to them. That should be completely and utterly possible for anybody, but she just freaking did it, and Rimuru has no idea why. That said, Raphael did notice her coming, but deemed her not to be a threat, so she didn't actually alert Rimuru of her presence. Yeah, noble work performed by grown-ups. Honestly, Veldora and Ramers too are just so absolutely excited to actually have a job, a role, a way to contribute to society, and they are just really rubbing it in her face. Seriously, Rammus is literally sticking her nose up at Malim, saying, "I'm better than you, so go play elsewhere." Oh, that was brutal right there. I know Malim was holding back, but let's not forget Rammus is very, very fragile, and Malim is basically a god. Oh yeah, the letter. Malim sent from her letter saying basically, "Please, for the love of all that is good and holy in this world, teach my people how to cook. I can't stand them giving me raw vegetables every freaking day. It's driving me literally insane." Oh god, she is so absolutely touched. Rimuru might be annoyed by her, but he is still, by far, the nicest person she knows. Don't tell me, Ramers, are you living with Rimuru? Oh god, the implications of that phrase are, a bit disturbing, especially considering Ramos is only like this big. Oh god above, that blushing, good lord. Yep, and that just broke Malim, and now Ramos is even more arrogant. Huzzah! Oh god. Oh god, Rimuru, literal hands in his face trying to avoid the embarrassment of all of this. Malim, let's not forget, you own a country. You technically own like 4 countries combined together into one super country that might actually be bigger than Tempest. I mean, Rimuru owns the entire forest, but still, she owns 4 countries merged together, and she's the person in charge of all of that, and while we're probably gonna see it, she skipped out on her homework to teach her how to run a country to come here and play. Oh god, Malim, I really feel bad for your people. Interesting. I actually really like the animation of that, especially because in the light novel, it was just grade school insults being thrown back and forth for quite a while. Thankfully, neither of them really had the vocabulary to do anything too damaging, but I like it. You know, the anime is more of a visual medium, so them, like, flying back and forth, chasing after one another, that's a much better way of representing this. Though in both situations, of course, Shuna was the one to break up the fight, saying no sweets for anyone who's fighting. God, she is the best mom. Especially because, you know, those are 2 demon lords. Those are 2 of the strongest beings in existence. Well, Rama's not her current form, but still, they are 2 of the oldest, strongest beings in existence, and Shuna just basically put them both under control by offering to withhold cake from them. Oh, that pout is precious. Yes, good job, Shuna. That thumbs up. Absolutely perfect. No. Also, I think the manga that Vildor is currently reading is How Not to Summon a Demon Lord. That's what it looks like to me. Let me know if I'm wrong about that, but that's what the vibe I'm getting at least. Oh yeah, also, Malim fully skipped out her homework to come here and play. She absolutely ran away because she doesn't like studying. Yeah, love the attitude right there. Rimmer's like, okay, so I know you're breaking the rules, and I know you're gonna get in trouble, but I can just say that you lied to me and I believed it, and I won't get punished as a result. Yay! Okay, let's not forget last episode. Malim popped in and said, hey, I can get dragons for you. Awesome! Ooh, Earth Dragon, Wind Dragon, Ice Dragon. Okay, I think they're skipping over a lot right here. Yeah, Rimmer actually says that he installs the traps on floors 1 through 50 himself because he doesn't want to make it too hard or too easy, and just lets these other idiots go nuts with the other floors. Malim's controlling the fire, wind, earth, frost dragon floors. Veldora and Ramos get their own floors. But, you know, Rimuru doesn't actually expect anybody to get to those floors anytime soon, so he doesn't really care how nuts they go. Also, love Malim testing out the traps like that. Oh, and Ramos just died. So sad. Okay, now we're getting to Molly, which I'm excited to talk about. But first, let's talk about everything they just cut there, because, oh boy, there was a lot. First off, Rimuru asks, oh, will the dragons be like Veldora? At which point, Malim and Veldora got really freaking ticked off at him, because, yeah, dragons in this world aren't actually dragons. They're more like lizards. There's only 4 true dragons out there. Veldora, his 2 sisters, and Veldanava, the Star King Dragon. Though he's kind of dead right now. That's the whole thing, because, I mean, he died, and he was supposed to be reborn into Malim's pet dragon, but then that died, so nobody really knows where the freak this dude is or what's going on with him. Anyway, though, so yeah, all dragon. This is the thing that actually bothers me in this series. I mean, you have like demon lords and awakened demon lords. You have heroes and true heroes. You have dragons and true dragons, and it's just like, does this make more sense in Japanese? Because just the layers here feel really weird. But either way, basic dragons, the things that fly around this world that are not Veldora and his siblings, are essentially dinosaurs. They are monsters born from the broken down elements of Malim's pet dragon, which was supposed to be the host for Veldanava. So yeah, because that dragon was killed, all the world is now filled with dragons. It's interesting. Also interesting the fact that there are only 4 real elements of dragons: earth, frost, fire, and wind, which does somewhat align with the true dragons. Wind is Veldora, frost and fire are sisters, and as for earth, while that might not, fully align with Veldanava, Malim's pet dragon did seem to be of the earth element, so yeah, I don't know if there's something there, but very interesting. Anyway, though, Rimuru first asked for dragon lords, basically the highest tier of dragons, who have human-level intelligence and are about as strong as Clayman. But even for Malim, those things are way too strong to tame, so instead she captured a bunch of really strong archdragons, like 1 layer below, and put them on the 4 floors of the labyrinth, so they can each turn it into a volcano, a thunderstorm, a frozen wasteland, whatever. And the hope is that, once, if you have enough time, if you have enough exposure to Veldora's magicules, they will eventually evolve into dragon lords. We'll see what happens to that, though. Anyway, though, now we're switching over to Molly. And like I said in my opening, there's supposed to be a whole scene where after Rimuru visited him in Blumend, he assigned a bodyguard to look after him, but we didn't get that scene, so I don't know if we're getting the bodyguard, which would mess a lot of things up, but let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, also in the light novel, Raphael sees the finished labyrinth that Rimuru designed and describes it as being beyond vicious, basically impossible to clear for anyone in this world. And also it does clarify that you need to buy a resurrection bracelet to actually enter the labyrinth, which, yeah, absolutely, abso-freaking-lutely. That should come with every ticket into the labyrinth, because actually letting people die down there would be very, very bad for business. Yeah, Rimuru also built a refugee camp. Well, the 495 was already a refugee camp, but he turned into super expensive lodging for people who, make it that far before they go face off against the 4 archdragons and then Veldora himself. Okay, so they are... Alright, so... Okay, lots to unpacked here. Basically, the dude back here... Oh, I zoomed out. Okay, so basically the dude back here behind Molly's left hand was the bodyguard that Rimuru hired for him, but the bodyguard wasn't supposed to show up again until after he had a whole conversation with Molly when he explained, oh yeah, we were attacked, blah blah blah. Also, this dude right here, Beard, no idea how to actually pronounce his name. There's a whole cutout scene we never actually got from Season 1, where Rimuru, when he first went to Inglacia, actually traveled with the adventuring trio idiots and met him trying to scam people and saying, haha, I killed a horned bear. And then Rimuru looked at it and was like, yeah, no, that's just a regular bear that you stuck a horn onto. And though after that conversation, he decided to actually, become a good person and became Molly's bodyguard. You actually see him in season 1 with Molly when they're being attacked by the Sky Dragon. After that encounter, the two of them were basically like, all right, well, I guess we're working together for the rest of our lives. Molly's like, I trust you explicitly, even though you're a con artist. Huzzah! It's amazing how trauma can really bind people together.
よく来てくれたね。
準備はだいぶ進んでいるようですな。外から来た
Ooh, the equinoids and bovoids. Oh, that's gonna be a fun conversation.
見えますし、
おかげさまでな。
これは見事です。
Yeah, really, this is an arena bigger than the one in Glacia, the biggest arena in the world that Rimuru built in less than 2 months. Also, I do absolutely love the detail of every pillar having Rimuru on top of it. That is adorable.
ってな感じでいろいろ進んでる。
Yeah, Molly, shocked. Utterly shocked. You built this in 2 months. What kind of nut house am I working for? Good Lord above!
だろう？今回の開国祭が成功に終わったら我が国の財務統括部門を任せたいと考えているんだ。
Yeah, even though Molly's not a monster, the other monsters are like, yeah, sure, if Rimuru trusts you, then we are absolutely happy with that. And it does certainly help that monsters are just really bad at numbers, math, money, all those kinds of things. So yeah, Molly is very much needed here.
わしなどはまだまだ。ですが、このミョルマイル、全力で音に当たらせてもらいますぞ。
And this is the private mansion that Rimuru, not really made for Molly, it was actually made for someone else. Rimuru is giving to Molly. And it is, oh, let's see Molly's reaction. Yeah, that's about right. That is about right. I love it. Oh god, the vase. I love that vase. I want that vase.
ありえん。これはありえませんぞ。イングラシアの王都に
So yeah, basically this mansion that Rimuru is giving to Molly is better than the best mansion you could buy in Ingracia, the, you know, nicest, most expensive city in the entire West.
旧宿よりも
苦労だったな、ごべも。
Okay, there is a lot wrong with the scene right here, but anyway, first thing I want to mention, so this mansion has running water, magic stoves, baths, and toilets, and has 10 apartments connected to this mansion that have a shared bath and dining room. And this is all basically just standard in Tempest. All of these features, all of these luxuries are standard in Tempest. Even the cheaper motels basically have the exact same thing. The only difference here is this mansion is a bit bigger than the other ones. Oh, good lord above. Tempest is really freaking amazing, and I'm not sure if we'll see the conversation here, but once Molly realizes how fancy and wonderful Tempest is, he basically decides that the labyrinth should become a place where adventurers can work. Essentially, rather than just, oh, they're going to come here and have some fun, it's, oh no, this is going to be their full-time residence. They're just going to live in Tempest, live in these beautiful inns, better than you could find anywhere else in the world, and, you know, spend their time going to the labyrinth, farming monsters, getting magic stones, and selling them to the guilds, which is well beyond what Rimuru was expecting for the labyrinth, but is an absolutely brilliant move. And of course, it's something that Molly thought that Rimuru had already thought of, and Rimuru just went with it, because of course he did.
はい。
Oh, that dropkick. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Okay, so like 5 things I need to mention here. First off, Gobamon right here was sent by Rimuru to keep an eye on Molly, but was also ordered not to let Molly see him, for whatever reason. Though Molly was in danger so many times on his way to Tempest, like even in Blumend, that, you know, Molly basically realized pretty quickly, okay, so Rimuru sent a bodyguard to look after me, but he didn't want me to know, so I'm just gonna pretend not to notice. Which, brilliant. Absolutely freaking brilliant. Also, Gobemon was a member of the Goblin Riders and was in the running to actually lead them before Gopta took over, but was basically denied that ability, denied that opportunity, because he is too good. He's too skilled. Essentially, he can do everything on his own, so he doesn't actually let the people under him do anything and doesn't work with them. Whereas Gopta, super freaking lazy, and as a result, he asks other people to do things. He asks other people to put the work in, and they're able to grow as a result, which is apparently the better leadership strategy. Love that. Also, Gobemon is from, or at least has a large role in the manga spinoff Trinity in Tempest, which is, oh god, it's such a good spinoff. It's basically, okay, what if Carrion, Frey, and Malim's people all sent spies into Tempest to check out what's so great about the city? And then just these three girls, like, living it up, having fun in Tempest, and really finding themselves. Oh, it's so amazing. It is so good seeing, like, the events of Tempest, the events of this series, from an outsider perspective. I mean, seriously, the first time they see Rimuru, it's like they're encountering a freaking god. It is so absolutely epic. God, I want that to get animated. I seriously want that spin-off to get an anime. Anyway, though, in that series, one of the girls works for public safety, whatever it's called in that series, and Gobemon is her supervisor, basically in charge of her, making sure that Tempest is kept safe. Okay, so a lot was cut out here, too. Basically, in the fight against the Basilisk, Gobemon's arm started to petrify, and he cut it off himself. Absolute Chad move right there, but refused to take a healing potion because he believed that he had failed his mission, as he was told not to let Molly see him, and Molly did end up seeing him. However, Rimuru explains that this wasn't actually his real mission, and rather, he was supposed to, look at Molly, see his leadership strategy, see how he worked with those beneath him, and learn from this that he could become a better leader. At which point Rimuru then, heals his arm, tells him to keep an eye on Molly and learn from him, and even gives him his old katana as basically a reward for having finished his mission and something to work towards, something that he can work towards being worthy of. It's a really great scene. I'm very disappointed they cut it out. Oh, the Rabbit Men. I'm very excited for them because, well, we'll get to that in a second. Yeah, so basically, every tribe in the forest wants to, be under the protection of a true demon lord, someone who can keep them safe from other tribes, invaders, humans, what have you. However, if that demon lord is too weak, then, won't be able to protect them, and it's much better for them to just kill the demon lord right here, right now, before he takes off somebody much stronger, much bigger, and much more willing to, murder every last one of them. And they are somewhat right to be worried, concerned, considering that Rimuru is in fact a slime, and the previous guardian of the forest of Jura was goddamn Veldora himself. In fact, that's a big reason why the Eastern Empire hasn't invaded the West, because they were afraid of Veldora, even though he was sealed away in the forest. That is such a stupid outfit. I love it so much. In fact, they might actually say this here, but in the light novel, he had multiple outfits, which he had to change like multiple times per day. Which, why? Absolutely why? I think they just really love, yeah, oh god, they're so happy. Shuna is, look at that smile on Shuna's face. That is so adorable. I love it. Yeah, after the audience ceremonies last for 3 days, there are a lot of people to get through, and we're about a third of the way through this episode, so I think we're going to end up having more content cuts. As it is, this is already the most cut episode of this season so far. Yeah, it's probably for the best that Diablo isn't here because not everybody is going to be super respectful of this slime, and Diablo would have, wiped them out, wiped them off the face of this world in a second, as soon as they weren't showing enough reverence to Rimuru.
ファルムスという国名が消え、新たな国家が誕生するんだ。準備で大忙しに違いない。
Yeah, Falmus is no more. Now it's called, like, Falamus, something like that. Honestly, I've never been able to pronounce the old names. I probably won't be able to pronounce the new name either. Beautiful.
大忙しに違いない。
Oh, the Goblin Riders in their armor. Oh, that is beautiful. That is so, so beautiful right there. I love it. Yeah, Team Kurenai. Oh god, his first class people, his executives, all in their black outfits. Oh god, Shuna and Xion in their black miniskirt outfits. Oh, that is all so precious. Oh, the Rabbit Man, yes! Oh, I'm excited for this. So yeah, this episode now has characters from 2 separate spin-off mangas. This is, yeah, he's an unnamed Rabbit Man, so he doesn't actually have a name. But he is, I'm gonna call him Cam, because that's the name of the Rabbit Man dad in our Fureta. Anyway, though, Cam is the father of Framea, who is actually the main character of Ways of the Monster Nation. Another manga spin-off, absolutely love it. It was unfortunately canceled due to, I think, the author's health, which... very sad, but it's a fun series. I don't think we'll end up seeing it animated simply because, yeah, the manga goes pretty far into light novel content, stuff we won't see until like 2 or 3 volumes down the road, which is unfortunate. But still, I would recommend reading it if you are a light novel reader. It's fun, it's fantastic. It's basically from making a tour guide brochure for Tempest. Basically going around and being like, oh, this is nice. Oh, this is nice. And then writing up reviews, writing up recommendations of people, and just making a whole tour guide booklet for everyone coming to Tempest to figure out what exactly it is they should be doing while they're there. It's a great way of just showing off everything Tempest has. Oh, God, above, the orcs in their suits. The orcs are wearing suits. Oh, I love that so much. Oh. I'm not sure we're going to see it, but it actually is said in the light novel that the High Orcs actually bring their children and grandchildren to this event simply because they are shocked that their children were born as High Orcs. Basically, it's like, if you're familiar with Pokemon, if you have a Charizard who has a kid, that kid is going to be a Charmander, but for whatever reason, their kids were Charizards. Their kids kept the evolutions they had, which, fantastic. And they were so happy, surprised, and proud of this, they want to show it off to Rimuru. Okay, so it looks like they are just fully skipping the Rabbitman audience, which is very disappointing. Basically, Rimuru saw the Rabbitman leader. The Rabbitmen were just scared out of their goddamn mind. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. And Rimuru was very calm and casual with them, and even, praised Cam's daughter for being so full of curiosity, which literally brought the man to tears, as he is so honored to hear such praise from a demon lord. It's a really fun scene. Again, this is the most cut episode I have ever seen from this series, and that's really saying a lot. Anyway, though, now we have Abiru, who is Gabiru's father, and should not look like this at all. He evolved after getting a name from Rimuru. He looks like a, human being now, not a dragon newt. In fact, Rimuru doesn't even recognize him at first, so that's a weird change to make here. Yeah, Rimuru actually doesn't really talk for any of these encounters, and when he does, he's like super formal and rigid and whatever, because that's what Shuna told him to do. But Abiru is a friend of his. He's someone who's known for a long time, and he won't stand for formalities here. Yeah, in fact, Shuna is very, very miffed that he's so casual here, but, that's just who Rimuru is.
部門を任せていましてね。そうだな、ガビル。
Yeah, he wasn't expecting to get called out like that. Yeah, I mean, he's actually, in light novel, he's actually very surprised to hear that his son is working in research and development, considering the fact that he is a freaking idiot. Except he was never actually an idiot. He was, in fact, very smart, just, very gullible. I think that's a big thing of Tempest, of this entire series, is basically finding the place where you belong, finding the place where you can really shine. Gabiru was put in a cave growing Hapoto herbs, whatever it was, and then got interested in the research, started talking to the researchers, and now is a researcher. He always had the skill, he just never had the, spark, the chance to actually get involved in it. So now he does. Huzzah! And of course, Gabiru's henchmen, his followers, are all just really proud of him because, Gabiru hasn't really spoken to his dad since he was literally kicked out of his family and exiled. So this is like a bonding moment between them. And Rimuru has basically nudged, Gabiru to make a leap, to have a conversation with his father, to meet with him privately after this event so that Gabiru can be, formally welcomed back into his family. Okay, so they did skip the High Orcs and the Rabbit Men, which very disappointing. But anyway, though, now we have Traya and Triss, Trainee's sisters, who are here representing the tree ants, who are, living trees, so they can't be here to represent themselves. Yes, they literally say, we wish to serve the beautiful fairy queen just as our great elder sister does. And so do the tree ants. Yeah, for whatever reason, they are just utterly and completely obsessed with Romulus. I don't actually know why. Maybe it's because, in Romulus's true form as the elemental queen, whatever the frick she was back then, she was just that ravishing. Or maybe, when she actually is at full strength, actually is at her true power, then she just looks that amazing, then she actually is as amazing as she claims to be. I really don't know. So actually, I think about it, Trainee, Triss, Traya, I don't think they were actually named by Rimuru, so were they named by Romulus? That would actually make a lot of sense when I think about it. Naming someone does create a very strong connection between the two, which, we've seen from everyone who got named by Rimuru. Yeah, Romulus's family just keeps growing bigger and bigger. Good for her. I know she's very annoying, but she deserves some happiness too. Yeah, so basically they took the refugee camp and moved all of the tree ants, all the trees, all the dryads into this space that, basically they could help manage the magicules in the labyrinth, help spawn monsters better, and just, keep an eye on everything. Good lord above. Seriously, Gapta, you're sleeping on day 2? You are the leader of these people! Act like it! So yeah, basically Floor 95 now has the refugees, the tree ants, the dryads, and a special health spa / inn for, the real adventurers make it that far. And the entire floor itself is 3 miles by 3 miles, which is utterly insane considering there's a whole inverted pyramid shape, with the first floor being the biggest one, and that's only 800 feet by 800 feet. So basically it's inverted pyramid, huge freaking refugee camp, health spa, all of that. Also, floor 91 is storage for metal ore, floor 92 is a plant for producing magic steel, floor 93 is a garden, floor 94 is in charge of honey production, and floor 95 is this beautiful labyrinth city. Huzzah! Anyway though, now it's day 2 of the audience, and this involves the stronger species. First off is the bovoids and the equinoids. God, oh wow, I love how disturbing that looks, seriously. Oh, they are angry. So yeah, basically these two have been fighting for 100 freaking years, and now they both want Rimuru's aid in wiping out the other one, which... insane. Absolutely insane. Also, just because they're fighting in front of the freaking goddamn Demon Lord, they're here to ask for protection. Hey, Demon Lord, just so rude, so insanely rude. Gozu? That's how they're translating it? Gozu? It's definitely Bovoid, or yeah, Bovoid in the light novel. Mezus. I mean, that's weird. Gozus and Mezus. I mean, maybe like I said, the term in the light novel is Bovoids and Equinoids. Maybe that's a translation from some mythical race of Japanese folklore. I mean, horse people, cow people. That definitely feels like something you see in Japanese folklore. Huh, a minotaur. Now, where exactly does a minotaur belong again? Oh, I just can't remember. That's right, a labyrinth! So basically, Rimuru sees these two screaming at each other and thinks to himself, hey, I should give them a job. Insane, absolutely insane. Oh, I love that their people ran away, but the bosses themselves are so just obsessed with their own anger and rage and hatred that they don't even notice. I love that running away, seriously. I mean, good lord above. Rimuru's lord ambition is strong enough to actually make Gazelle sweat a little bit, and yet these two fully and completely oblivious to it. I mean, Rigard, you are strong. You are very, very strong. I don't think you would win this fight. I mean, seriously, is Rigard an A rank? I definitely don't think so. Yep, that's a bit of an issue. Basically, they were just invaded. Oh no! Yeah, that they freaking noticed. That they noticed. And they're literally shaking in their boots. For the record, this is the amount of power right now they're feeling equal to Clayman, a pre-awakened Clayman. I love how quickly that humbled them. Like, oh, okay, that's real power right there. And you might say, well, Rimuru's Lord Ambition is real power, but, I mean, that's like... that's more like intimidation rather than just pure strength. Rimuru himself is always suppressing his actual strength, his actual magicules, so they don't leak out and hurt the people around him. Also love that Xian's shirt doesn't actually fit her. Like, seriously, Shuna made these shirts. She should have had her measurements. Why did she not get a proper fitting shirt? Yeah, so these three, who Rimuru describes as looking like street punks, were basically on their way, or wanted to take out Clayman and take his spot as Demon Lords. And, I mean, could they have done that? Maybe. If it was just against Clayman himself, 3 against 1, they could certainly have won. They could certainly have overpowered him. But if Clayman was joined by, you know, the moderate jesters, then that is a much different story, because they are just real powerhouses, and I don't think these 3 could have won against them together. Important, he said, I won't kill anyone for no reason, and that is true. Even though, you know, they beat up Team Kurenai and Team Reborn, they didn't actually kill any of them. And while it is very hard to kill someone from Team Reborn, killing Team Kurenai, much, much easier. I love that look, seriously. There's a whole conversation those two had right there. Basically saying, first off, I lost more people, so I can take care of this. and also I am better at restraining my power so I won't accidentally kill them. Oh, that was beautiful.
この場は私が出ます。
父親は魔王。
Yeah, you could really eliminate a lot of people from this list. Obviously, not Malim, Bromorus, or Luminous, because they said our father told us about her. Such leaves Guy, Leon, Dino, and Dragrule. Now, if they were Guy's sons, that would be a much, much more terrifying situation, and I don't think anyone would imagine that Leon's sons act like this. So basically, it just leaves... God above. I love that even in Rimuru's mind, Dino is sitting down half asleep. Seriously.
一体誰だ？
手加減するなら俺よりもシオン
That is such a terrifying statement. Far more suited to holding back than me. I mean, he's not wrong there. We've seen very few moments where Benimaru has actually had to hold back against anyone, really. Good lord.
方が向いてますし
Hey, oh god, above, I love this arena. Seriously. This is the first time we're seeing it from the air. Oh, it's so amazing. I think there should be, like, private boxes for royals and all that, but still, very impressive. Yeah, that's Rimuru sitting right there. The throne of the Demon Lord. Important note, Xion does not have her sword with her.
女
Yeah, important. Xion is actually weaker than all of them in terms of magical count. In fact, she was weaker than Clayman, but she still kicked his butts. Quite easily, I might add. Oh god, you gotta rewind. Seriously? She punched that dude. I mean, that dude came out of nowhere. But she punched him so hard, she knocked the other dude out of the ring. God, the sound he's making. Yo, 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 yo. Embedded right into the Coliseum. Hopefully they can fix that before opening day. Yeah, I probably should mention this. Xion is terrifying. Xion is absolutely freaking terrifying. That dude's just in the side of the Coliseum now. I say just leave him there, you know? That'll be a good advertisement for it. Just like a body with legs hanging out in the side of the Coliseum. I mean, spectators are going to show up and be like, oh, okay, so this is going to get next level serious right here.
ベニマルくん？シオンって。
ええ驚きましたね手加減が上手くなった
She's gotten better at holding back. I mean, she has been training Team Reborn for a while now.
そういう問題じゃねえよ。冗談抜きですごいよ。成長しすぎじゃねえの？
すみません。物足りません。
Yeah, she is insanely broken.
もう十分だ。あと他の魔王はもっとやばいから。
Yeah, seriously, Rimuru is the nicest demon lord by far. If any of the other demon lords had their territory invaded, these three would have been killed without a doubt.
慎むように。
親父に聞いていた以上の強さだったぜ
I love the big one, he's fun.
それで。
Yeah, I mean, that does make sense. They do kind of look like him, at least a little bit.
殴りうるの？
Yeah, I can definitely see the family connection. Certainly more than they look like Dino, Guy, or Leon.
おいおい、簡単に認めちゃったけど大丈夫なの？
はい実は親父から
I love this line so much. Yes, Dad ordered us to train under you. So we decided to invade you and pick a fight because, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, good lord above. Also, Drag Rule just literally handed over his annoying, disobedient kids onto Rimuru because he didn't feel like dealing with them.
魔王リムル様の下で修行してこいと命令されましてね。我々がちょっと暴れただけでえらく激怒されちまいまして。
Yeah, they were actually kicked out, so good lord. Also, I am terrified of what a little ruckus actually means in the context of these three right here. I mean, they are so off the charts that a little ruckus could literally be, you know, wiping out a small nation.
手に負えない息子たちを俺に押し付けるってのか?
Yeah, that's kind of a running theme of this series. Demon Lord is just, you know, kicking their problems onto Rimuru because, I mean, he has the manpower, he can handle it.
ってのか? の下で修行しなさい.
Yeah, basically he realizes that Xion can actually, you know, manage them and handle them. And his hope really is, okay, Xion is going to be so brutal and awful and terrible to them after they were so disrespectful to me that they are going to quickly give up and go back home.
面倒を押し付けてすまないが.
たった今
But she is just so excited to have orders from Rimuru, to actually have something she can do to help him out.
命されたシオンだ。貴様たちのような軟弱者であっても、私にかかれば一流の戦士に育ててみせよう。安心してついてくるがいい。
I mean, they really do seem to respect strength, so they realize, okay, you're stronger than us, we will listen to you, we will obey you, we will call you Big Sis. Oh, I love it. Yeah, so after seeing that, after seeing Rimuru's aide, his secretary, beat up the three dudes that left these guys shaking in their boots, they've decided, okay, yeah, so Rimuru is really freaking strong, and we don't want to get on his bad side.
これ以降、謁見式は順調に進んでいった.
Also important to note that after they swear fealty to Rimuru, Xion actually says, oh, thank God, because if you hadn't, I would have torn out your tongues. Lovely.
若い青年にしか見えないよ.
Yeah, elves age weirdly. Basically, they look 20 for their entire lives until they reach, like, the end of their lives, at which point they age very, very rapidly. Yeah, so basically the war between the Bovoids and Equinoids, which is what I'm going to keep calling them, was so intense and massive that a bunch of trees died and the elves were left with no real place to live or hide or eat. That's also the reason why there's a bunch of elves working in the Dwarf Kingdom, why there's a whole nightclub full of full of elves, because they were fleeing this war.
そうなのか.
Yeah, so they basically went to ask for a favor, and Rimuru's like, hey, I already did it for you.
待てよ.
And he has another thing he can do for them. Basically, they're like, wow, we need a forest full of trees where we can live. I wonder where we're going to find that. And Rimuru realizes, hey, wait a minute. I built a full 3-mile-long forest out of trees, triads, dryads, and refugees. Also have a bunch of houses there already, which, you know, the refugees won't live there forever, so yeah, we got a place for you. A literal paradise. Yeah, because a bunch of elves went out to work in, you know, the Western nations, and they didn't come back.
出て行ったきり?
Like, seriously, this dude is like, wow, I was gonna ask for a favor, but you already granted it, so let me just mutter out some other desires. Oh, you granted that too? Well, then I'm also gonna mention that a bunch of our elves are missing and haven't returned yet. Yeah, remember Count Kazak, whatever the frick his name is? He offered to get he offered to start business with Molly involving elf slaves. A super, super illegal thing. And that's probably related to why there's a bunch of elves who went missing and never came back home. Because they were captured and turned into slaves.
入るやつがいたもんだ。そうえ、ブルムンド王国の数
Yeah, Viscount. He's a Viscount, not a Count. Which, I mean, I feel like Rimuru should have already been investigating that dude after Molly got attacked again and again and again.
久しぶりにまみえることが叶い、私は喜びで胸が張り裂けす。
God, I love Diablo. Seriously.
ファルムスのことを報告を受けたいところだが、今日は一番難しい謁見になりそうなんだ。なんて言ったって。
Oh! Holy Mother of God above, the Tengu.
では、天狗だから。
Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. There's so much there. Just, seriously. Alright, that's gonna be a very, very fun next episode. Unfortunately, actually, let's get to the title. Next time, Benimaru's ordeal. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh god, poor Benimaru, seriously. Anyway, though, so, as I was saying, for next episode, my video on it is going to be delayed by probably a week or two, maybe 3, because I'm going to be out of the country visiting family, and right now I don't really know when I'm coming back. Things have gotten very, very complicated on my end, and, oh god. Honestly, recording this video is the least stressful thing I've done all day. I've been dealing with a full-blown panic attack since I woke up, but now recording, I've calmed down, I'm relaxed, I'm feeling a lot better, so thank you for listening to me. Anyway, though, this episode, I mean, it was great. We got to see 2 different characters from 2 different manga spin-offs, which I am very much hoping to see animated someday. We had all the audiences, that was great. Unfortunately, a lot of content was cut out. I mean, I kept saying this is probably the most cut episode I've ever seen, and yeah, I really do believe it. I mean, other episodes have cut, like, arcs and whatnot, but there's just so many details and little things missing from this episode. It's absolutely insane. But let me know what you think down below. What do you think of the, what do you think of the new monsters we met? What do you think of the 3 brothers, the Equinoids and Bovoids, who just fully wanted to pick a fight with Rigurd, which, oh, I don't think that would have gone well for him. But what do you think? Could Rigurd have beaten one or both of these guys? What do you think of the Rabbit Men? We only saw them very briefly, but what do you think of them? Abiru reunited with his father. That was sweet. Oh, and Rimuru got a nice little outfit and a crown. I loved all that. But anyway, let me think of all that down below. And until next time, peace! God dang it. I hit my arm. Goodbye. Hello, one and all. This is my review, reaction, and cut content discussion of That Time I Got Reincarnated as Slime, Season 3, Episode 16. And viewers of my channel might be thinking, hey, Justking, what are you doing there? You said you'd be out of town for the next 2 weeks. And yes, I certainly said that. But I also said I was very, very stressed in the last video, and that was because my grandmother and stepdad both got COVID. And then the day before we were supposed to go, across the sea, go visit family overseas in Europe, my mom also got COVID, so we just ended up canceling the trip. And to make things so much worse, my dog ended up passing away the next day, so yeah, I'm very, very sad and very lonely because even though I'm home, I'm isolating from my entire family. I'm sad. I'm very, very sad. I'm gonna try and forget all of that for the next hour while I react to this episode because I'm so looking forward to it. I love Momiji as a character. She is adorable, and I really do love how they designed her in the anime because we only get like a few illustrations of her in the light novel. I haven't actually checked the manga yet, but is she in the manga? Yeah, she is. Haven't actually checked out how she looks in the manga, but in the light novel, they always depict her as looking younger than this, like looking like she's supposed to be 12 or something, which makes things a bit weird considering what happens in this episode. Though the light novel does clarify that she is actually 15 years old, but that doesn't actually really mean anything for monsters. I mean, for God's sake, Gapta is, I think, like 5 or 6 by this point in the series. Meanwhile, Rigard, who looked like an old mummified mummy when we first met him, was I think around 10 or 15 at the most. So yeah, monsters age really, really weirdly. But anyway, let's get started in 3, 2, 1.
天狗って言うから、てっきりこんな感じかと思ってたんだけど、そうそう。
The bodies of wolves. I thought it was into the bodies of wolf men, not wolves. I might double check that. But anyway, a few different interesting things here. First off, apparently in the light novel actually says that saying that Tengu have long noses is basically a way of saying, oh, they have a really keen sense of smell because they are in the bodies of wolves. And if you're wondering why an angel would descend, incarnate into a wolf, that's actually a really interesting story because basically angels are sort of like machines. They are very powerful and they have a job they do well, but they don't really have a sense of self. And in this world, skills are an embodiment of your will. It's basically saying, I want to cause an effect on this world. And the stronger your will is, the stronger your skill is. So because angels, don't really have a will, their skills aren't as powerful as they should be. But by incarnating into a mortal form, like a wolf, wolfman, whatever, you're able to basically become more powerful, or at least able to tap more into the power you naturally had within you.
出した種族です。
そうそう、受肉した種族ね。
国。正
Yeah,
確に言
they
えば
are not actually a race. Only one angel did that and then kind of birthed all the other angels, or birthed all the other Tengu.
種族ではなく、個体名ランガのように、だから
Oh, I love Ranga just sleeping there. So sound, so peaceful. Yeah, it made me sad. Oh, he looks so fluffy.
された個体群にエンジェルが受肉を果たしたものです。
Yeah, that's a weird thing. The Star Wolves are a species, but at the same time they aren't because they're all basically an extension of the pack leaders. Even though Rimuru only named Ranga, the effect, extended to all the other Star Wolves and allowed them to evolve.
少女は山の神と崇められる天狗の長老の娘なのだそうだ。
That's interesting. Mimiji right here isn't only just the daughter, but basically she's the one. I mean, all of the Tengu are born from the Supreme Elder Kaede, but Mimiji right here is given, Mumiji, I mean, sorry, was given extra power, extra oomph, extra strength, and so is way, way more powerful than anyone else of her race.
魔王リムルよ、はじめまして。私は天狗の長の代理として参ったもみじと申します。
Momiji.
お知りを聞くださいませ。
Yeah, Benimaru, this is a bit awkward for you. I think we're about to get a flashback. Oh, first the intro, then the flashback.
たとえ、紅
It's actually interesting, because the forest of Jura, Rimuru's territory, extends all the way to the Kusha Mountains, but Rimuru doesn't actually own those mountains, and yet those mountains separate him from Thalion, and he did kind of promise to build a highway connecting the two nations, meaning he needs to go through their territory, and they can be very, very territorial. They're also incredibly powerful.
たちを派遣していた。
Like I said, very territorial. Though this is a very, very powerful envoy coming to meet them, so they have a right to be, a little bit wary.
部の心得があるな。なんと。
Holy mother of God. Wow, okay, yeah, this was described as being a flowery paradise in the light novel, and this is straight up beautiful right here. Oh, I love it. Seriously, I mean, God above. The first half of this season and the second half of this season feel like night and day. They're clearly putting so much more work into the latter half, and I can't figure out why. I mean, do they know, the Hinata fight isn't super popular among light novel readers, and they decided, okay, let's just rush it and then get to the... They didn't even rush it. Let's give it, no budget whatsoever so we can save money on and do, put more effort into the fun, exciting Tempest Festival, Founders Festival arc? I genuinely don't know.
油断はできぬ。実力はカリオン殿に匹敵するか。
Yeah,
あるいはそれ。
that's a terrifying thing to say. This little girl is as strong as Carrion. Though, important note, she has much, much less experience, and that's what really matters.
それで死者殿、要件は何かこの地の支配でも企んで
Yeah, that's a rather aggressive way to start this conversation. I mean, she has a reason to think that, but still, super freaking aggressive.
そして可能ならばこの山にトンネルを掘る許可を
Yeah, you see, this right here, this is the reason why communication is so freaking important. Their mountain right here is like a super holy site to them, and Benimaru just asked to desecrate it. And what's more, it's not even part of the plan. Rimuru, first proposed the tunnel, and every single person on his team shot him down, saying, "Dude, that is impossible. Even for us, even for the people who are almost incapable of saying no to you, that is impossible." And yet Benimaru still freaking brought it up.
いただきたい。俺も詳しくはないが
I don't know much myself. Benimaru, you are an envoy. You should know these things. So the people who actually know what the tunnel was, were those the people you left behind? Because, good lord above, bad Benimaru, bad Benimaru.
掘って山向こうと道をつなぐものだそうだ。
Yep, yeah, like I said, now she's tacked.
穴を掘る本気で言っているの
ああ、計画にはそうあったな。
That is not the plan, Benimaru. That has never been the freaking plan.
だが今回のルートとは無関係だ。将来的に必要になった場合に備えて確認したまでだ。嫌なら無理にとは言わないが。
我らに関し
Well, alright, first off right there, she said a slime can become a demon lord, which is insulting to Rimuru, which is a very dumb move to make. But also, Benimaru literally said, if you don't want it, we're not going to force it. That was just an idea we were throwing around, which... Come on, Momiji. I mean, not even her, just like the Tengu themselves, they're like, they're going to dig a hole through our mountain, and Benimaru was literally like, no, we're not going to. If you don't want it, we won't freaking do it. Bad communication here.
好きにすればいいと思っていたそこの獣臭い蛇を連れているの
Smelly snake. Yeah, that's basically what the light novel said too. Again, Momiji has reason not to like her, but... Oh boy.
目をつむろうと思っていたわでも私たちの宮間を軽く見られて黙っているわけにはいかないわよ
獣臭い蛇とは私のことか
Are you talking about me? Who the freak else is she talking about, girl?
おい、やめ。
Yeah, that's not gonna work. I mean, her eyes can, let's see, petrify, paralyze, poison, confuse, a whole lot of stuff. But Momiji is a half-spiritual being, meaning none of those things actually affect her. Okay, that was actually really well done, seriously. Oh, I love those flowing movements. Oh, that's amazing. This is actually a half-decent fight, I gotta say.
30こちらのセリフだわ
I mean, technically Elvis is going easy because she still is in her human form. She can turn into a freaking snake and becomes way more powerful. Though I'm not really sure how effective that would be, because like a big thing of her snake form is the enhancing the status ailments effects and making them affect everyone around her. But Momiji is immune to that, so probably not all that helpful.
死者を殺さぬようこれでもき
Oh god, there is Benimaru. He actually has his tea. He's actually just sitting there drinking tea. The most calm person in the freaking room.
つけているのよ
Yes, there he goes. There he goes. Oh god, Benimaru is the picture of tranquility. At least for the first half of this episode.
だな。
Seriously, my man went from drinking tea to stopping this fight in a heartbeat.
そこまでだ。
嘘よちゃんと手加減して
いや、お前のオーラの制御は甘い。力が入りすぎていたぞ。
そんな
I love how they both walk away from this fight being utterly deflated. But yeah, like I said, Momiji has very little actual battle experience. So even though she is incredibly powerful and could probably call herself a demon lord, she can't actually fight all that well. Which is hilarious. Also, Benimaru saw this fight happening and was able to, like I said, in a heartbeat, judge the attack would have actually killed all this and stepped in and stopped it. He is an absolute and complete beast, and I love him. Hi, Kaede. Yep. In the light novel, she also calls her a fool of a daughter, and then hits her in the head, which I'm hoping to see. They both studied under the same master, or they studied under the same... Ooh, Momiji's earrings. Maples! They are maple leaf earrings! Oh, that's cool. You're gonna understand that in a second. Yep. A little over 300 years ago. This girl is very old. Oh, Byakuya. Oh, that's how he looks. That is such a cool design for him. Oh, I love that dude. Yeah, that dude looks very, very familiar, doesn't he? Oh, that blush, girl. That blush. The sword ogre. Yes, that is our own Hakuro right there. God dang, my man got freaky under a maple tree. Good for him. Also, this is hinted at before, and oh god, I love the hint so much. In Slime Diaries, there are two different moments where this is implied. The first is Hakuro just staring longingly at a maple tree, when Gata thinks, okay, he's distracted, let's attack him. Doesn't work. And the second is during, maybe in the opening, I can't remember exactly when it is, but there's a point where, you know, the festival where they hang, like, their wishes on bamboo for the new year or whatever. His wish was just a maple leaf, a reminder of the time he had with Kaede under that tree. And now Momiji wears maple leaf earrings as a symbol of, well, we'll see in a second.
Oi, ちょっと待ってくれ。それってつまり白狼の。
Yeah, I mean, like she said, that was 300 freaking years ago, and Hakuro was already a teenager grown man at the time. He has well outlived the typical lifespan of an ogre. Benimaru, this is a bad time to drink tea, I gotta say. Just had to do a spit take. Just had to do a spit take right there. Just fully and utterly ignoring her daughter. Love it. I mean, that's not that crazy of a request. It's basically a political marriage. Like, if you marry my child, we will become part of your kingdom. Happen all the time, at least on Earth. So it's not an insane request. Also, like I said, Momiji really lacks a lot of experience in battles and just with the world at large, so she does need a husband to help teach her. Someone to basically help her grow as a person, a warrior, all that stuff. I want to win his love first. Good for you, Momiji. Absolutely good for you. Oh, she's adorable. Well, she's off to go train to become strong enough to win over Benimaru. You know, I wish her all the luck in the world. And of course, Alvis is a bit, you know, jealous about all this. Yeah, that's another weird thing. You know, Hakuro and her, you know, did the deed in the maple tree 300 years ago, and just now was a child born between them. Or just like 15 years ago. She basically was pregnant for 3 freaking centuries. Which, again, monsters are different, but it's still such a hilarious thought to me. Yeah, this is something we often forget in this series, but naming a monster is an incredibly rare thing. It's something that can actually take years off your own lifespan and make you significantly weaker. And yet Rimuru does it all the freaking time. Because he is just that powerful, or he was borrowing magicals from Veldora, or this or that. He's used a lot of tricks to name a lot of people, but basically, for most people, if they name someone, especially someone as powerful as Momiji, it would instantly kill them. So Kaede is basically on her last leg because she named her and gave birth to her. Also, yeah, that's another thing. Giving birth in this world for monsters is rather dangerous, as it ends up sucking out a lot of their magicals. It's basically quite similar to naming someone. So if you give birth to someone and then name them on top of that, that's basically the end for you. You're almost guaranteed to die, unless you can really control the magicals or you are incredibly powerful. Yeah, I mean, like I said, she really needs Momiji to grow up because Momiji is in no way ready to actually lead the Tengu. She needs someone to really help her out with that, to really help her grow. Okay, I love just the few seconds they're taking to really reflect on her thoughts, her feelings, and, you know, just everything. It's adorable. Oh god, Momiji is so precious. I love her. Declaring, and now, back to the present. I mean, useful, certainly. My mother always gets confused with flashbacks. She's like, wait a minute, is this the now or the past? If they announced it every time like that, I think she'd have a much easier time keeping track of what's going on. Yeah, that was kind of a rude thing to say, but again, she has a reason for it. And just proof that she's, you know, really not ready to lead. Good job calming down, Shion. Good job. Yep, totally out of left field. Rimuru is very confused right now. Yeah, time out. That phrase doesn't actually mean anything in this world. Oh my god, they actually did this. They actually freaking did this. They just put her in the corner while they all got in a circle, like, huddled up, like, hey, what the freak is this girl talking about? Why does she think that us being friends with Frey means we're going to attack her? Also, I love that Rimuru is still in his slime form, so everybody literally needs to look down at him for this conversation. I mean, he is also pretty short in his human form, so they probably would have to do that either way, but still, I just find that funny. She did! Actually, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the sole reason why she attacked. Though, indirectly, that's the sole reason why she attacked. Yeah, Momiji is rightfully pretty annoyed by this whole conversation right here. Again, full out of left field. Rimuru is very confused right now. Also, I love that Rimuru still refers to her as Miss Frey. Yeah, he has a really big problem with older looking women.
巨大な神事に抱かれた高層都市だからよ。
Yeah, so Frey's big plan, Frey's big thing is she likes high places, so she wanted to invade the elf nation and steal their capital. Yeah, that would not have worked out well for her. I mean, I'm not gonna say that she couldn't win against most elves, but if we're talking about like the, cream of the crop, highest quality elves, the high elves, all them, that'd be a very, very hard fight for her. So she figured, hey, I'm gonna, attack the Tengu, enslave them, and force them to work with me to take out the elves. That was her big plan a couple years, decades ago, whatever.
クイーンフレイとしてはどうしても抑えておきたい拠点だったのよ。ってことはギルド正解？
Yeah, Gil literally said, she likes high places, maybe she attacked because of that.
もともとカリオンやフレイが魔王ミリムの配下に収まった強大な勢力の誕生。
Yeah, so this left the Tengu more than a bit concerned, because now not only were they facing off against Frey, but also Carrion and Malim and all of their people, and that's not a fight they can win.
天狗だけでは抗うことなどできようはずもなく、ここで三重士
Yep. Bringing Albus, bad move, very bad move, since Albus works for Carrion, Carrion works with Frey, and therefore, it looks like this was an attack. It looks like this was a threat. It looks like this is basically them saying, hey, we want your territory. It absolutely was not, but nobody in this meeting had any way of knowing that.
ルビスが一緒だったのがまずかった。俺たちからの無言の圧力だと、もみじは勘違いしてしまったのだろう。
See, that's the reason why Momiji attacked or, instigated Albus into attacking her, because she thought it was a threat. She thought Albus's very presence was a threat.
さんって今どんな様子なの？まあ、そういうことだ。そちらの勘違いだと分かってもらえたかな。まさか。
Yeah, so, Momiji has every right to be just utterly flummoxed by this, because she royally forked up by attacking an envoy sent to, negotiate with her. And what's more, this whole time she's so afraid of Frey, oh, she didn't come attack me, she's gonna come attack me. And Rimuru just pops in oh, actually, no, I built her a skyscraper that is way taller than the giant tree capital in Thalion, so she doesn't care about your nation anymore. God above. Seriously, imagine being just so concerned about an invasion for so long, only to find out that the, instigator, the invader, just fully changed their mind, doesn't care about you anymore.
私の思い込みだったなんて。
Oh, God. Poor Momiji. She is adorable.
我らに有意義な交渉を認めてくださり、魔王リムル様には感謝いたします。
Yeah, it turns out the people that Momiji brought with her are actually very qualified, the warriors, the bodyguards, but they're also good government agents. Which absolutely makes sense. I would never send Momiji as an envoy without backup, without people who actually knew what the freak they were talking about. She is still very inexperienced at all of this.
我らが主たる楓様より、リムル陛下への書状でございます。
Oh, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be a lot of fun.
さて、前置きはこれくらいにして。
That should be enough as the preface. God above.
様がご健在と聞き。
Oh, yeah, this letter isn't meant for Rimuru.
楓は心躍る気分でございます。自分は病床のためお目にかかることは叶いませんが、代わりに娘を使わせます。何かいろいろこじらせてるし誤解もあるようだけど、娘をよろしくお願いしますね。ってそれは俺宛ての手紙なの？どう考えても違うよね。もう振り向かせるとか豪語していたので。
Oh God, Shuna, at this point, I feel like you're just intentionally, messing with your brother here. Yeah, so that letter wasn't actually meant for Rimuru. There was a second letter that was actually meant for him. I actually think in the light novel, Shuna read the correct letter first, and then grabbed the second one, and then saw the second one and started reading that, thinking it was an extension of the first.
白老宛ての手紙も俺や
あやつらしいの
Hey! Oh, okay, for the record, he was already supposed to be here for this meeting earlier. In fact, he was supposed to have gotten here a while ago and had drinks with Benimaru and teased him to no end about having to marry his daughter. Actually, he's even saying, "Is my daughter not good enough for you?" Even though he had no idea he actually had a freaking daughter.
まあ、ファルムス王国より帰還してください。愛する旦那様へ。
To my beloved husband from your ever-loving Kaede. Oh, that is one way to end a letter.
よりか。あやつめ、まだわしを好いてくれておったとは。
Seriously, this man. I said before, Benimaru is the picture of tranquility. Not this episode. This episode is all about Hakuro. He finds a letter from the woman he slept with under a tree 300 years ago, and his reaction is literally, "So she still likes me, eh?" Oh, that is beautiful.
我が娘に会えようとは。長生きはしてみるもの。
I love this man.
お父様なのですか？
そうじゃ。わしがそなたの父、白老じゃや。
Oh, God, Momiji, don't cry. Oh, you are so precious. Oh, God, above, you are so freaking precious.
わしの修行は厳しいぞ。はい。じゃが、それを見事に乗り越え、若の心を。
Yeah, Hakuro is loving this. Hakuro is absolutely loving this.
白老、ちょっと待て。俺にだって都合というか立場が。なんですと？若はわしの娘が気に食わんとでも。
Literally, is my daughter not good enough for you? The daughter I just found out about 5 seconds ago. Is she not good enough for you?
ことは言ってないだろうが、そもそも生まれたことさえ知らなかったのに、何を父親面しているんだ。知ってしまったからには、わしにも。
I have the responsibility to think that she is the greatest girl in the world, and any guy would be lucky to marry her.
キリンがあるというものですじゃ。
なんなんだこの展開。ああ、それで。
Yeah, Shuna, you just love messing with your brother, don't you?
様、アルビス様からの伝言です。
なんだ。
Sure you want to hear it right here and now, dude? That seems like a bad idea.
ベニマル様。
Yeah, Light Noir says that she tries her best to mimic Albus's accents.
私は覚悟を決めまし
I
た。
think she's doing a good job at it.
もみじ様に勝利して側室という手がございますわね。諦めません。
Yeah, there's a reason why this episode is called Benimaru's Ordeal.
お覚悟なさいませ。ベニマル、大丈夫か？
Yep, he's dead. That's an entirely natural reaction to two different women fighting over you.
あのベニマル殿にも意外な弱点があったのだな。
いやー、しかし、モテる男は大変だ。
Seriously, dude. Seriously. Every single female or even the male monsters in this world would give their right leg to, be with you. And you're like, it sure is hard to be popular, isn't it?
リムル様、それ本気で言ってるっすか？一言じゃないと思うっすけど。
は？
Yeah, oh, that is some creepy framing right there. Shuna, Xion, and Diablo. Of course Diablo is in that group.
私はリムル様一筋ですので、恋愛など興味ございません。
いや、聞いてねえし。
For the record, though, Diablo could very easily turn himself into a woman if he wanted to.
さすがはベニマル。
Demons don't really have gender.
人気者だな。そうかに遠慮してそうへ殿を諦めたそうです。
Good lord. I mean, Gabiru, that is certainly a sentence you just said right there. Sokka has her eyes on you. Does Zoe know that? He seems pretty dense. I'm not sure if he figured it out yet.
何をバカなこと。
Don't be silly. Yeah, I don't think he even realizes that Sokka's in love with him.
つまりハーレムっすか？
ああ見えて奥手だし、
Not particularly adept in dealing with women. So you don't even realize that Sokka is in love with you, despite it being obvious to literally everybody else.
いやいや、ゲルド殿はいいですよ。トーカたちは先ほど言った通り、我が輩には見向きもせ。
Yeah, Geld has a lot of admirers, and not even just the orcs. There are a lot of other races that are into him. I have some questions about how that would work physically, but still, they absolutely love Geld. Of course they do. He's the best character in this series. He's basically a dad already to the little girl from Slime Diaries.
やっぱりガビル様の背中はかっけえっす。
しかり、男の中。
And why are these three back in the anime? Seriously. I mean, they were here before too to talk about how, Gabiru was reuniting with his dad, and they were so happy about that.
あんたについてくぜ、大将。我が輩を慕う部下はなぜか男ばかり。
Yeah, really.
愛がないということだな。あの者たちが言うには。
Going out with a lizard is physically impossible. I mean, yeah, that does make a certain amount of sense. Like I said, I was very confused about how other races would get along with Geld, like, physically, but a lizard, that is even more disturbing, honestly. Yeah, well, they actually look, freaking human. Okay, now we're finally get some information about what happened before with Zoe and the Paladin. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Everybody, even the girls looked at him. They want to know what Zoe has to say. I think we're all interested in exactly what he did to her. Well, interested and terrified, honestly. Yeah, okay, so they stopped the conversation. Though, in the light novel, it goes a step further, with Zoe saying that he used his sticky steel thread on her to tie her up, and that somehow managed to win her over. I don't exactly know how, but hey, it worked for him. Yeah, Benimaru is not into the whole harem thing. He believes in one woman and one woman only. And hey, I perfectly agree with that. I think most harem series in general are pretty stupid because there's just so much fighting, there's so much back and forth between the wives. It just gets to be such a headache. I think like the only series I've seen that's actually really done it all that well would probably be Arifureta. And that's because, all the girls, while they do love Hajime, while they are fighting over him, they also all have very detailed relationships with one another. So that makes them more interesting. They aren't just like flat like, oh, Hajime, you're so awesome. It's like, no, this is how I think about this girl, this girl, this girl, and this girl. They're fairly well developed. Not, award-winning, but better than I've seen in like 99% of other harem series.
好きな人に振り向いてもらえるように努力するとかなら。わかりました。それではそのように。え、何？なんか嫌な予感。
Yeah, man, you should have some very, very bad feelings about that.
負けませんよ、シナ様。
望むところですわ。シオン。
Yeah, so now they're fighting over Rimuru, which, yeah, dude, were you not aware that these two were in love with you? Have you seriously not put those pieces together yet? Nope, no he is not. Yeah, okay, so now it's, love by combat. Not that violent, but basically you're supposed to, get stronger to prove yourself to the person that you have feelings for. Love on the battlefield. Oh, that was beautiful. Alright, next episode. The Lightspeed hero, Masayuki! Oh, I can't wait. I genuinely can't wait for that. Yeah, Masayuki is one of the best characters in this series. I actually like him more than Momiji, somehow. But okay, yeah, so Great episode. I love this village. Seriously, they put so much work into making this look beautiful, and the battle right here between these two. I mean, I know it was brief, just a few moves, but still, the way she twirled like that was so well done. And it didn't need to be either. This is a very small battle. This is not even a battle. This is just like 2 blows being traded, and yet they put the effort into making sure the animation was good. Of course, Benimaru stepped in and proved that he is better than both these girls. So of course they both want to, win his hand in marriage. And we found out that Hakuro has a freaking daughter. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And now she's trying to win over Benimaru. Also did love the whole misunderstanding here. I mean, I know people didn't like the Hinata arc because oh, this is all one big misunderstanding. But here it does make a lot more sense. I mean, Miji sees Tempest align itself with a nation that previously tried to invade them and, take them over. Of course she's going to be a little bit concerned. And was she overthinking things? Yeah, a little bit. But given her lack of experience and the facts she was presented with, it was an entirely reasonable expectation that Tempest may actually end up invading them, may actually end up taking their territory and forcing them to invade the elf nation. That makes sense, absolutely. Also love her design. I love Hakuro just stepping in and... Oh my god, this is so precious, seriously. I do think this is better than the light novel. Like I said, in the light novel, Rimuru, Benimaru, and Hakuro all had drinks and talked about this the night before, whereas here he just popped in and is like, hey, I have a daughter, awesome! And then he hugged her, and actually, I did love the phrasing a bit more in the light novel, because he actually said, I'm a tough teacher, I'm a taskmaster, and she's like, yes, father. And then he's like, I'm going to help you win Benimaru, and she's like, yes, father! Her enthusiasm changed at the drop of a hat. That was amazing. Also, just love this conversation at the end with all the guys talking about how they actually get girls, who's more popular, who isn't. I mean, like I said, Geld, super popular among all sorts of women. Gabiru, not popular at all. And while part of it might be because he does look like, a freaking lizard, another part is just his personality. He is just way too over the top for a lot of girls. Though he does also suggest in the light novel that he just ends up changing his appearance and become more human, like his father did, which, yeah, his father was actually supposed to be human in the last episode. He wasn't for whatever reason, but I don't care. Anyway, so, oh yeah. Then it ended with Shuna and Shion basically both declaring war to win over Rimuru, which... I'm sorry, girls, but Raphael is best girl. You can't beat her. You absolutely can't. And next episode, Lightspeed Hero Masayuki. Cannot wait. Absolutely cannot wait. But please let me think down below. What'd you think of Momiji? What'd you think of the changes to the episode? What'd you think of them just finding out that Hakuro has a long-lost daughter who he conceived 300 years ago and yet is now only 15? What do you think has happened all this? And until next time... Oh god, and then just this huddle, this absolute huddle in the middle of this meeting was so hilarious. I mean, it was in the light novel. I wasn't sure if they keep in the anime because I didn't think it really worked in a visual form, but it's just so much funnier like this. But anyway, though, let me think down below. And until next time, peace! Hello, one and all. This is my review, reaction, and cut discussion of that time at Reincarnated Slime, Season 3, Episode 17, Masayuki! And good lord above, I am so excited for an episode focused on the greatest hero in the West, the greatest hero in the entire world, and one of the greatest characters in this entire freaking series. Good old Masayuki. Oh, I can't wait for that. Especially because I'm actually really curious how they're going to handle some of the visual elements of his story, because that could be problematic based on how they do that and might spoil things down the road. Late novel readers know what I'm talking about, but alright, before we get into all of that, before we get to Masayuki, first we have another meeting! I already saw people online making memes about this, but, it makes sense. Masayuki's whole thing is Volume 9, and we're still in Volume 8. We still need to have this one last meeting to let Rimuru introduce Molly to his whole cabinet, and just set up the labyrinth for, the visitors, set up labyrinths for its challengers. Put in some freaking bosses, baby! I'm very excited for this too because it has some of the best characters right here. Oh, I can't wait for that too. But all right, I'm super excited. So let's get into this in 3, 2, 1.
あ、集まったかな。久しぶりに幹部が揃ったから。
I love Molly is literally Rimuru's right-hand man in a room full of monsters.
開国祭の前に近況の報告会をしておこうと思う。紹介したい人もいるしね。はい。あれ？ミリも？ああ、さすがに帰ったよ。じゃあこれ以上テンペストに滞在してたら、
Yeah, Frey is absolutely gonna scold her either way. She's been gone for several days, several weeks, while she's in the process of, building a new nation. That's something Malim kinda has to be here for. I mean, he says he feels rather tense. He's literally standing next to a demon lord. Is standing before a bunch of monsters who could call themselves demon lords and get away with it. Of course he's tense, but he still sounds absolutely confident because Molly is a goddamn rock. He is as solid as they come. He has a board. He has a calendar and food and posters and maps. Good freaking Lord above. Oh my god, I love this. I love this just entire page so much. Founders Festival, schedule, a map. Good god. Oh god, it's those little details that make anime so fun. When you can really see just the love and attention being put into it. I mean, seriously. We also get to see the greenhouse and the opera. Oh god, I love this so much. Seriously. Oh, and there's the Coliseum beneath Xi'an. Schedule. There's so much here. There's so much here that didn't need to be. Yeah, we're gonna give adventurers all the food and drink they want. That's not gonna go badly. Oh, Shuna in a chef outfit is so freaking adorable. And that food looks so good. Yeah, so exciting. Let's not forget that Rimuru basically just projected all of the food from back in Japan, from back on Earth, into Shuna's mind at one point, and is like, best of luck with that. And she has somehow managed to make dish after dish after dish perfectly. Yeah, Rimuru's not really all that into speeches, especially since, when he gave his first big speech to the Dwarven Nation, I think Gazelle gave him like a 0 out of 10. And absolutely nobody is going to let him get away with that. They know he needs to talk. They know he needs to really project, I am the Demon Lord. Yes, the newly built Tempest Theater. They built a goddamn opera house. I mean, they say refurbished, but I can't imagine they had need for an opera house before now. Yep, I was wondering why Diablo had been so quiet, but yeah, I mean, that's certainly true. Right now they're saying this dude like, okay, this is a demon lord who wiped out an entire nation. If we aren't nice to him, he'll murder us, so let's just put on a fake smile. But if they show, oh no, he also has, art and culture and all of this, that really changes things. That makes them think, okay, maybe Falmus was at fault here. Maybe Falmus is the bad guy, and this dude is someone we can actually work with. This is someone who isn't just a mindless, hungry monster. And yes, I know most people don't actually believe that Rimuru murdered all Falmus. They believe Veldora did it, but still, they're afraid of him. He's a freaking demon lord. And of course, freaking Veldora is running his own stand because why the freak not? Why the freak wouldn't you have a storm dragon who could murder an entire nation running a food stall?
いよいよ
That's how you open up day 3 with the freaking dungeon. I mean, we've already established that Tempest is not only cultured and refined, but crazy powerful and crazy advanced. And then you offer up the dungeon, the place where people can actually make a living, where people can actually work 24/7 and constantly, earn enough to actually stay in this amazing nation.
ダンジョンのお披露目
Not to mention, it holds so much treasure, unique class weapons, potions, all sorts of things that, nobles are gonna want, and they're gonna want to fund teams to go get them.
をいたします
みんな何か問題はあるかな？はいはいは
Yeah, no surprise there, Ramos is the one with issues.
ーい。ラミリス？問題があるわけよ。
And of course, Valdora is completely unbothered by this, even though it's a pretty big freaking issue. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a 24-story forest, where there is not supposed to be a forest.
来てほしいのよさ。
我にはボスにふさわしいものを
Also, she has said, I'm going to make an elemental colossus. Vester and the dwarf, I forget his name, are currently in the room. Their whole thing happened because of their failure to make an elemental colossus. Are they not going to react at all to that? I mean, they did in the light novel, but I'd like just like a second of like shock on their face or something.
我が主よそれならふさわしい
Yes, yes, you do. Oh, thank you, Ranga. Oh, I love that fluffy puppy. I love that fluffy puppy so much. He's so sweet. Oh. How are you cuter than Ranga? Seriously.
かわいい。
Yes, Rimuru, kawaii. I mean, seriously, even Shion and Molly are just charmed by this adorable little creature.
わっち、森を開拓するのは得意であり。
Oh, and I love the voice, too.
任せてみるのも一興かと
Oh, the panting is just so precious. So precious.
前、やってみるか？やってみたいであり。
Oh, how are you getting more precious with every word? Seriously.
じゃあ、今からお前はクマラだ。
Whenever I read light novel, I always read that as Kurama, like, Yu Yu Hakusho is Kurama, not Kumura. It feels like a weird twist to the name, but yeah, so that was very, very bad. Rimuru figured, okay, you know what? I've gotten better at naming. I know exactly my limits. I know how much power I can give when I name someone. This will be fine. He didn't take into consideration that Kuma right here is one of the rarest and most powerful monsters in the entire freaking world. Yeah, the adorable foxbeard is almost a god, essentially.
そっか、
Yeah, Rimuru very much underestimated her. God, keeps getting more cute. Oh God, that was precious. Actually, they actually skipped something really interesting here. Basically, the reason why this took up so many magicules is because Kumura has 9 tails now, and each of those tails is an entirely different monster that she can summon. So Rimuru basically just named 9 or 10 monsters all at once, which, as you might imagine, takes up a lot of magicules. And I love how he's still deflated. Adorable. So yeah, Kumura, awesome, crazy, powerful, and has a lot of help to help her clear out the forest, to make, what was the light novel? To blaze animal trails, to create a maze.
これで開国祭関連の
Wait,
説明は
seriously?
終わりでございます
Did they just skip over who exactly those two decided to put in the labyrinth? Because what the freak? That's an important thing. Those are important characters to this series, and they just fully skipped over it? Again, what the freak? I had a whole rant planned about them. I love these guys. God dang it.
ご苦労様。
はい
I guess it's fine. We got more time with Kumura, and who's just so adorable.
凶暴で
Yeah, Molly, your life was in serious danger, as you basically ticked off a dude who is part of one of the biggest, most violent, most evil organizations in the freaking West.
壊滅させられたようです先行の勇者によって
Yes, the Lightspeed hero.
先行の勇者。
Yes, the Lightspeed hero just took down a group that had the combined power of a small nation. Ah, beautiful. There he is! Freaking Masayuki! Oh god, he really does look like a hero. Good for him.
ゆきさんも心配しすぎだよね。
Alright, we got Bernie, we got, okay, that's Bernie right here, the American, Jinrai, the Mad Wolf, and Jiwoo, the Spirit Sorcerer. Spirit User? Label?
正幸様が本気を出せば魔王なんて怖くないの。
Yeah, Elementalist. Yeah, and she has absolute and complete faith and confidence in Masayuki. She believes he can do anything.
まった
He kinda can, but regardless.
僕本庄正幸は勇者である。
Oh, I love that confident smile. Also, I just love how they're setting all this up with him. Seriously, he just looks so unshakable. Yeah, she turned to look at him. And now he's in a new world. I think it actually very clearly clarifies that even though she is, how does he describe her? A beautiful woman like some goddess from Norse mythology with blue hair, nobody else noticed her. Like, this is a supermodel walking down the street, and as far as Masayuki could tell, not a single other person even took notice of her. So I wondered if maybe she has something to do with him coming to this other world, because, yeah, he's just in another world right now. He wasn't, teleported with some ritual. He didn't die and reincarnate. He just immediately popped up in this world, which is, not how we've ever seen it really done before. For everyone else, they were summoned, or like Rimuru, they reincarnated.
終わった。俺終わっちゃったっぽい。そう思った時だった。
Yeah, also important to point out, at this point, Masayuki doesn't actually speak the language. He has no idea what this man is yelling at him or what this girl was yelling at him. He's just like going along with it, like, oh, okay, yeah, all right.
敵勇気ある行動を確認しました。ユニークスキル
Here we go. Chosen One. So while this is a unique skill, Chosen One is almost the equivalent of an ultimate skill. In fact, Lamlin says I think it could actually match some ultimate skills.
発動させますか。
Also, if you're wondering, why are we hearing Raphael's voice? Why are we hearing Great Sage's voice? We're not. It is the voice of the world. Basically like this world's operating system, which Great Sage somehow hacked into and copied from in order to speak with Rimuru. Even though that's not something that should have ever been possible, but she somehow did that.
はい。
確認しました。選ばれし者の効果で
Now he knows the language,
成功しました。
which huge time saver right there.
目覚めたんだ。僕のユニークスキル。選ばれし者が。
なんてやつかも払ってやがる
And yeah, once he unlocked the Chosen One skill, he also unlocked Heroic Aura, just like the thing King Gazelle has, which basically intimidates everybody around him.
ただものじゃねえ
Masayuki just can't really turn it on or off all that well quite yet.
技術を使いやがってぶっ殺してやる
Also in the light novel, he thought he was casting a spell on him because he was in the midst of, like, chewing gum, and, like, he thought, oh, his mouth is making these strange shapes. This must be some strange, powerful, arcane spell. I have to stop him! Love it. Absolutely love it.
信じられねえ狂老人外を両手を使わせる
Yeah, for the record, Jinrai the Mad Wolf is a C rank adventurer who has the strength to be a B plus rank adventurer. And he just took him out with, like that, basically.
神一人で拳をかわし懐に潜り込んで頭突き一発達人だ
英雄補正超幸運により
Yeah, so this is the real power of Masayuki. He has perfect luck. He has 99999 luck stat. So basically, things just always go his way, and he is always victorious. And every one of his attacks is a critical blow. But this also applies to his companions. So basically, he is a better general than Benimaru, because just by leading people, they would all land critical blows. Every one of their attacks would hit the opponent's weak point, and they would decimate any army they're faced against.
お見それいたしました 俺の名はジン。
The skill also means that when he does defeat somebody, they become immediately loyal to him and are basically brainwashed.
心では強羅。
So now he wants to serve him. Huzzah!
こうして勇者と呼ばれているらしいけど、僕
And this is good old Bernie, who is American, and
出したら君のやり方は甘いと思うけどね。正幸くん。
what the freak was that transition right there? Seriously. Oh, I love that.
僕も仲間に入れてくれ。
Okay, this is definitely going way, way different in the light novel, where in the light novel, Yuki was the one who actually recruited Bernie to join Masayuki's party. In fact, Masayuki was supposed to meet Yuki before he met Bernie. Which is interesting, but Bernie is actually supposed to be kind of immune to that, you know, which is... He's supposed to not be as brainwashed as the rest of the people, so him being charmed like that feels kind of weird. I don't really like that.
正幸っていうのは勇者を名乗る不届き者。
For the record, Masayuki never actually says, I'm a hero. Everyone just keeps calling him that. He's like, alright, I guess so. And Jiwoo over here believes that, oh, he must be some sort of evil villain who's tricking people and just saying, oh, I'm a hero to get attention and fame and fortune.
あなたこそ紛れもない本物の勇
And now she's basically in love with him, because of course she is.
者。私も連れて行ってください。正幸様。
We just watched like an entire freaking isekai right there. Like, that was a speed run of an isekai. The dude coming to this other world, getting fame, getting fortune, getting recognized, getting a party, getting a waifu. We just saw all of that in like the span of 5 minutes.
君の発言や行動のすべてを周囲が勝手に勇者として
Yeah, that's the big rub of this. I mean, I said before, like, his heroic luck thing was the best part of it, but this other part, every single thing he does and says makes him look like more of a hero in the eyes of the people. He could wet himself and they'd be like, oh, the hero has peed to show that he is unafraid and that he will not even stop to go to the bathroom in order to keep fighting against this evil threat or whatever. So basically, no matter what he does, everyone's like, that dude's a hero right there. And this is the most terrifying skill to imagine. Like, seriously, imagine if Masayuki was some evil, villainous, duplicitous monster, like Yuki, for example. That skill would make him a king in the span of, like, a week.
奴隷し
Yeah, Yuki is mostly immune from that whole brainwashing effect. And like I said, Bernie is supposed to be as well. Bernie is not supposed... I mean, Light Novel very specifically says that Bernie respects Masayuki, but is not actually affected by the charm because of whatever unique ability he has.
かといって調査員だ
I love it. Not exactly one you can leave to average brawling adventures. Dude, you were an average brawling adventurer before you met Masayuki. Just saying. I mean, Light Novel does also clarify that this dude got way more refined and gentlemanly over this last year, but still, that's a weird thing for you to say.
と言って調査員だもらいたい
Yeah, so basically, he's using Masayuki as a giant freaking beacon to basically be like, I am Masayuki the hero. At which point, everyone involved in the slave operation would be like, okay, we gotta keep an eye on him, we gotta keep an eye on him, we gotta keep an eye on him. And they will fully ignore, miss the investigation team that's also going with him because everyone's just gonna be focused on the hero.
遅いね正幸くん
トイレに行った帰りに迷子になってた。
You think this man is an unbridled hero, basically a god in your eyes, and then you think he also got lost on the way back from the bathroom. That's an interesting contradiction. Also, will he be okay? Again, you think this man is an unbeatable hero, and you're worried about him going to the bathroom by himself. That's beautiful. Although, they definitely... Where's the toilet? Can you tell me where the toilet is? Jesus Christ. Yeah, so he went to the wrong room and ended up walking in on a deal being made about the Ortho Slave Company while the hero was in the building. That's just dumb. That's just really, really dumb.
トイレはどちらに
おやおや、これは先行の勇者だな。よりにもよって奴隷売買の契約を交わす。
I think you show up here now, right at the moment of a slave trade. Who the freak talks that way?
他に現れるとは。
トイレ
Yeah, so the anime really has toned this down quite a bit, but Masayuki is no way as brave as he appears to be. In fact, he even says when he first unlocks the Chosen One skill, it's like, heroic action detected. And his mind thinks to himself, all I did was not wet myself. Is that heroic action? So yeah, Masayuki is kind of a fraudster, though, you know, he's still not really using his powers for evil. He's still basically choosing them to be a hero because that's what people want him to be, and he is really helping people. Like, for example, all these slaves. Yeah, I honestly have no idea what happened to the soldier. Maybe he also went to the bathroom, but this dude thinks, oh, the hero took him out so easily. No, Masayuki has no idea where that soldier is, and neither do I. Yeah, seriously, where did you go? Seriously, people, dude, that's... You can see the blood spatter. This was clearly thrown at him. It's not something he just dropped. If he dropped it, there wouldn't be a spray of blood spatter in his direction, man. Seriously, plot your revenge better. Or, not even revenge. Plot your framing better. God, I love him so much. Yeah, Masayuki's party is crazy strong, and because they're his companions, all their blows are critical hits, so a small nation really isn't that much of a threat to him. Yeah, there's a little issue with that, though. Pinning a murder kind of requires a murder to have happened. Yeah. The guy's not actually dead. God. Leonard actually says that she was fishing for a compliment here. She wanted to be praised by the man she loves. Oh, she is so adorable. I do love her. Jinrei, you honestly have a way with words, so good job right there. And it is at that exact moment the king arrived. Huzzah! Yeah, so this really just demonstrates what Chosen One does for him. It makes him get lost in the way to the bathroom at the exact moment that a slave deal is going on, and then he gets framed for a crime, but then the person isn't actually dead, so there's no crime, but then he's still able to use that person as a witness just as the king arrives. Masayuki is an isekai protagonist. That is his power. He can basically warp fate, reality, and logic however the freak he wants. And he's just along for the ride. It is freaking beautiful. So yeah, as a result, he's never really all that worried about any situation because he figures, you know what, Chosen One will just take care of it. Yeah, the king has a lot of reason to be very irked about this. This just utterly destroyed his image on the public stage. Yeah, he figured this would happen. As soon as he was given the job, he figured, okay, I guess I'm gonna have to lead an army against the Ortho Slaving Company. Oh, Jesus Christ, why? Why is Jiwoo getting the attention from all these busty elves? Seriously. I figured she'd be irked that, you know, Masayuki was getting that attention, not her. Yeah, so basically Masayuki led an army of 2,000 to take down this group, and even though they were like a bunch of A-rank slave merchants and monster beast and all this other stuff in there, every single one of those 2,000 was fighting at peak efficiency, and every one of their blows landed exactly where it needed to ensure victory. Like I said, Masayuki is technically a better general than Benimaru. That's insane. That's another interesting effect of his ability. Basically, everything his allies do is credited to him. So if like Bernie were to go off and if Bernie went off on his own and took down this entire slave organization, everyone would say, "Oh, did you hear Masayuki took down the slave organization?" And they believe it. Even Bernie would believe it.
上がることになった。
God, he has a broken power.
いつもと違うところが一つ。
Also, what the freak is that entrance? Like, seriously, that's like a statue of a goddess above the doorway into this castle. That is such a weird design choice. Seriously, what is going on with the animators this season? Like, the first half was bare minimum, but the second half, they're just going above and beyond in every single freaking scene.
勇者正幸殿、どうかお力をお貸しください。
どうかって言われても、保護したエルフ。
Yeah, like I said, a lot of very, very beautiful elves. Yeah, you remember the elves said a bunch of our, people went off to go find work and they never came back and never contacted us. So we're kind of worried about them. Well, they had every right to be worried about them because they were sold into slavery. So basically, everyone remembers what happened in Falmouth when they ticked off Rimuru, and now Blockia, this tiny little kingdom, much smaller than Falmouth, by the way, is worried that the elves go back and they say, "Hey, Rimuru, this nation had the whole slave operation running, and they did awful, terrible things to us." Then Rimuru might be like, "Okay, well that's an attack on my people, and therefore I need to wipe this kingdom off the freaking map." He is a demon lord after all. They actually believe he might do that. It's mentioned this is like a very prideful, calm, cool, collected king, but he is literally wetting himself right here just over how terrified he is of what Rimuru might do to him and his people.
エルフのみんなを連れて行くだけだし。
Yeah, that's not how it's viewed by the people. They hear like, "Oh, you hear Masayuki is going to the forest of Jura," and they assume, "Oh, he's finally going to kill a demon lord. Good for him." Which, yeah, that's kind of a weird, like, glitch or feature of this world. Basically, anyone who calls himself a hero ends up in conflict with a demon lord. That is essentially guaranteed to happen. It's like fate just makes it happen.
絶対ないよね。と思ってたんだけど。
Yeah, like I said, word spreads very quickly and everyone's convinced he's gonna go fight Rimuru. Masayuki.
油断しない方がいいでしょうね。
正幸様が本気を出せば
Oh god, so obsessed with him.
魔王なんて怖くないです。
選ばれし者は止めようがないし。
Yeah, he's...
止め方もわからないし。
That's a funny thing. His skill is crazy powerful. He can't actually control it. It's always active and always does whatever the freak it wants with him. Oh god. That said, he has gotten a bit compliant on it and assumes like, well, things are always going to work out, and my party is so strong, I can't imagine them losing to anybody. I'm sure Rimuru isn't that much stronger than they are. Which is an insane thing to think. Though, as I've said many times before, no one in this world really knows how powerful anybody else is. They have like a vague guess. There's not like there's numbers like, oh, well, Masayuki is 1,000 and Hinata's 5,000 and Rimuru is 20 million. They're just like, well, they're probably stronger than this or stronger than that. In fact, for most of the series, they use Clayman as a yardstick. Rimuru is always like, oh, well, he's as strong as Clayman, or she's as strong as an awakened Clayman, or he's as strong as 5 Claymans. Yeah, let me just, assassinate him on his way to Tempest. That's not gonna go bad for us. Also, he's never actually said he's gonna slay a demon lord. Didn't say that even once. He just thinks he's going on his way to deliver some elves, to bring them back home. He will not. He absolutely will not. I mean, he's funny to watch, but you're not gonna enjoy fighting him.
リムル様、開国祭は重要な国家事業。今勇者とことを構えることは避けねばな。
Yeah, oh, for one thing, Masayuki is also one of the brainwashed people who believes that, Molly is one of the brainwashed people who actually believes Masayuki is unbeatable, but also, starting a fight with the hero who is the hope of the entire West, while they're trying to make nice with other nations, bad idea. Very, very bad idea. Even if they beat him, it won't look good for them.
手出し無用いいな
I love the parallels right here because Rimuru and Masayuki are basically in the same situation. All their allies, all their supporters want them to get in a fight with the other person, but they themselves don't want to fight at all. They just want to live in peace. Oh, it's beautiful. And he is so tired. Alright, next time, extra luminous memories. Interesting. I think it's going to be like a clip show episode. Yeah, that's right. I actually remember now. They said that next week's episode isn't a new episode. It's something else. Luminous's memories. Not sure if I'm going to cover that or not. I'll take a look when it drops and see if there's anything like new that's actually worth going over. If it's just, a skip for me that week, which that would be fine. I do have a meeting next week, next Friday I have to go to anyway. Alright, so episode overall, loved it. They actually did a lot to tone down Masayuki's just, helplessness in the beginning when, seriously, this dude was just struggling so freaking much here. He quite literally almost wet his pants, and that whole thing where he did the headbutt for the dude, he was trying to run away, and just the skill viewed it as, oh, you're trying to fight, you're trying to protect this girl. Amazing, you're awesome. Here, take more skills, take more powers, take more abilities. Oh, it was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And then we had the dungeon information. Omai got introduced. So much set up for the festival. This was cool. This was just so well done. I know people complain season is all meetings, but seriously, meetings with visuals this good, nobody can complain about. And then we got to the dungeon, and yeah, we missed. There were supposed to be 3 other bosses mentioned in that conversation, but I guess they're just pushing it forward. Like, oh yeah, we'll talk about them later because I guess they technically aren't gonna be relevant for a bit, but whatever. We got Kumura, who's just so absolutely adorable. Seriously, somehow almost more of a star of this episode than Masayuki was. Which I was not expecting. Again, the animators just put so much effort into making the season look good. It's so well done. I love it so much. Anyway, though, we end off with Masayuki on his way to Tempest. Not wanting to fight, but his people want him to fight. And Rimuru knows he's on his way and doesn't want to fight, but his people want him to fight, or want to fight themselves. Oh, that's going to be some fun chaos right there. Absolutely love it. But please leave anything down below. Who do you think the other bosses in the labyrinth are? What do you think of Kumura? What do you think of Masayuki and the blue-haired girl? And what do you think of Chosen One? Seriously, even though this skill is a unique skill, it can actually rival ultimate skills, which is kind of impossible, but it still does it somehow. This is one of the most broken skills in this entire world. Masayuki could literally take over the world with it. For the most part. Probably what doesn't do much against, actual demon lords with ultimate skills, since ultimate skills can't really be affected by unique skills, but still, it's pretty freaking powerful. And I do actually wonder about one of its effects. Like I said, make sure that every attack is a critical attack. I've said that many times this episode, but would that work on an ally who's facing off against someone who has an ultimate skill? Like, take, for example, Leon, because when Leon met Guy a while back, they had the whole conversation, they said something like, well, if I fought you 1,000,000 times, I'd only win once. And Guy was like, well, that's pretty impressive. Very few people can actually say that when it comes to fighting me. If Masayuki and Leon teamed up and Guy, didn't attack Masayuki for whatever reason, could Leon then beat Guy? Because then, Leon would have that 1 in a million chance because all of his attacks would be boosted, or would it have no effect against someone with an ultimate skill? I'm not actually sure about that. My gut says that Guy would still win the fight because he's freaking Guy, but who can say? But though, let me think all this down below, and until next time, either next week or 2 weeks, I'm not sure when, peace! Hello, one and all. This is my review, reaction, and cut content discussion of That Time I Reincarnated Slime, Season 3, Episode 18. And last we left off, 2 weeks ago, we got to meet the legendary hero, Masayuki! Oh, I love that man, even though he is a complete and total fraud. I mean, kinda. He actually has done most of the things people say, oh, he did that, he did that. Just the stories are wildly, wildly exaggerated, and literally everything he does is the result of his skill, just making him the luckiest goddamn man in the world. Oh, that was amazing, and hopefully we see more of him this episode. Though we're going to start off with, actually meeting the delegates, the human guests, the various nobles and royals who want to have a conversation with Rimuru before this festival starts. I'm very excited for that, so let's get started in 3, 2, 1. Episode 66, The Flood of Visitors. There have been 66 episodes of this show. That's a lot. That is insane. Though I guess it's over, what, like 6 or 7 years? There's a long time off between seasons. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a lot of nobles right there. Yeah, no wonder, Rimuru. What the freak? Genuinely, what the freak? How did this many people get an invite to see Rimuru? I mean, I know he's trying to be like hospitable and open and all that, but seriously, at this point, that's not even like, oh, kings and queens. That's like dukes and viscounts and everyone in between. What the freak, man? Seriously, limit yourself a little bit more. Set the higher bar for actually talking to people, for God's sake. Though this man right here, obviously a very high priority for Rimuru, as, the King of Blumend has been really, really good to Rimuru, basically saying that he was willing to go to war against the Western nations if it meant backing Rimuru. He's literally bet his entire kingdom on Rimuru's success. I mean, he sent Fuse and a bunch of other A-rank or high-rank adventurers to Tempest when they thought they were being invaded by Falmus, and then when it came to dealing with, taking over Falmus, he's like, hey, by the way, I've got some spies in that country, some nobles who secretly work for me, so I can make this happen for you. He's a good friend. He's a very, very good friend to Rimuru, and Rimuru is going to make sure this man gets, paid for that. As always, looks like a character straight from a children's picture book. I mean, the man does look ridiculous. This whole, curly hair and puff in front of him. Wait, yeah, that actually is kind of how I look with my hat on. Interesting. Is he wearing a hat? Okay, so yeah, he looks like a character from a children's book. He's big, he's exaggerated, it's hilarious. Whereas his wife, the Queen, is considered one of the most beautiful women in all of Blumend. But despite that, these two actually have a famously good marriage and are deeply, deeply in love. The light novel very much emphasizes that. Also, I just find it interesting that, when it comes to, greeting monsters, Rimuru was like, I am a slime. Whereas it came to greeting, human visitors, he's like, hey, I'm a human. In fact, I think he even said, I'd be more comfortable as a slime, but my retainers all insisted I'd be a human for these meetings. Which I guess makes some amount of sense, but still interesting. He even sounds like a cartoon character. Ho ho ho, please don't mind it.
及びませんぞ。わしは帰国との協定を守ったまで。それにフューズから聞き及んでおるのでしょ。わしは我が国の命運は。
Yeah, so while he may look childish, he's actually a very, very good king. And he's basically saying, hey, I bet my entire kingdom for you, so you better make it worth it.
あなたにかけた。
俺としては関係国の代表を集めて詳しく説明しようと思っていたのですがね。
固い。
Oh God, I love this man. A little spoiler won't hurt. Oh, he's fun. He's a lot of fun.
じゃあ少しだけ。ブルムンド王国には今後流通の中心地となってほしくて。
Yeah, so basically, I mean, Tempest connects to the Dwarven Kingdom, Maline's whole nation, well, their benefits. I mean, Carrion is large quantities of food that they can export. The Elf Nation, all of that flows through Tempest, and then, combine that with all of Tempest works, that flows from Tempest to Blumend, meaning that if anybody in the entire West wants anything, the closest place they can go is Blumend, which is going to make, their tiny little nation one of the richest and most prosperous places in the entire freaking world. And we already saw that with Hinata. When she went there, she's like, what's going on here? I've been to Blumend before, and it's usually pretty depressing here in the winter, but everyone's smiling, there's happy, there's carts and stalls open. What's going on? They're gonna get even richer than that. Oh, and he finally opened his eyes at shock at how grand this plan is.
なるほど、それはそれは。
陛下、この話は是が非でも万難を排して実現させ。
Yeah, I mean, like, she's being, like, calm. You can, like, hear the excitement in her voice. She is literally burning with passion. That's what how Light Novel describes it.
なりませんわね。
さっきの言う通りじゃ。
Alright, so two interesting things about that conversation with the King of Blumend. First off, he and his wife, when the conversation was over, they got up and they left. So many other nobles, they go in these like long rants and they just, keep the conversation going just because, that's the polite thing to do. But Rimuru like, okay, these guys are direct, they said what they wanted, they got out, I love that about them. And secondly, the reason why the King of Blumend was so concerned about the treaty still being intact was because of Viscount Kazakh. Remember that dude? He tried to sell Molly on a business that employed elf slave girls, and then, tried to murder Molly at least like a dozen different times. Anyway, though, once it was found out that he had connections to the Ortho Slave Company, he was arrested and then stripped of his title and exiled from the land. And, King of Blumend is like, okay, this dude... this noble of my nation, he tried to he tried to attack someone who was, really, really close to Rimuru, and that could really tick him off. Is Rimuru going to be okay with this? Is he going to be okay with keeping the treaty going? Is he going to wish that there was, worse things done to him other than just being stripped of his title and exiled? I mean, I think there should be, but at the same time... Seriously, imagine taking a noble, someone who's been a noble their entire life, removing their title, removing their money, removing everything that makes them a noble, and kicking them out of their nation. What exactly are they going to do? How exactly are they going to live their life after that? I mean, imagine like you take Jeff Bezos, you take his billions, you take his money, you take his title, you take his recognition, and you just kick him out of, his country and put him in another country where nobody knows him. That's not going to be a good life for him. That's going to be rough. That's going to be really, really rough. Alright, though, next off, Gazelle. Yeah, Rimuru actually comments this dude has a serious sweet tooth and eats all of the snacks before Rimuru can, even the donut that Rimuru was saving for later. Yeah, so... normally when it comes to Tempest, it's like, hey, I'm going to fly on my Unicorn Brigade or Pegasus Brigade, whatever it is. But he can't really do that. I mean, first off, because it is actually a state secret that he has such a super powerful fighting force, but also because, he needs a bunch of people to get him dressed in all his fancy clothes. Royals are expected to change their outfit multiple times a day. He needs retainers, he needs this, he needs that. It's just so much. So we end up taking so many carriages that he actually caused a traffic jam. Oh, I love that. Yeah, this is Rimuru's next big plan, develop trains. In fact, even set up the highways, there's always like a spot where they could just put in trains if they ever get that technology off the ground. I mean, I don't think they've actually made any headway on that technology at all right now, but it's something Rimuru wants to work on eventually.
ところでリムルよ、ヒナタと戦ったようだな。世間では引き分けと言われているが、本当は勝ったのであ
Yeah,
ろう。
I think most people actually on top realize there's no way that this fight would have ended in a draw. If it was a draw, then, Hinata would have killed him. The Paladins would have killed him. The fact that, the Crusaders are willing to make so many sacrifices, so many like, oh no, monsters aren't all bad, means that he must have beat her badly, and she had no choice but to, make those concessions. God, I can't talk today.
で、今度は何を考えておるのだ？
Yeah, I mean, that was a big thing. Well, the church as a whole wasn't really antagonistic to the dwarves and the elves. They did kind of consider them, almost to be the equivalent of monsters, and didn't really like them. And there were certainly some, super, super religious fanatics who were like, no, they are monsters, we should kill them all!
正教会が突然のこの変わりよ。どうせ貴様の企みであろうが。
I mean, absolutely was his doing. Also helps, they've gotten rid of the seven-day clergy who were the real hardliners in the church. So now they can, really make some absolute changes, make the church more accepting, make the church more kind, make the church more open for everyone.
ああ、そうそう。ドワルゴンも巻き込んで100年の遊戯を
Rimuru
結べば
just fully and absolutely forgot that he mentioned that. Oh yeah, I involved you in a treaty, 100-year-long treaty, and I just forgot to tell you.
いいって日向たちに提案したんだった。
Just Shion and Diablo like, yeah, that's exactly what Rimuru would do. Oh, they're beautiful.
聞いておらんぞ。
I mean, in his defense, he has been really, really busy since that fight. I love that Gazelle is still lecturing him, seriously. Rimuru is a freaking demon lord, and quite possibly, quite literally, stronger than he is now, and yet he's still lecturing him. Though I do really believe it comes from a place of love, because he's like, yeah, Rimuru is my junior, even if he's stronger than me, he's still my junior apprentice, and it's my duty to make sure he stays on the right track, and doesn't make any more mistakes, doesn't take off more people down the road.
そうであったか。人間至上主義だったのは七郎の老子どもであったか。
Yeah, Rimuru was saving that last donut for himself. Seriously, there was an entire plate of sweets here before that lecture started, and now it's fully empty. God, that's a lot of snacking.
だから日向たちは
昔勝手な真似ばかりしよってからに。おい
I
おい。
love the fact that Shion and Diablo were just sitting there listening to Rimuru get an hour-long lecture, and they never once got mad. I mean, Diablo, I think, normally would be like, you are disrespecting my master. But even he can be like, okay, no, this is coming from love, this is coming from a good place, this is really him just trying to help.
せっかくの祭り時に野暮な話は控えるとするか。
旦那、久しぶり。
Hey, it's King Yome! God, I love this man.
約束通り、俺も王になったぜ。
孫にも衣装だね、ヨウムくん。これからもよろしく頼むよ。
それはこっちのセリフだぜ。
I love Yome. Like, he becomes the freaking king of a fairly large nation. It does not change him at all. He is still the rough guy he always was.
俺みたいな男を王に担ぎ出したのは
Yeah,
旦那なんだ。
seriously, let's not forget that, when Rimuru first met this dude, he was literally sent on a suicide mission. After being arrested for some crimes, I can't remember what they were, he was in jail and then, let out just to go on a suicide mission to figure out what's going on with the orc disaster. Rimuru turned him from a hero and then turned him from a champion, not a hero. Rimuru turned him into a champion and then from a champion into a freaking king.
最後まできちんと面倒を見てくれよ。
長い歴史を持
Okay, someone else should be here right now.
つファルムス王国は滅びた。
ファルメナス王ヨウムの妻ミューファルメナス
And now she is the freaking queen. Seriously, she was a slave to Clayman like less than a year ago, and now she's the freaking queen.
だろう俺と違って
Oh, Yom is so proud of his wife.
教養があるからな。
クレイマンは礼儀作法にもうるさい男でしたの
Yeah,
で
okay, so apparently her time being a slave was actually a good thing since it taught her etiquette. Yay, I suppose? Yeah, this is definitely kind of weird. It's like, yeah, I am still technically a soldier from another country, but I'm also the head of the military of this country. That is so weird.
つもりなんですがね。まあ、当分の間はこのバカの面倒を見るつもりですよ。
もうヨウム陛下も
Oh,
グレーシ
hey,
ス団長
he's here! Awesome! I thought they were just gonna cut him out. This is the son of the former king.
魔王リムル様に失礼ですよ
どう
Yeah, Yom's attendant. Dude, you were a prince just a few weeks ago, and now you're an attendant. God, that's sad. Though I do love this kid. He's 10 years old and he's just so refined, so polished. Like, seriously, how was, his father, the last king, his father? He is so much better than him.
君がエドガー君か。あのエドマリス王の息子なんだって？
はい。元王ですけど。
大変。
Like, again, like this dude was supposed to be a prince, and now he's fully and completely focused on making Yom a good king. He's, yeah, I don't want to be king. I'm fully fine just being an attendant and helping this dude who, kind of usurped my father. I love how just little ego he has in all of this. It's amazing. Again, Edmurus was like the most proud, arrogant man imaginable until Rimuru broke his pride. And yet his son is just so charming and polite. It's amazing.
さて、約束を守ってくれたヨウム君に俺からプレゼントだ。
Yeah, don't give it to Yom. He is still functionally illiterate. Give it to the 10-year-old instead. Yeah, that's a big deal. That is a really, really big deal. In case you forgot, that was 10,000 stellar coins, of which Farminus, whatever, paid about 1,500. So there were still 8,500 coins left, which I think was the equivalent of about $8.5 billion. Rimuru just, forgave a debt of 8.5 billion US dollars. That is such an insane amount. It is such an insane amount, they're not really even sure if that much exists in the entire economy. Like, oh god, I love the expressions. Mura, Grucius. They're losing their goddamn minds.
実際、正金貨1500枚は受け取っているしね。
待ってください。それはつまり、ヨウム陛下が魔王から賠償金。
Yes, exactly. What matters more to Rimuru right now, more than money, is actually having an ally he can trust. And, this king, this Yom guy right here, can go back to his nation and tell all of his people, hey, I just made us $8.5 billion by negotiating with a demon lord. That's gonna be a big deal. That is gonna be a really, really big deal, and it's gonna vastly improve how much trust they have in him. Yeah, for the record, Yom is just like, he doesn't really get it. Everyone else is freaking out, but Yom's like, okay, I guess this is a big deal, I suppose.
さらに名声が高まるな、ヨウム君。
俺にはよくわからねえが。
Yeah, I don't quite get it, seriously.
旦那がそう言うんなら、まあそうなんだろうよ。それじゃ、また後で一杯やろうぜ。
Yeah, just the most casual man in the world. I'm carrying around a forgiveness of $8.5 billion, and let's go get a drink sometime.
行くぞみんな。
Yeah, he's broken. His brain is literally broken. Also, I do love Miura as kind of his adoptive mother. That's really sweet. I love those people. Seriously, I know there's a lot of spin-offs of this series. I'd read a spin-off just of that family and just the madness happening in Falminus. God dang it, I don't know how to actually pronounce it anymore.
時間ができたので、俺はイングラシアにやってきた。
やあ、リムルさん久しぶり。大変だったみたいですね。
Oh, they actually skipped an interesting scene. I guess it makes sense. When Rimuru first entered the Free Guild, there's like an automatic door that only opens if you're a rank B adventurer or higher. And when he went in there, everyone's like giving a rough time, like, oh, you're some big shot from some small little town. You think you're all that just because you're B rank. And that's like their job as adventurers, to make sure the people who come to Engracia don't get a huge head just because they're the strongest person in their city, town, village, whatever. And this also, that actually goes back to something, because a lot was cut out of Season 1. I know we've seen most of it in Season 2 and whatnot, but like Rimuru had a whole adventure as an adventurer in Season 1 when he was first going to Engracia, and that stuff I don't think we've actually seen yet.
大変なんてもんじゃないよ。日向に襲われるわ。
I mean, you got attacked by Hinata because of Yuki. You got invaded by Falmouth because of Yuki.
の軍勢が攻めてくるわ。 果ては魔王たち
Technically, yeah, the Demon Lord summoning you was also because of Yuki, though Clayman was mainly going a bit rogue in that moment.
から呼び出されるわ。
それで済むのがリムルさんらしいですね。
Yeah, really, still not all that is enough to take you down. I tried all of that and I still couldn't take you down, is basically what Yuki is saying.
ひなたとも和解できたし、結果オーライだな。
ことか。
Yeah, honestly, Hinata's instincts are so good, I wouldn't be surprised if in this moment she did actually thank Hei. Rimuru and Yuki are bad-mouthing Mei.
行くに決まってますよ。
Yeah, he's all packed. He's excited. I mean, this is legitimately the most advanced place in the entire West. Of course he's not gonna miss it.
そのために必死こいて仕事を片付けたんでね。それ、
Oh, the slime clap. That's adorable.
僕にも紹介しますよ。自由組合のサブマスターを
Oh, Kaguli. You are so suspicious.
任せているかがりです。遺
Yeah,
跡から
she's basically an archaeologist, and it's something she actually deeply loves and cares about.
こちらからもお願いするよ。
ぜひとも引き受けたいと思いますわ。
This is such a weird scene because it's like, yeah, this person is obviously working with Yuki, who's obviously one of the bad guys. And yet they're just so genuinely excited to be part of this excavation. It's fun for them. Also, important to note, Rimuru said, oh, I'm in charge of managing Clayman's domain, but that's a freaking lie right there. He absolutely is not. Malim is in charge of that domain. In fact, Rimuru very specifically didn't want that territory because it's right on the edge of the Eastern Empire, and he didn't want to spend all that time guarding the border, making sure the Empire didn't start invading again. It's just too much for him, so he just, dumped it on Malim to do. In fact, he even said, oh, we're gonna need Malim's permission to do this, and she might even want to come along.
ひなたとも和解したから、俺たちに敵対している勢力はないしね。
Honestly, I think it'd be really hilarious if when Hinata came to attack Tempest, Rimuru was just hanging out with all the kids like, hi Hinata, what's up? These are all my children! I think that right there probably could have stopped all the fighting and she'd be like, okay, yeah, so you're clearly not a bad guy and I feel really bad about all of this. You want to just make up? Yeah, I couldn't even finish his sentence before she hugged him. I mean, it has been quite a while. I think a couple months, maybe a year. I mean, let's not forget that since, Rimuru last saw them, he had to deal with the invasion, Hinata, Falmus, there was a 2-month break there, a 3-month break there, so at least like 6 months have passed since he last visited.
先生。おかえりなさい。
Aw, Chloe, you are always so freaking adorable.
先生。
I think in the light novel, it was more of them jumping on him than just like casually walking up to him.
最近は精霊の力をうまく扱えるよ
Oh, Chloe gets a head pat. Good for
うになってきま
her.
ど
したし
ういうこと？君たち5人を俺の国に招待しようと思ってね。明日からお祭りな。
No warning whatsoever. Just, hey, we're holding a big party tomorrow. You wanna come?
だよ。別に行きたくないって言うなら。急げ、すぐに準備するぞ。わかったよ、ケンちゃん。そういう大事なことはもっと早く。
Yeah, the reason why I couldn't actually tell them ahead of time was because you want to make sure it was safe. You want to make sure all his, T's were crossed, I's were dotted to make sure that there was no reason why he might need to, uninvite them because of some unforeseen issue. And, because if that happened, he would absolutely end up breaking their hearts and they would never forgive him.
そうですよリムル先生突然来てそんなことを言い出すなんて
私は楽しみ。
Oh, God, she is so adorable.
持っていくのは着替えだけでいいぞ。
お久しぶりです、リムル先生。
お、ティス先生。
Yeah, interesting. Tisa is an anime original character. We actually saw her in, I think, the OVAs too. There's some OVAs, like, there was a whole thing, I remember, where, they went on a mission with her to explore some cave or whatever. She got knocked out. It was a whole crazy thing. In the light novel, it was just some former adventure A- rank hunter person who I don't even think actually had a name. I mean, that's a bit of a misunderstanding of the core problem here. There's still a lot the teacher in the light novel said they can teach them about being an adventure, hunting, all that stuff. The bigger issue is the fact that unless they start, going really seriously, they can't keep up with the kids in terms of combat, and therefore, if they just keep going, if they keep, sparring against them, eventually the kids will plateau and think, hey, I'm as strong as I can be because I beat the teacher. And that's not what they want. They want to let these kids grow stronger and stronger and stronger and unlock their full potential. In fact, it's even said that Ken has the potential to grow up and be a hero someday.
生徒思いのティス先生にしかできないと思うよ。
Yeah, that's another thing, another big thing, in Tempest, they do actually have schools, they're starting up and all that, but it's schools full of monsters, and that doesn't really give them, the technique, the ability to actually interact with other people, which is something they can only get in this school.
リムル先生。お待たせしました。
あれティス先生荷物は？
え？ティス先生も一緒に行こうよ。
Okay, this is definitely not in the light novel right here.
そうだぜ。いいよな、リムル先生。だってさ。
In fact, in the light novel, Rimuru actually has to find them a babysitter, so curious. Though I guess it does make sense. She was in the opening. I was actually just looking at the opening when I was starting this episode, like, hey, why is she there in Tempest with everybody else? That doesn't make any sense, but yeah, she gets to come along. Good for her.
ティス先生。
荷物取ってきますね。
Oh, she's so happy the students care that much about her. That's so sweet. And Rimuru just teleported them right to Tempest. God, I love that. Also love Tease, hey, this is better than Ingracia, which is, as far as I know, the greatest nation in the world. What exactly is going on right here? Also, they mention, in light novel, the kids are like, hey, Rimuru, if you can teleport, why exactly did you wait 6 months to come see us? And Rimuru doesn't want to say, well, you see, I was fighting for my life, so he just kind of ignores the question and moves on. Also, it's clarified that this is one of their nicer hot spas, springs, hotels, all that, but not for their visiting guests, nobles, whatever. This is more for the people of Tempest. It's more private, it's more out of the way, where the kids won't cause any problems.
これを使ってゲームをしようと思うんだな。
That's a really cool pendant. And the light novel just says, oh, here's a silver pendant, but that is so cool. That's the symbol of Tempest emblazoned on it. I love that.
これはね、明日からのお祭りで出される露店のフリーパスチケットになっている。これをも
Oh god, the blush, the wonder. Yeah, this lets you eat all the food and drinks and everything you could ever want. This basically is a free pass to go nuts in this festival.
これを持っているだけで、きれ、ただし、金額の上限は銀貨。
100 gold coins. Holy mother of God above. Yeah, light novel, it's 100 silver coins. And even then, Rimuru's like, yeah, that's a lot. There's no way they're going to spend all of that. But 100 gold coins. I'm pretty sure they could buy a mansion with that amount of money.
悪魔分だ。
Yeah, so basically this is basically saying, here is all the money you could ever want for the next year of your life. Just don't blow it all in the next 3 days.
これを使い切ってしまったらゲームオーバー。その時点で部屋に戻り、罰としての宿題が待っている。どうだ？やるか？
Yeah, not even a game. There's literally no way they can actually blow through all that money.
珍しいものがたくさんありそうだし、楽しみだね、ケンちゃん。楽しみだぜ。
先生ありがとうございます。
先生にも何か。
We'll buy you some presents. That's so sweet.
全部を買うね。ちなみに露店の出し物は銀貨1枚もしないもの。
This is weird. Is there a mistranslation here? Because it was definitely in the light novel. It said 100 silver coins, and that most of the stalls sell things for less than 1 silver coin. I mean, selling things for 1 gold coin, that feels excessive. That feels very, very excessive. A gold coin is worth a lot of money. I don't remember the exact conversion rate, but it's a lot. Okay, yeah, God above. I had to look it up. I looked it up on the wiki, and a gold coin is $1,000. What the absolute freak? $1,000. Whereas a silver coin is about $10. So, Yeah, I definitely think there was some sort of mistranslation here. I definitely think it was supposed to be 100 silver coins, not 100 gold coins. Since giving them a budget of 100 gold coins would be giving them a budget of $100,000. That's insane. That is so absolutely freaking insane.
M とは名ばかりで単なる口実だ。
リムル様、勇者正幸一行が
Oh yeah, the legendary hero Masayuki is here. This is gonna be fun.
来たか。
正幸くんどうします？この場で
Yeah, so they're just deciding to antagonize a demon lord right away, literally as soon as they walk into his domain.
消しますか？
Fun!
好き放題に言われちゃったよ、おい。いやいや、敵。
Yeah, seriously, bringing Shion here, bad idea. Very, very bad idea.
いいね、勇者のご一行は。
聖人ひなたはうまく騙せたか
Yeah,
もしれま
the
せん。
merchants are very confused by all of this. I mean, let's not also forget, you know, Masayuki's got the whole heroic aura thing, so everything he does is viewed like super heroic, so they genuinely think that, you know, he's a hero come to slay the evil demon lord, which is not great for Rimuru's image right now.
正幸くん同じように考えてもらっては困ります。
俺を悪者に仕立て上げたいのかな。
Yeah, Masayuki is just trying to talk so badly, but they're not letting him.
さっさとあの魔王を倒してこの地に平和を。
何をやっているんだい？
Yeah, let's
君た
bring
ち。
peace to this, you know, forest of Jura, which was at one point a wild, wild wasteland before Rimuru showed up and, you know, ruined all that peace of the wild wasteland.
結城さん。その証拠に君たちはまだ生きているじゃないか。
Yeah, really. Rimuru could have killed them all very easily.
どういう意味ですか？その説明では、正幸くんが聖人ひなた
Yes, 150%.
弱いと聞こえますけど。
次は真打ちの登場だろうよ。
Yeah, even Yuki is stunned by all this, like, okay, I know I'm evil. I know I have all these machinations and plans going on in the background. I don't know how to handle this. I legitimately don't know how to handle this. And I have no idea what's gonna happen if these two actually end up fighting.
何度も言うけどリムルさんは僕たちと敵対していない。
いつ悪事を働く。
God, these poor elves, they're like, hey, so, like, we were sold into slavery and now we're coming back. And the guy who saved us is, like, at war with the guy who now runs our country. What's going on? What do we do?
分かったもんじゃねえや。
それじゃあ提案がある。
Yeah, I mean, Rimuru clearly can't fight this dude, you know, here in the street with all the merchants around. If he is, in fact, even a fraction as strong as people say he is, that could end very, very badly. Plus, killing a hero, the hope of humanity, is not a good look for him. So instead, he's proposing to fight Masayuki in the tournament, if he wins the tournament. This not only ensures that if he does end up fighting Masayuki, he does it in a safe place, but also gives him a chance to actually observe Masayuki's strength and see what he's really capable of. Plus, you know, being able to say, ladies and gentlemen, today's tournament has a surprise guest, the legendary hero, Masayuki! That's gonna be a big draw. That is gonna be a very, very big draw.
その提案を受けるべき。正幸様の名を一気に広める。
He's literally running away. He's trying to genuinely run away from this
にも
fight.
守るべき民草の前で正義を示すとしましょう。
そうだね。
おいおい正幸くん、大丈夫なのかい？
いつも通り。
Things will work out like like they always do. I mean, I've said before, Masayuki is not arrogant, but he is confident. That's maybe not the right word, but even though he doesn't actually believe in his own strength at all, he has faith in his skill since, you know, in the years since he came to this world, literally nothing bad has really happened to him. Yes, he ends up involved in all sorts of crazy situations, but he always comes out on top, even if he does absolutely nothing. So he figures, hey, I'll enter this tournament, and things will work out somehow, some way.
なんとかなると思います。
大丈夫。どこや？
I'll keep a close eye on any attempts at poisoning or assassination. Yeah, because that would look great for Rimuru if the legendary hero was assassinated in his town during his founding festival. That would be an insane move to
に
make.
対しては、ま、なるようになるさ。逆にさ。
Seriously, Rimuru, it's the funniest thing about this is that Rimuru is a lot like Masayuki. Even though he himself is not all that confident, he believes in his skills and trusts that things will work out like they always do. In fact, it's actually a really interesting conversation. I forgot it was skipped. But when Rimuru was talking to Gazelle about how he beat Hinata, Rimuru was like, yeah, well, I'm not that strong. It's my skills that are strong, not me. And Gazelle's kind of confused by this. He's like, dude, your skills are part of you. They're part of your soul. Your skills are you. So Rimuru has that same confidence in Raphael and his other skills that, Masayuki has in his chosen one's skills. And things just always seem to work out for both of them. Huzzah!
我が国の武闘大会に勇者が参加してくれて箔がつい
like
た
I
と思う。
said, being able to say, hey, the legendary hero is fighting in this tournament is going to get a lot more butts and seats. I think that's where we're ending things. Yep. Alright, next episode, the eve of the festival. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. Seriously, that's going to be, oh god. There's going to be a lot of faces there. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. Alright, anyway, love this episode. Sorry if I was a bit just out of it today. I've not been sleeping well for the last week or so. Anyway, though, we got to see this very long line of people coming to have a nice long chat with Rimuru and just beg for favors and introduce themselves and try to, earn his trust or whatever. Though I love that we focus on the people that, Rimuru actually has a good connection to. The King of Blumend, who literally looks like a cartoon character in this cartoon. His lovely wife, Gazelle, who lectured Rimuru, even though we kind of deserved it. Even though he was lecturing Rimuru about doing him a favor. Yeah, that's some weird logic right there. Yom, who is somehow a king, but still as rough and gruff as ever. Love that dude. And I love his kid, seriously. Edgar is so adorable. I mean, like, when Edmaris, left the throne and gave it to his brother saying, there's no way I could put my son in charge. He's only 10 years old. But this kid right here, he could have legitimately become king. He just feels that refined to me. I love that. Then we went over to Ingracia. Yuki, so excited for the festival. I mean, he really is a big kid inside. His not at all suspicious vice leader, Kagali. And the kids! Oh, I love these kids so much. They're so excited to be part of this festival, and they've grown so much. They actually take their teacher into consideration, and they invite her to the festival as well. I mean, that is such a nice touch right there. Like I said, she is anime only, so I wasn't expecting anything from her. I figured, like light novel, where he goes, he gets the kids, he brings them to the festival, huzzah! But actually being able to invite their teacher is such a cool moment here. God, I love that so much. It really does just go to show how much they've grown. They actually do care about the people around them. That's amazing. That's fantastic. I love it when an anime-only character actually adds to the story. And then they got these pendants, which have 100 gold coins, which, as I said, gives them a budget of 100,000 US dollars. That has to be a typo. That absolutely has to be a typo. Holy mother of God above. That was insane. And we did things with good old Masayuki, the legendary hero, who very much does not want to fight. God, these poor elves, they are so confused. They've already had such a rough time, and now they're even more confused by all of this. I do hope next episode gives us a scene of them actually meeting their families, reuniting with them, all of that. That'd be great. Anyway, though, now it looks like Masayuki is entering the tournament and has to actually fight, despite, not actually being able to fight at all. Oh, that's gonna be fun, but please don't think about all this down below. What do you think, Masayuki? How do you think he's gonna fight in this tournament? What do you think of Rimuru giving these kids a budget of $100,000? Who's your favorite of, the royals that Rimuru met with? I really do love the King of Blumend. He's just such a cool guy. With a design that looks suspiciously like myself right now. Concerning. Anyway, though, let me think of all this down below. And until next time, peace! Hello, one and all. This is my review and reaction to That Time I Reincarnated Slime, Season 3, Episode 19, and we're kicking things off with a giant big party. A very fancy buffet where everyone can come and just basically, pick on the food, talk, socialize, and get ready for the actual festival which starts tomorrow. Huzzah! And in the light novel, Rimuru does mention, like, oh, these nobles, they brought their wives and children with them. That's a great sign. That means they trust me not to murder their wives and children. Aw, they really do care. Such a low bar, but again, he is a goddamn demon lord ruling over a city of monsters. People have every right to be a little bit nervous around him. And just, last episode we talked about how the King of Blummin, even despite all those giant, massive red flags, still saw him and went, hey, that slime, I bet he'd make a great business partner. And put all his faith, all of his trust, literally bet his entire nation on that slime. Such an absolutely insane move, but it is about to pay off more than he could ever imagine. So good for him. Alright, let's get started in 3, 2, 1. Alright, this is interesting. There's a whole Tatsumi mat section that's cut off from everyone else. And not a lot of people are using it because they aren't really used to actually, taking their shoes off at a formal party. That's insane. Who would ever do that? But here we see that Gazelle did it and sat next to Yom, which is huge for Yom's reputation. It's basically saying to the entire world, hey, this new king who was just crowned last week, he has my trust, he has my faith, he is a friend of mine and someone I can speak to on, an uneven playing field. So good for Yom right there. And, oh, the King of Blood, oh god. Is that a beer stash on his mustache? Like I said, love this man. Absolutely love this man. And not just because his hair kind of looks like my hat. Yeah, Rimuru, really not great at giving speeches. Yeah, he literally says, I was never one for long speeches. And this is it's a formal event. It's more of an informal speech, just welcoming everyone. Not like the big speech you'll have to give to, kick off the festival. Alright, even though it's a pretty short speech, I think Gazelle seems pretty happy with it. I mean, let's not forget his first speech. I think he gave Rimuru like a 0 out of 10 or like a 1 out of 10. Because he just sounded so weak while giving it. And he wasn't wrong. The King of Falmouth heard of that speech, and was like, that's a weak slime. Let's kill him! Kanpai! Eve of the festival. So this episode's literally just gonna be this party, this dinner. Nothing too ground shaking, but definitely some really good moments. I'm very much hoping they, animate Hakuro well with what he's about to do. Oh! Oh, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be a lot of fun. Oh, good lord above! Holy mother of God. Okay, so yeah, in light novel, everyone's like, oh, I'm so scared of that speared tuna. I'm like, come on, it's just a fish. I have to double check the illustration, but I definitely don't think it looked this overwhelmingly terrifying. God above! Oh god, even Gazelle is just terrified of this. While she just happy smile in the background. Good for her. Oh, Momiji and her father. Oh, I love that so much. What the freak? Okay, yes, this is everything I wanted. They actually threw the freaking fish. Yeah, no wonder this is gonna cause some widespread panic. How is everyone not fleeing from this room? Okay, I was hoping to see a bit more of him slicing and dicing. I was hoping for, a bit more effort in that animation, but still. Oh, okay, well, there's where the art budget went for this episode. Jesus God above. Yes, my man just sashimi'd an entire 13-foot long A-rank monster in the blink of an eye. Yeah, no surprise. Everyone's terrified. Everyone's absolutely terrified of all of that. The swordplay, the giant monster, the fact it's an A-rank monster. I mean, how's that even going to taste? The fact that it's not cooked. There's a lot there to be concerned about. Also, I did want to rewind to show that Michi is so proud of her father. There's an illustration in the light novel, one of my favorite illustrations of her just looking at him in awe after he does this. Yeah, no sushi, so everyone's a little bit off-put by this. Oh, come on, man. You've had sushi before. You've had some of Tempest's dishes before. Oh, Momiji, I love her. I will say, that is some very good look. I mean, I don't like sushi, but they clearly put a lot of effort into drawing that to make it look appealing. That said, I've never actually had sushi, so I can't really say I don't like sushi. I'm just not really a fish guy. I used to like tuna fish as a kid, but I don't know, maybe I'll just try fish again. God above, I hope my mother isn't watching this video, because she'll try to get me to have fish. God, he really does seem like a little girl sometimes. Yeah, actually in the light novel, Rimuru literally says is the best either sushi he's ever had or the best food he's ever had in general. I think it might be the best food in general, which does make Shuna just a little bit jealous. Yeah, really. Hakuro's like, well, nobody's eating this, but that just means I get to have all of it myself when I'm done with this party. Yay! I mean, it is really, really good fish, so he's excited. God, Hinata looks beautiful. Like, seriously, she looks absolutely freaking amazing. Also, if I remember correctly in the light novel, Rimuru says, "What are you, a child?" before even realizing it was Hinata. As soon as he heard her say, "No wasabi, please," his immediate response is, "What are you, a child?" "Oh, hi, Hinata!" Yeah, Hinata can be very, very immature sometimes. Yes, she's actually complaining about the variety of tuna, about the variety of the sushi, something I don't think she's actually had since coming to this world. In fact, I know she hasn't, since this world doesn't actually have rice. Rimuru had to not genetically modify a plant to turn it into edible rice. That's insane. Yep, that's her response right there. She looks like she's literally in heaven. It ticks me off, but I respect you for this. I mean, again, that's a big thing with Hinata. She and a lot of the other worlders struggle so much just to get by on a daily basis. Whereas Rimuru's like, you know what? I'm going to import fish from the ocean, which is hundreds or thousands of miles away. That shouldn't actually be possible, but Rimuru put in the time and effort to do it just because he wanted to taste good food. God, that's insane. Ooh, Yuki, you look very good in a suit. And seriously, I'm not a kid, so I'll have mine with wasabi. You are genuinely picking a fight with Hinata right here. The strongest human woman maybe in the world, at least in the West. Oh god, above, you actually made her blush. You actually really did tick her off right there. Oh, that's beautiful.
こっちでこんなにうまい寿司が食べられるなんてちょっと感激ものだね。
自由組合に依頼しても断られたし、魔法で転送できないから諦めていたけど、これからは少し
That's a big thing. You can't actually teleport food in this world because, you know, it exposes it to a bunch of magicules and it basically turns it into poison. I mean, I think Hinata could actually still eat it, but the taste would be very, very wrong. And meanwhile, just trying to transport through the Free Guild is just too much. I mean, the ocean to the north has giant, horrifying monsters, like the spirit tuna, whereas the ocean to the south is too far away, so they basically need to, you know, hire a bunch of people to carry the wagons, get a bunch of ice, or a personal ice mage to do the back and forth, and the Free Guild just, you know, they couldn't do it. I mean, I'm sure Hinata probably could have paid, like, a small fortune to make it happen, but, yeah, they just weren't willing to do it. Yeah, okay, that's the freaking fish they're eating right now, the spear tuna. God above. Yeah, really, they're really emphasizing, like, yeah, in Tempest, there are foods you can get nowhere else in the world, or at the very least, can't get without traveling to the other side of the continent, and it's all right here. So come, bring your families, bring your friends, eat this super exclusive food only found in Tempest. Always plotting, always conniving, I love it. Yeah, really. Now they're manning up. They're like, oh, well, if, you know, Hinata, the savior, the greatest, strongest human in the world, and Yuki, the leader of the Free Guild, are loving this food so much, you know, we're gonna try it. Yeah, at this point, everyone else is like, okay, if they're saying this is like the most delicious food in the world, I have to try it. Me too, me too, me too, me too! Of course, it also means Hakura won't be able to have a whole like, spirit tuna to himself after work, after he's done, you know, serving everyone else. But, you know, don't worry, Rimuru actually has a second spirit tuna in reserve that he can give him just as, you know, a thank you present for cooking up this amazing meal for him. Oh, also, important to mention, Rimuru actually caught this spirit tuna himself while on a fishing trip with Gabta. On a fishing trip with Gabta. I'm not sure if that was a side story in another volume or something, but he keeps mentioning this fishing trip. That might have been in like one of the 0.5 volumes. Because this is volume 9. There's a volume 8.5, which is a bunch of short stories, but it wasn't translated into English. I found a translation online, but I need to double check that. Anyway. Yeah. Holy God above. Okay, Rimuru, you might have an issue with your, you know, surveillance network if something this massive got this close without you actually noticing. I'm pretty sure the light novel said it landed just outside of town, but if it's actually over the city itself, that's a big problem and something, you know, Zoe should have noticed a long time ago. Holy Mother of God above. Holy, holy Mother of God above. Okay, I must admit I wasn't expecting it to look this goddamn majestic. So this is basically a blimp that's being lifted by a dragon. Okay. God, that's a massive dragon. Again, Rimuru, you should have sensed this thing. That has to be like an A or S rank monster right there. Definitely gonna go with S rank. Yeah, so everybody is freaking the freak. Wait, what the freak? Okay, let me do the rant first, then I'll talk about that. Everybody here is freaking the freak out because the Empress of Thalion herself just showed up. a woman who has not been seen outside of her own nation in literal decades. This is quite literally the only chance almost anyone in this room will ever have to actually even see her, let alone talk to her, even though these people are kings and nobles and all of that. That is how powerful and rare and just hard to come by she actually freaking is. So at this point, literally every noble who isn't in attendance is being told by their, friends, whatever, hey, get to the dining hall right freaking now. You'll never guess who showed up. Oh, I love it. But also, other thing I want to mention right here, these guys over here, that would be Benimaru's brother and his kind of sort of girlfriend from the Reincarnated as a Slime movie. That is a real blink and you miss it moment right there. And of course, Rimuru doesn't actually understand why it's such a big deal that someone, we invited actually showed up. Well, okay, technically they didn't really invite her. They invited, the Archduke, Errol, I think Errol was his name. Yeah, they invited Errol, and, she just kind of took the invitation and came along with him. Because of course she did. Yeah, that's a really big freaking deal right here. This is a nation as strong as Dwargon, which is already recognized as an incredibly powerful nation, but who have managed to obtain that power while being fully isolated, while getting help from nobody. Also, I think this might be the first time we've ever actually seen the symbol of the Council of the West. I don't recall that ever popping up before. Interesting. Yeah, what he said, she can declare herself empress. She was the one who founded this nation over 2,000 years ago. She is a very, very old elf, and one who wields incredible authority, so much so that even Gazelle is quite literally terrified of her. The slyest old fox you'll ever see. Yeah, Gazelle, that's not something you actually want to say with an earshot of her. Also, her guards, they are all dressed in legendary class equipment, the same stuff that Hinata freaking uses. Oh, such a gentle and simple smile from such a terrifying woman. Yeah, like I said, she has a natural charm effect, which is incredibly powerful. Yeah, it wasn't even like an attack. It wasn't even something that she was trying to do intentionally. It was just her heroic aura leaking out. It basically makes those who are weaker than her subservient to her. And it actually freaking affected Rimuru. Not for long, just for like a brief second, but still, it affected someone with an ultimate skill. That's terrifying. Yeah, that's the real Elle right there. More, informal, more relaxed, more chill, unless you talk about her age. The, I am the Empress of Thalion routine she just did when she introduced herself is more of an act she plays that she can better fit the role of Empress. This is the real her right here. And she has a lot she wants to discuss with Rimuru. I mean, let's not forget, this woman is over 2,000 years old, and she knows a lot of things, and she's seen Rimuru do a lot of things that, fully and completely defy common sense. I really do love her, seriously. Yeah, like I said, don't call her an old hag, man. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Ooh, interesting. I don't think Molly's supposed to be here right now. Okay, this conversation should have been happening later that night in a chapter called Late Night Meeting. So, not sure why they're bringing it up right now.
馴染みの大商人についてきた交尾
Yeah, that's concerning. I mean, Molly has, a memory for faces. He knows pretty much everybody in the West. Every major merchant, every major tradesperson, all of that. And now he's realizing, hey, there are a lot of people here who I don't recognize. And that is concerning. Very, very concerning.
たちに見覚えのある顔が少ないように感じたので、大きな仕事を任された興奮からわしも少しばかり神経質になっておるようです。
Yeah, that's not a giant, massive red flag right there. Him mentioning a problem, then going like, oh, I'm sure it's no big deal. Not a giant, massive red flag. I really should get a red flag, a little red flag I can wave around every time a massive red flag shows up. Yeah. Now it's the next big name that's gonna terrify literally everybody in the room.
ああ、遅れていたから心配したけど。
Yeah, for the record, they're late because Malim, only showed back up like the day before they were supposed to leave, and then it took a while for her to get a proper dress made.
ちょっと行ってくる。
あ、ミリムさんか。今日はめかし込んでるみたいだな。
Yeah, she did. In fact, Rimuru even says, Malim's painted up all pretty tonight. A weird way of describing her, but, Yeah, Gazelle's a little off-put by, the freaking Demon Lord showing up. Aww. Oh, the Demon Lords. I mean, technically it's only one, but yeah, Malim is so precious, though. She looks so cute in that dress. And Carrion, gotta say, Carrion, he does look good in that suit. Though he weirdly enough gives me vampire vibes. And as for Frey, yeah, drop dead gorgeous, without a doubt. Oh, those are the twin wings, Frey's, two subordinates. Though it does say in the light novel there are actually twins. I guess their faces do look alike, but their hair is vastly different. Interesting. And the Biscuiteers. Ooh, I love the traditional Japanese dress on her. Shows trying to marry Benimaru, marry into Tempest, and maybe she's like, this is the design of this nation, therefore if I wear this, I'll catch his eye more. What's his name? Phobios, he looks good. It's more like a casual suit. I like that. Tiger Girl, Sufia. I don't know. I just don't feel like that dress really suits her all that well. And of course, the Dragon Faithful are just wearing their Dragon Faithful outfits. I mean, what else would they be wearing to a formal event like this? Oh! Yes, that would be Maribel the Creedy. Light Novel did mention she was here, but that is just a terrifying time to, put her in. Though it does make sense. Everyone here is looking to the arrival of, 3 Demon Lord class people, and she's just fully focused on satisfying her own greed, her own hunger. What a terrifying, terrifying little girl. And because she is a child like Hinata, she asked for no wasabi. Yeah, Midray, he is not looking happy right now, seriously. Honestly though, I think Midray would like the sushi, now I think about it. There's gonna be this whole long speech by Shuna, whatever, but to, literally just give Midray sushi, that's pretty much as natural as it gets. I think he'd be very happy with that. Lie. A very, very bad lie that she saw right through. Even Malim doesn't believe that she'd actually believe that lie. I mean, technically those floors of the dungeon were her territory, since Rimuru let her design them, so not a complete lie. I mean, how much fitting is required for Malim's outfit? She's basically wearing a sundress that feels pretty loose and flowy to me. I mean, it's not like Rimuru's suit where it needs to be all measured out perfectly. Oh, Rimuru, you're about to step in it in 3, 2, 1.
鳥料理もあるのですが
Yeah, right. God above. Even Benimaru realized, no, don't do that, don't say that, whatever you do, don't do that. I remember his mind, he's like, okay, well, you people are harpies, you're part bird, so do you have a thing against eating birds? But...
問題な
Yeah. No. Disgust. Absolute disgust on the one twin's face. Seriously. Cock-a-doodle-doo! God above, what sound effect. Oh my god, I love that sound effect. This is priceless right here. And carry on. Just gotta make it worse. You just gotta make it worse. Though, on the bright side, you're kind of drawing a lot of attention to yourself away from Rimuru, so thank you, I guess?
すげえなリムルさん。まさかフレイを取り呼ばわりするとは、こりゃ傑作だ。
私にも真似がで
Even Malim, even the most terrifying demon lord, second most terrifying demon lord in the world, is like, yeah, I would never say something that insulting to Frey.
ないのだ
何がおかしいのかしらカリオ。それにミリムも。
どうかお許しください
Yeah, right there. That's a huge sign, like, okay, this dude, he's respectful, he's polite, he's everything, you know, a proper ruler should be. He even lowered his head to them, which, you know, is something a ruler maybe shouldn't do, but he's being genuine in his apology right here, and that's rather shocking for all of them. Especially these two, like, seriously, they never saw that coming.
気づいておりましたが、少し試させてもらった。
Yeah, so it might seem like insane to test a demon lord, especially one so much stronger than you, but there was a point to it. Basically, it's like, okay, Malim is growing. She's doing so much better than she's been for the last, you know, 1,000, 2,000 freaking years. And I think that's because of you. And if you are actually a good role model for her, then I'm fine with you spending more time with her. But if you're the kind of person who would just, you know, double down and keep insulting me, then you're not a good role model. Then I don't want Malim spending any more time with you. She's basically acting like a concerned mother, making sure her child's friend is a good role model. And I love that so much.
ミリム様はあなたを見て成長なされているのだと。
Aww. Yeah, so he just passed a test. Good for him.
ところで、
Carry on, meanwhile, very much failed that test.
カリオ。何がおかしいのかしら。私にも。
Oh, Carry On's gonna die. Carry On's gonna die.
ようにはっきり説明してくださる？
ちょっと待って。
Yeah, Phobio is the only one slightly concerned for his master. The other two are like, yeah, you deserve this. You insulted a woman, you absolutely deserve this, you idiot. Yeah, so while it might seem like, you know, she's just kind of squeezing him and he is, you know, Demon Lord class, her grip is actually a unique skill that fully negates other skills. So he has no resistances, no regeneration, no nothing. He's like a regular person having their skull crushed right now.
見たか悪いことをしたら謝るこれが正しい選択だからな分かったのだ
Yeah, so just a huge lesson for Malim right here. God, I love it.
フレイを怒らせるのはほどほどにしよう
Yep, just being dragged away. No one's bothering to try and save him. Because they are literally all that scared of Frey.
タツで度肝を抜くような美味しい料理を期待しているのだ
Yeah, it is actually said that Malim and Shuna are really rather good friends, so... I just love that, seriously. They're so sweet together.
ミリム様
冒涜的なことを教えてもらった
Yeah, this is another test from Rimuru. I mean, not an intentional test. I mean, Midray isn't trying to see what kind of character he has, but still, you know, the way Rimuru handles this is able to really impress everyone around him, and overall, like, this entire pre-festival party is a huge hit.
冒涜的というと
肉を焼く
Yeah, so even though they're all about, like, you know, eating food in its natural form, at the very least, they do grill their meats. But they just grill it. They don't put salt or pepper or anything on it. They just eat it just, like, grilled. That's it. And as vegetables, I don't even think they grill them. They just eat them freaking raw. Mysterious liquid. I mean, it's gravy or sauce or whatever. Oh, that's adorable. Look at that ice cream. It has a freaking slime on it. Oh my god. You know, there's something a bit off that, like, a lot of the food in Tempest is slimed themed. Because it is like, oh, they're eating Rimuru, but at the same time, I would love to go to, like, one of those pop-up cafes they have in Japan sometimes. With a bunch of, you know, slime themed food. That'd be so cool. Oh, Momiji, Benimaru, and Albus. That's a very interesting combination right there of the three of them. Yeah, I'm honestly just trying to ignore his speech right now because it is so painful. I'm just literally paying attention to whatever is going on in the background instead. God above, he's angry. This isn't even him being mad. This is him literally throwing a temper tantrum and steaming like a tea kettle. I didn't know anybody could be this stubborn. He is literally steaming. Yeah, he's actually pretty decent. Also important to mention that, you know, Hermes is cool with eating, you know, cooked food because he did actually travel across the entire West on his, you know, journey of self-discovery or whatever. So he's actually, you know, tasted food and realized, oh, this is better than eating raw vegetables. Awesome! Yeah, now it's Shuna's turn. And even Rimuru is terrified in this moment. God, I love her. Yeah. That is a terrifying smile right there. An absolutely terrifying smile. Yeah, Malim, just like you should never take off Frey, you should never tick off Shuna. Yeah, this is terrifying. I mean, she's actually making this man sweat. She's actually making this man feel fear. And it's important to mention that this man is roughly as strong as Benimaru and can actually fight against Malim without dying. And yet Shuna, who is arguably the weakest of Rimuru's, you know, Kaiji, is pushing him back just with her aura. God, she's a terrifying woman. Yeah, so she's about to go on this long rant about how the food is a metaphor for bringing all the nations together, and Rimuru wanted that to be, like, emphasized through the meal, blah, blah, blah. No, absolutely not. Rimuru's just like, hey, let's have a buffet so they can try a little bit of everything and find out what they like, considering this, a lot of this is all brand new food to them. But also just really brings up, like, you know, I think it was last episode, everyone's, like, screaming, like, oh, Masayuki sucks, his people are awful, like, he doesn't do anything, his skills do it, and yet everyone, like, keeps praising him and saying he's awesome and all this, and it's like, yeah, you're describing Rimuru right there. I mean, seriously, how is this any different from Masayuki's heroic skills, where everything he does is viewed in, like, this heroic, awesome light? Rimuru's like, let's have a buffet, and then Shuna's about to do this whole, like, 5-minute rant about how it's a metaphor for bringing people together and cooperation and all of that. God, I love it. Yes, she is literally force-feeding this man, again, who is the equivalent of a demon lord. God, I love Shuna so much. Also, that looks like some really good soup right there. And I want to have some soup. Interesting. Oh god, I was gonna joke before that Hinata had a foodgasm when she tried the sushi. No, this is a foodgasm right here. And, you know, totally acceptable, totally understandable, considering the fact that this man has eaten nothing but raw vegetables for the decades he's been alive, and he just now ate a soup made by some of the best chefs in the entire world. Of course he'd react this way. That's the fervent hope contained in this soup. No, it absolutely is not, but Rimuru was willing to go with it, and Shion is so proud of him for thinking of it, even though he didn't actually think of it. Yeah, didn't know that. No idea whatsoever. A deep religious revelation over food. God, I love this scene so much. Again, how is this all better than the first half of this season? Like, seriously. This is just a meal, and yet it's better than most of what we got in the first half. What the freak? Oh, again, right there in the background. Benimaru's brother from the movie. That's such an interesting cameo. Oh yeah, I thought that was gonna be like another metaphor for, you know, oh, we have to, you know, make sure we do this properly. No, she was just bashing Shion's cooking. Seriously, and Shion has no idea why. Oh my god. She fully missed the meaning right there. Beautiful. Yeah, now he's like, oh my god, I've shamed my god. I've forced her to not enjoy this delicious, great food because of my own stubbornness. How could I have done this? Oh, I love the scene. I'm so glad they kept this right here. Yeah, because, I mean, Shuna is the weakest of Rimuru's, like, main posse, but still, she is incredible in her own right. Not just with her fierce determination, her just insane, terrifying aura, but in the way she's able to make up this insane metaphor and basically win over everybody in the room to Rimuru's side. Aww. In fact, in the light novel, Shuna hears that and she actually blushes a little bit. It's such a sweet moment. Okay, interesting. Alright, so definitely skipping the late night meeting I talked about before, which yes, we did see that with Molly's conversation with Rimuru, but there was a whole second part of that meeting about setting up for the tournament that we didn't see yet. I guess we're probably gonna wait till we actually get to the tournament and then see that as a flashback. That would make sense. I mean, ending right here with Rimuru's speech is probably the better move, honestly. Aww, it's all the kids. Also, important to mention that at this point, they don't actually know that Rimuru is the leader of this nation. Seriously, he finishes the speech and they're like, hey, why didn't you tell us you were the ruler of this nation? Which, like, dude, how do you not know that? Oh, he's giving the speech in slime form with a fake mustache. Of course he is. Of freaking course he is. Still not good at giving speeches. Still not good at giving speeches. Yeah, here we go. That was the big thing with his first speech. Then, you know, the Gazelle Ray, it's like, oh no, you were too nice, you were too kind, people are just gonna walk all over you. But now he's like, yeah, no, I've learned my lesson after the whole Falmus incident, so if you try to push this around, if you are cruel or mean or try to pick a fight with us, you're gonna pay for it. Yeah, we're not gonna show you any. Oh, that you know scared them a little bit. Well, the humans at least. The monsters are like, yeah, that's right. Love that difference. Rimuru evolved into Demon Lord Rimuru. Okay, is that them just now realizing in this moment that the slime that they were listening to was in fact their Rimuru, who was the king? What the freak? I mean, I get the teacher, she was certainly not in the know, but the students were aware he was a slime, and they saw a slime giving a speech and with his voice and didn't realize it was him. I mean, Chloe seems to have, but the rest of them fully shocked. Also, I do feel bad for this teacher, seriously. She's found out that her the guy that had the job before her, and the guy that invited her to this whole festival was a freaking demon lord. Oh, I love that. Woo! And daytime fireworks. That seems like a bit of a waste, but alright. Also, I just want to say, there's something I really do love about human Rimuru wearing a cape and crown. That's just such a refined look for him. That's so cool. And again, just so in shock, so utterly in shock that Rimuru, like I said, they don't actually know that Rimuru was the leader of this nation, but at the same time, like, gave a whole speech as a slime, and they knew he was a slime. What the freak? Alright, Founders Festival. That's gonna be fun. There's a bunch of booths, a bunch of exhibits, the tournaments, all of that we're gonna get to see and have fun with. Can't wait. Absolutely freaking can't wait for that. Oh, that'll be amazing. Alright, so thoughts on this episode? I thought they did a really good job. I do wish they'd animated the sushi cutting scene a bit more. I mean, seriously. That was just like 3 slashes and then, hey, it's sushi. They could have done something really cool with that, but I guess the fish itself did look really good. Really like that. Then Elmesia showed up, the Supreme Empress of Thalion, and almost brainwashed Rimuru. Oh, this is a truly, truly terrifying woman right here. Molly's concerned about the bunch of people he doesn't recognize involved in all of this, which, yeah, like I said, big red flag. And again, I need to get myself a big red flag. God. Oh, God, I love Frey so much. I mean, again, you know, you could certainly argue, like, oh, where should he get off testing Rimuru? But, you know, what he said was certainly insulting to her. Everyone recognized it other than him. Well, even he recognized it after he said it. So an apology right then and there was absolutely the right move to make, even if Frey is someone who is under him, beneath him. And finally, Midray had his whole rant, and then Shuna gave an entire lecture about how the meal was actually a metaphor for getting along with other nations and working together for a better future, which... fantastic. Absolutely freaking fantastic. Alright, this was a fun episode. Like I said, I do think this is actually better than... I think we can all agree this is better than the first half of the season. Even if this was arguably just a meeting, it was a fun meeting. It was, you know, them negotiating with people, Hinata getting dunked on for not liking wasabi, meeting new faces. It was great. I really did enjoy it, but please think down below. What do you think of the giant spear tuna sushi? Would you have eaten it? Do you like sushi in general? Should I try sushi? I don't know. And what do you think is happening next with the big festival? What they have planned? What are the events? What's going on with that? Why did Rimuru students apparently not know that he was the slime who was the leader of the nation after he had spent like the last 3 minutes giving a speech as a slime? That's so weird to me. But please let me know what you think about all this down below. And until next time, peace! Hello one and all. This is my reaction review and content discussion of That Time I Reincarnated Slime, Season 3, Episode 20. And finally, after more than a dozen episodes of build-up, we are getting the god-dang Founders Festival. I mean, seriously, I think Rimuru, you know, pitched this idea in episode, what, like 2 or 3? And now we're finally getting it. We're finally getting to see what Tempest really has to offer, and I'm so excited for this. Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun. And I'm actually really curious, you know, exactly how far they're going to go with the first big part of this, the orchestra, because, I mean, it's like a 30-piece orchestra that performs for an hour, plus then the, you know, second act, which performs for like 10 minutes. I mean, they can go really above and beyond. Get like a full orchestra, get like professional musicians for this, but I don't know. I feel like they might just kind of do like a little montage, like, oh, that was nice. Which would definitely be disappointing, but I mean, like I said, there's a very wide range for the quality I'm expecting for this episode, and I just really don't know. I'm really not sure. But anyway, though, start this episode, we have the Rimuru and the kids, who are shocked to find out that, yes, Rimuru is the king of a country. A country where the capital is named Rimuru, and where there are sculptures of slimes on literally everything. Man, who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought that, you know, Rimuru, their teacher who was a slime, was the leader of a country where the capital is named Rimuru and they worship slimes? Oh, these kids aren't that bright, but I still love them. You've gotta be kidding me. Why? Why even bring her? Oh god, okay, this does actually make sense because, yeah, Chist isn't the one who's supposed to actually be chaperoning them around the festival. Someone else is. We're going to see her very soon. And I guess it does make a certain level of sense. Like, in the light novel room was like, oh, you know, the festival's about to start, and I've given absolutely no thought to who's going to look after these kids. Where here it's like, oh no, I had someone, I had Tis, but she is in shock because she found out I was a demon lord, so she can't do it. I mean, that is a really stupid reason, but I guess it does make sense. I'm also going to point out in the light novel, you know, when Rimuru says, oh yeah, the reason why I haven't had a chance to visit recently is because I was busy being the king of this country. And all the kids are like, yeah, you know, that makes perfect sense. That's a perfectly valid excuse for not coming to check up on us. God dang, Hinata. You are freaking beautiful. Oh, I love it. Seriously, I saw a lot of people actually commenting last episode on the Reddit page like, hey, is Hinata actually hot? Apparently that's not something they realized while she was still in uniform, which, God above, I love people sometimes. Yeah, Ken, don't call someone who is as strong as your teacher an old hag. Bad idea. Especially when she's holding a sword. Also, light novel, that sword was way closer to his throat. Seriously, God, this woman's terrifying. Also, why does her being terrifying make her hotter? I'm gonna look into that. Again, these kids are not smart. This is Hinata. Oh, she's just some old hag. Wait, you mean she's that Hinata? How many freaking Hinatas are out in this world? This woman is a freaking goddamn celebrity. Yeah, the girls are very excited about this. Alice is actually a big fangirl over Hinata. Also, in the light novel, Ken actually says, I almost wet myself. And Rimuru doesn't blame him. Hinata is terrifying. Also, I love Rimuru in a, like, cape and a cloak. It's just so dramatic every time he moves. God, I love cloaks. Yeah, I mean, Hinata doesn't really seem like the kind of person who would look after kids out of the goodness of her heart, and, you know, not even someone to actually get along with kids. However, that's not actually the case, and she's actually a really kind-hearted person. She is just so really bad at showing it. Oh, God, that is precious. That is seriously precious. Oh my God, I mean, I love this illustration, light novel, but the hug, oh God, Hinata being shocked, them being so happy, it's just so adorable. Oh God. Oh, Chloe, you are something else, I gotta say. Yes, you've just managed to instantly charm Hinata. Good for you.
じゃあ行くわよ。焼きそばや焼きもろこしなんかもあるみたいだし。
Yeah, for the record, Hinata was scouting out last night looking for yakisoba and grilled corn booths. She is a serious food junkie.
屋台巡りから始めましょう。はい。あなたが誘ったのでしょ。危機としてメイドの用意していたわよ。
God, these poor paladins having to deal with their god, their literal freaking god, walking around dressed as a maid.
それじゃ頼んだわよ。
これじゃあ俺の方が気苦労が多い気が。
Also, it's pointed out that the dress she's wearing is actually from Tempest, and it has, well, for one thing, it's crazy expensive, made from Hellmoth silk, and has cancelled temperature, meaning while you wear it, the temperature around you is always freaking perfect. That is an insane ability, and one I really, really wish I had. It's also fairly decent armor, at least better than leather armor. Ooh, Gazelle's so serious. I love him. Yes, also, for the record, this whole, like, musical, concert hall, orchestra place was also built in, I think, a month. This is all just built up for the freaking Founders Festival.
あいつタクトだ。
Talked?
建設現場でや。
Talked? Seriously? In the light novel, his name is Baton. Please tell me there's another bad translation. What the freak is a Talked? Like, seriously, Rimuru named him Baton because he wanted him to, you know, lead the orchestra with a freaking baton. What the freak?
に立たなくて落ち込んでたけど。
Oh god. Oh, yeah, so basically Talked is like, I want to do something, but I suck at literally everything. I'm not strong, I'm not smart, I can't actually play instruments, what should I do? And his literal god Rimuru showed up, gave him a new name, and basically, you know, told him to go lead musical performers, and he did that, and hey, good for him! Also, I don't know why, I mean, light novel said halfling, but for some reason, whenever I pictured this dude, I pictured the red imp from Soul Eater, that little freaky guy.
になったじゃないか。
Oh, the Dryads are playing. Good for them. Yeah, everyone's enchanted. Literally everyone is enchanted right here. In fact, some people even say, like, oh, this might have been the greatest moment of my entire life. And it's really emphasized that this is a, you know, hodgepodge of different people. You got goblins, you got dragonkin, you got whatever the freak this girl is with horns. It's just, oh, humans too. It's just literally everyone working together, collaborate. Seriously, this dude, this freaking minotaur in the background. This red panda guy. Oh my god, I'm loving the details here, but really emphasize this is like, you know, monsters, humans, all mixed together, all playing musical instruments with an incredible amount of skill and talent. I also, oh, they the dwarves! Those the dwarf brothers? Are they playing cello, I think that is? Unexpected, interesting. Anyway, that was also said right here that, you know, art in this world is basically exclusive for the upper class. Because if technology advances too much, then the angels will show up and kill everybody. So what's basically happened now is that the upper class, you know, they keep all the art, they keep all the music for themselves. So that way, you know, when it spreads, that way, you know, the angels won't show up. Ooh, okay, love this right here. Beautiful shot. Before that, I do want to mention that basically all the songs they're playing are from Earth, and Rimuru, or at least Raphael, took all of Rimuru's knowledge from musical textbooks that he's read, from music that he half remembered, and basically made an entire book like, this is the book of music. Read this and you'll know how to play. and that included a lot of songs, including things from like anime openings, which are played like right next to Mozart, like back to back. Oh my god. And Yuki gives Rimuru a rather dirty look after that, but it all flows together fairly well. And it's not like anyone in the audience other than Rimuru and Yuki actually know where those songs come from. But yeah, this is Act Holy Mother of God. Wow. Okay, yeah, so this is Act 2. In the light novel, Rimuru actually says they didn't really recognize Shion because she was wearing something other than her business suit, and I laughed then, but I get it right now. She looks like an entirely different person. Holy Mother of God.
なんかこそこそやってると思ったらこういうことだったのか。しかし、シュナはともかくシオンが演奏だと
Yeah, Rimuru has a lot of right to be concerned, but he also knows, okay, you know what, Molly's in charge of this, Shion's working with her. There's no way that, they would let Shion do something like play disastrously on stage in front of most of the royals of this world. Also, importantly, that's Clayman's piano. I mean, a lot of these instruments were Clayman's, but specifically said that piano was taken from Clayman's property. And now Shuna is playing it, which I feel like is somewhat appropriate considering the fact that she was the one that, defeated Aldermont and allowed them to take over Clayman's castle. That is her prize. That is her conquest. Ooh, this I like. This I like. Okay, this definitely feels a step up from the performance from the first half, from Baton's whole orchestra thing. Admittedly, I do not have a musical ear, but that's just how it feels to me. Holy Mother of God, okay. That was somehow one of the best animated scenes in this entire series. It sounded good too. I mean, not professional, maybe professional, I don't know, I can't tell the difference. But it sounded freaking good and looked amazing. Holy Mother of God. Yeah, and Rimuru was a bit irked that Luminous got the first clap before him. There, right there. What difference does it make whether human or monster performed it? That is the entire point of all of this, to show that monsters aren't that different from people. And they just accomplished it. Shion and Shuna accomplished that better than anything else Rimuru could have done this festival. Aw, Rimuru's waving at them. Oh god, that smile. Seriously, Shion, entirely different person right there. Oh, God, I love this cutaway. They are so happy. Delicious. Okay, that's entirely new to the anime. I love that. I absolutely love that. Just the cutaway, like, Rimru's like, yes, art, music, it can surpass boundaries. Whereas Hinata's like, food. Food surpasses boundaries. It unites us all. We all love good food. Jesus freaking Christ. You guys are seeing this, right? You're seeing this. The Dome of Science, what the freak do they call it? The Historical Archives is shaped like Rimuru and even has his slanted eyes, right? Here and here. What the freak, man? Like, seriously, what the freak? Okay. That's too early. That should not be here right now. Yeah. I mean, Rimuru was talking about doing a train, but not for quite a bit longer.
これがヒポクテ層から不
Okay.
を除いた完全抽出液です。その抽出率はなんと 99% を誇り、フルポーションに匹敵する薬効と申せましょう。
Yeah, this is not really all that exciting. I mean, especially compared to this morning, Rimuru even thinks like, okay, maybe I should have swapped it up. Maybe I should have done like the boring science talk in the morning and then the whole like musical performance in the afternoon. Since this is basically just like, oh, this is how we make the full potions, not how we make them. A lot of the, you know, actual process is like a closely guarded secret, but basically this is how we make them.
そうだな。
行うとしましょう。
Yeah, by the way, they told Rimuru nothing about what exactly they were doing with all of this.
が直せるか、誰かこの質問にお答えいただけるでしょうか。治るわけがない。ヒポクテ層の薬効は生物にしか適用されぬ。
Yes, but the question is, yeah, exactly. How exactly do you define living in this world?
どこまでなら適用されるのか。 これに関してはどうでしょう。バカにしているのか。
Yeah, for the record, that dude's like a court mage. He's like, I know everything about science. I know this won't work. Science, magic, one of those. I know this won't work, but, yeah, this can be interesting.
確かに面白いな。生きているかどうかか。
私も止めたのですよ。ですが。
That's the great thing when you bring someone new into the field of science. They aren't, bound by the same laws of, common sense understanding. So they're able to be like, hey, what if we do this? What if we do this? What if we try this? And they're able to push the boundaries and do things that people who have been in the field for 30, 40 years would never even think of doing. Interesting. So, like, just fully reattached it. Curious. In the light novel, I think it was just like, oh, the sword grew a little bit longer, trying to, rebuild its edge. But, repairing a sword's broken in half is definitely more, visually clear. Yeah, like I said, he has just fully defied all laws of common sense and magic. Of course the court mage would be shocked by this.
所有者が長く愛用しているような一定以上の成長を見せた部分に限るようです。なぜそんなことを知りたい?
Yes, this is actually really interesting. I think it's mentioned before, but basically, the more you use a sword, the more it adjusts to your magicules, the more, let's say, alive it becomes, as it slowly begins to develop a will of its own. In fact, when you get to god-tier weapons and armor, that's stuff that can literally decide whether or not it actually likes you. Which is just such a hilarious concept. You pick up the sword and you're like, I now wield a god-class sword. I am invincible. And the sword's like, nah, I don't like you. I don't like that haircut you have. I'm not gonna actually let you use any of my power. In which case, you still have like a very strong weapon, basically an invincible weapon, but it's not a god tier weapon. It's just like a really sturdy stick, essentially. Yeah, so the same thing with like the dryads. Basically, if a tree lives long enough, if it's exposed to enough magicules, then slowly it will develop a will of its own and become alive. It will become a dryad. That's basically just like an objection! Oh my god. Oh, Gabiru, he is very excited about this. Also, I love the train just going in the background for this entire thing. But yeah, so another huge, shocking discovery. Basically, the Hippocote herb, the stuff that Rimuru has been using to make potions since he was, born into this world, they aren't actually some super rare magical plant. They are just like regular grass that mutated because they were grown in an area full of high density magical counts. So, that basically means that anyone, anywhere can make their own Hippocote herbs. just not in, high enough numbers to actually rival Rimuru's business.
そうマソの濃度が高い場所に生息するのではなくマソの濃度が高いがゆえに突然変異した植物それこそモクテソウの正体だったのです
Oh, the gas! This is a huge discovery! The gas! Oh, I love it! Oh, hey, isn't that the dude who tested Rimuru? I feel like that's the adventure dude. God, I might be misremembering that. Or is we've seen him before. I'm trying to remember exactly where. Yeah, Gazelle. Gazelle is literally shaking right here. In fact, he comes to Discovery a bit earlier than most other people, and Rimuru turns to him and is like, hey, his face is completely drained of blood, as he realized the massive implications here. It does make sense. I mean, like I said, with this discovery, that means that anybody can grow these herbs, and therefore anybody can make, the potions. But also, like I said, that's not going to happen. You're going to need a lot of magicules to get that done. And even a large nation like Ingracia probably couldn't do that without suffering a pretty significant loss. Oh, no, that's who that dude is. Okay, now I remember. He is the teacher who worked at the academy with Rimuru. He was the one who was always, bossy and mean to him. That's who he is. Alright, thank you. Thank God. God, I love this train. I love the train just going around. I mean, like I said, it's a bit early for it, but... Oh, it's just so cool to have flying around the room. Just such a cool touch. Yeah, it said they practiced this routine a lot, just to make sure they got it down pat. Okay, two things. One, we're only halfway through the episode, which is surprising. I kind of figured these two things would take, quite a while. And also, yeah, the big part of their whole pitch was, hey, we're studying this in Tempest. If you want to be part of it, come move to Tempest. It's basically trying to, recruit scientists. It's basically them trying to recruit scientists. Hey, it's you again. Just having a grand old time enjoying the festival. And yes, that is Veldora running a takoyaki booth. Was takoyaki? I think it is. That is so much freaking food. Seriously. I feel nauseous just imagining eating hot dogs, hamburgers, and grilled chicken all in one day. And yakisoba! Oh! Oh my god. Oh, that was adorable. Oh, I love Veldora. Veldora is ready to fight immediately. Oh god, he is such a good protector. Yeah, so basically Luminous is thinking okay, this, little nation Tempest, they are freaking amazing. Their musicians are better than mine. They have all this science. They have all this stuff. I want it. I want more of it. So let me figure out a way to get some of it for myself. High praise. Very, very high praise from someone who doesn't offer a lot of it.
その者たちをここへ派遣
I'm
し
not sure they're going to go over it, but the oddballs she's talking about are referred to as the overcomers. Basically, vampires who have managed to overcome their weakness to sunlight, meaning they're essentially immortal beings who don't need to eat, sleep, or essentially do anything, so they just do whatever the freak they want. Some of them just, live their lives as maids because that amuses them. Others study weird, arcane sciences that no one else would either bother with because it's just not worth their time.
と思うのだが構わぬか。
それは構わないけど。
無論報酬は用意するぞ。貴様に一つ技を授けようではな
Now,
い
what do they actually call it here?
そうじゃ。信仰と
Oh, no,
王の利用
that
を
is
そなたにさ
Secret of Faith and Grace. That's basically what they call it in the light novel. So there's called the Skills of Faith and Favor. But honestly, both times it's a little bit too wordy, and I feel like they really could have simplified that quite a bit.
てやるぞ。
何それすごそう。
Oh, love Rimuru keeping a calm face, like, I want that! I don't know what it is, but I want it! While being like, oh, that sounds interesting.
これってどういう？
何簡単なものじゃ。貴様を信じる者が貴様の力の一部を行使できるようになるという技じゃよ。
So basically, it will turn Rimuru into a god and a power source for his people.
信仰と恩寵の費用
Oh, okay. That was fast. Holy mother of God. Alright, I think in light novel they just kind of moved past the scene. I wasn't expecting her just to shine her hand and for him to know it. For him to basically become a god.
これで俺の配下たちにも神聖魔法。
Yeah, so essentially this is the same ability that allows Luminous to have her followers know holy magic because they're using her name as a vessel and, dipping into it to obtain the ability to use holy magic, the spirituals and all of that.
増えそうだ。
ところでリムルよ。貴様が招いた来賓どもの中に不快な気配をまとう者がおったが気づいておるのだろうな。
That is a very threatening light right here. Seriously, just turned to sunset all of a sudden. Terrifying.
ああ、2人かな。
Oh, and also I should probably mention that when Luminous offers to give Rimuru that skill, she mentions, yes, it's a big deal, but also, you're a smart dude, I'm sure you'll figure it out on your own in a couple of years. At which point, Raphael pouts, and Rimuru realizes, yeah, it probably wouldn't have been a couple of more years. She probably was just, right on the cusp of figuring it out, and now she's mad. And it's just always adorable when Raphael is pouting.
うるさい。
Interesting. They're actually keeping this too. In the light novel, it says that Rimuru and Yuki picked the Western meal, whereas Hinata picked the Eastern meal.
私は好きにしていたんだから別にいいでしょ。あの焼きそば意外に美味しかったし、それにしても銀面。
The stall was called pseudonym. The light novel was called alias. But yeah, that's just their way of hiding the fact that freaking Veldora is running it because. Why not be super obvious about hiding something in plain sight? Oh no! Pseudonym's Grill. They literally named it Pseudonym's Grill. Good God above. Ooh, ice cream. Oh, that's good looking ice cream right there. Oh, I love it. You haven't matured at all. That's such a mean way of saying that. But yeah, Yuki's been in this world for a decade and he still looks like a teenager.
それにしてもリムルさんも面白い着眼点で研究させているんだね。
いや、あれはあいつらが自主的に研究してい
Yeah, Rimuru, absolutely no involvement at all in the research. They didn't even tell them what they were actually going to present about. I mean, Rimuru trusts his people and that's what matters.
俺も今日初めて知ったくらいだし。
And they have another one of the giant spear tuna in the background, because of course they do.
だってしょうがないだろ。
たまにあなたが本気で大物だと思えるわ。
Okay, that's an interesting way of starting the meeting. Yes, Rimuru, Tempest, all of them are literally out of money. Not out of, riches, just out of actual freaking money. Honestly, I was kind of hoping we'd see Molly run into the room because he was kind of late to this meeting, being like, Rimuru, we're out of money! This is fine, too. Yeah, so basically the big problem right here is, okay, we have an insane amount of money, and the people I actually trust, yeah, they're willing to take that other type of money. The ancient coins, the treasures, even the stellars if I need to. But as for these new merchants, the ones I don't trust, the ones I don't recognize, they are all demanding payment in cash, in dwarven coins. And quite frankly, I don't know if there's enough dwarven coins in the world, in circulation, to actually pay all of them. And so yeah, this is the big threat of the festival. Not somebody attacking, not somebody trying to murder everyone, but rather them trying to financially cripple Tempest and make them look bad. Yeah, that's really the big rub of all this. Basically, the Council of the West said that all transactions need to be made in dwarven coins. Therefore, that is the rule. And while Tempest is not currently a member of that council, they very much want to be. And if they refuse to follow the rules now, that will really hurt their chances of being accepted down the road. Yeah, that's a very Shion answer. I mean, they absolutely could, but make them look really, really bad. Ooh. Starting to lose my voice right here. Sorry about that. Here we go. Here we freaking go. Oh, they even kept in her saying the old name instead. Love that. Yeah, that is exactly what Rimuru is planning on doing, and that's exactly the consequences of taking him off. Yeah, shocked. Utterly shocked, because that's the exact situation, and that was a brilliant response to it. Even Diablo is shocked. Like, okay, wow, good job. This is why you're first secretary. You are actually smart. Good for you! Seriously, this is Shion's episode to shine. First with the violin, and now with actually understanding economic policies and trade negotiations. Good for you! Oh, pardon. Oh god, I love her.
リムル様が築く共栄圏が評議会の立場を脅かすと心配しているのだな。正解です。
Ooh, very intense Diablo. Love it. Seriously, this episode we got terrifying Hinata, terrifying Luminous, and terrifying Diablo. Perfect trifecta. And terrifying Shion. Oh, I love it. Oh. So yeah, as terrifying as it is when they fight, when they actually get along and are on the same page, million times worse. Because literally no force in the world can actually stop them if they're, working together. Except Rimuru. Just one word from Rimuru was all it took for them to just fully cool down. Also important to recognize here, again, the anime is, making Molly look worse. Skipping really important scenes for him. Like, for example, Molly has already spent all of the coins from his own vault to pay back these merchants. He is that focused, that determined to make sure this thing is a success, that he's already blown through all of his own money for this.
か。それじゃあ多少の損をしようとも現物多めの金塊で支払うというのはどうだ？
理に里い商人ならばその提案にはうなずくでしょうな。ですがそれには断固反対ですぞ。
Yeah, that said though, even if they're cutting out a lot, Molly is still awesome no matter the adaptation.
なんで？
足元を見られるからですわい。無理なんだよ、ふっかけ。
God, I love his merchant spirit. Like, seriously.
損をしてでも取り繕う国であると相手からそう認識されてしまいます。
So basically, they have two bad choices right now. The first is they can say, no, take this other thing that we're going to barter with instead of actual money, in which case they'll look really bad to the whole West. Or they can say, okay, here's just raw gold plus a little extra, and in which case, you know, they'll, even if they take it, it'll make them look bad because, like, okay, these guys are willing to fold as soon as we put any sort of pressure on them. Let's walk all over them moving forward.
ですの。
気にしすぎてもしょうがないな。ここは俺
Oh, God. Yeah, alright.
の国なんだから。
I mean, that's the attitude of a king right there.
そのルールに従ってもらうまでだ。難しく考えずやる。
Yep, Rimuru completely and utterly unconcerned by all of this.
だけのことをやってくれ。だろ？夜の祭りに繰り出すんだよ。ベニマルなんてあんな格好で遊ぶ。
You know, I was kind of wondering why Benimaru was all dressed up like that. It's a good look for him, I gotta say.
ですがわしには金策のし。
そんなもん今悩んでも仕方ないって。ないものはない。気を張りすぎて君。
If we don't have it, we don't have it. It's just good lord above.
倒れられる方が大問題だよ。
Like, there is a serious effort here to make Rimuru suffer, to, you know, gather up all these merchants, to convince them to do something that is against their own interest, and just coordinate all this perfectly, and Rimuru is just completely and utterly unbothered by any of it.
叶いませんな、旦那には。不祥の病は怖い。
And so, you know, Molly's gonna go out drinking with Rimuru. Good for him.
いたしますぞ。
And good for everyone else, too. They're all excited. They're all happy.
ほどほどにしてくださいよ。
And terrifying Shuna. Alright, so with this episode, we got terrifying Hinata, terrifying Luminous, terrifying Diablo, terrifying Shion, and terrifying Shuna. Good lord above.
そしてお兄さん。
Oh, those eyes. Those eyes are next level right there. For the record, they don't actually listen to her, and Rimuru does have a hangover the next day that Raphael refuses to treat. Slight hangover, yeah. Which, again, Raphael refused to treat. Oh, nobility boxes. Oh, little Chloe has her own seats. Oh, good for her. She deserves it. Oh, and, like, literally everyone from the Slime movie. But seriously, just Chloe has her own seat. That's her own seat right next to Rimuru. She is literally his right-hand gal. And she's the announcer, and she's gonna be amazing. And this reminds me so much of the tournament arc, the dark tournament in Yu Yu Hakusho. She even has like that same energy, I think. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Alright, next episode, probably gonna be called The Tournament Begins or something. The Martial Arts Tournament. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Alright, so this was the first episode, our first look at the festival. And we got, oh god, Chloe and Alice, yeah, being so excited to meet Hinata. That was precious. Especially the hug. Oh my god, the fangirl hug. Oh, Chloe, I love you so much. Alright, then we had the musical performance with Takt. That's such a weird name. Seriously, if there's another translation out there which calls them something else, please let me know down below. Because I remember last episode, it was the last episode or the one before, where, you know, Rimuru gave them the gave the students the necklaces. They said, oh, there's 100 gold on it. And other people were like, no, the actual translation. Another translation said 100 silver. Anyway, though, yeah, orchestra made up of all sorts of monsters, humans, dwarves, everything, including trying to pause right on them. But like the dwarf brothers? Maybe that's Gabiru's retina of, followers. Yeah, the 3 dwarf brothers. What the freak? When did they have time to learn the oboe? I don't know, instruments. And Xian and Shuna, oh my god, this performance was magical. I cannot wait to see this post on YouTube because I want to save this and watch this over and over again. Oh, that's just so amazing. Then we had the science talk. Oh god, then we had them eating corn, which is so adorable. The science talk is they basically redefined what everyone understands about magicules, the super rare herb, all of that. And Gazelle panicked. God. Veldora ran a pseudonym's grill, while this girl right here just enjoys some good food. I love how she's just like here, just like so present throughout all of this. It's hilarious. Luminous gave Rimuru some tips and agreed to a cultural exchange. And then we had a nice meeting with Molly where things got very intense as they realized, hey, we're out of money and this could absolutely destroy our reputation. Rimuru's not worried because Rimuru is never worried about this kind of thing. Alright, I absolutely loved this episode. Definitely top 5 for this season, maybe top 3. But please leave anything down below. What's in this episode? What was your favorite part of all of this? Did you like Xian and Shuna singing? Did you like the science explanation? Did you like the train? I loved the detail of the train going around the room over and over again. That made me laugh so much. And are you excited for the tournament? With Soka right here as our announcer. Oh, that's going to be fun. As, we finally get to hear her say, Ma-sa-yu-ki! But please, I think all this down below. And until next time, peace! Hello, one and all. This is my review, reaction, and cut content discussion to the Time Reincarnated Slime, Season 3, Episode 21. And right off the bat, I do need to apologize, because I think this video is going to be going up rather late, or maybe the day after. Sorry about that. I'm actually recording this as soon as it dropped, but I have to go to work after this, and then I have a meeting, and then I have other stuff, and I have another meeting tomorrow, so yeah. I'm not going to have a lot of time to edit, my bad, and unfortunately that's probably going to be the way it is for the rest of the season. I'll do my best to, upload as fast as I can, but there's only so much I can actually do. Anyway, though, second thing I want to talk about is the tournament. This is the big battle, the Coliseum. Oh, I'm so excited about this. I'm also not really sure what they're going to cover this episode, because there's like 8 fighters, each fighting one another, so that's like 4 or 5 really good fights in this tournament. And I'm not sure if, this episode can cover all of that. So I think they might just end before the final match. Makes sense. There's also supposed to be a meeting between Rimuru and some other people before that final match. Curious. Anyway, though, oh, right, also, there's supposed to be a flashback to another meeting Rimuru had before. Forgot about that. Interesting. I mean, that meeting was supposed to happen before Rimuru gave his whole speech, like, I am the Demon Lord, I am the king of this country, blah, blah, blah. But they skipped it, and I do think it makes more sense here, just narrative-wise and just in order of flow. Anyway, though, final thoughts is, yeah, I heard a lot of people complaining after the last episode, like, oh, this whole money thing is so stupid, it makes no sense, Rimuru can just go to X, Y, Z for the money. And yes, there are obviously other ways Rimuru can get the money, and even if he doesn't, it's not really like a huge deal to him, because it's like, alright, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Then I just lose a little bit of trust among some merchants among the West. That's not like a huge game breaker for me, but people online were like, oh, everyone's freaking out, but this is not really an issue. It's like, no, Rimuru was very much not freaking out. In fact, Rimuru told Molly, the dude in charge of fixing this problem, hey, don't even worry about tonight, let's just go get drunk instead. I mean, Rimuru clearly had no cares to give about this problem, so yeah, it's not like it was painted as like this huge major issue. But anyway, though, let's get started in 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, the Big 4. That's how they're starting this, with the Big 4. I love it. Absolutely love it. Also, Soka, amazing announcer. Absolutely amazing at this job. Seriously. Which is hilarious because her job is literally being a spy and yet she is fantastic at being the center of attention. In fact, So even says, well, we need somebody to be like the face of our organization, the face of, you know, your spy ops program. So why not let it be her? Oh, hey, there's the other students. Alright, so it isn't just, for some reason, last episode we just saw Hinata on Rimuru's right side, Chloe on his left, and then nobody else, but all the students are there. That makes a lot more sense. And people from various movies, TV shows, whatnot. Aw, good for— oh hey, Tiss is better! She's no longer having a full-blown panic attack over finding out that the dude who had the job before her is now a demon lord and king of this country. Benimaru, Shion, Diablo, 3 of Rimuru's big 4. She is good at this. She is really freaking good at this. Yeah, this is not even really a joke. It was just something Rimuru came up with on the spot to avoid a lot more headaches. Episode 69, the Battle Tournament. Nice. So yeah, this is the meeting that was supposed to happen before Rimuru actually kicked off the tournament. He kicked off the festival, I mean. Because you would absolutely destroy the arena if you entered it. Yeah, for the record, he thinks of this on the spot. Huge deal. Absolutely huge deal across all of Tempest. Also this— oh god, Blushing Diablo. Love Blushing Diablo. And I do need to point something out here. I mean, this is like really chuny edgelord stuff. You'll be my big 4. But it's important to mention, like, in a world that doesn't have the concept of, like, edgelord stuff seems really freaking cool. I mean, now it's so played out, but, like, the first person to ever do edgelord stuff, you're like, oh man, that guy's really awesome. Oh, I love it. There we go. Masayuki! God, I love the way she says that. Also, yeah, they have, like, screens, like visual screens popping up that show what's happening on the ground. That's a big deal. That is a very, very freaking big deal right there. I mean, you guys are, you know, isekai people. You must at least have the idea of, like, holograms, you know, back in Japan, back on Earth, back on wherever the freak you're from. Yeah, and Gazelle is very much irked by this, reasons he'll get into later, but also, this isn't the first time we were supposed to see this. In fact, Gabiru and Vesta were supposed to actually use this in their demonstration for the science thing to show the zoomed in, you know, samples of the plants. Yeah, as you can see, Masayuki not particularly happy to be here. Also, the reason why nobody's ever seen his sword moves is because he literally has no sword moves. He can barely even lift his own sword. Again, I love the way she says that. Masayuki! Oh my freaking god, I hate this man. I hate this man more than life itself. He is so annoying and love it. I do actually love the way they designed him. It's perfect. It is exactly how he's supposed to look. I actually imagine him being a bit more like scrangly and just like rat-faced, but yeah, no, him being a pretty boy makes way more sense. He is literally freaking sparkling. Oh, I'm very much looking forward to him losing. Spoiler alert, he's going to lose. Oh, I love these guys. Bovix and Equix. Oh, he's gonna be fun. This fight's gonna be really fun. Yeah, Soka is really freaking good at her job right now. Aye, the mysterious masked man. I wonder who this could be. Good lord above, man. You didn't even cover up your tattoo. You didn't even cover up your freaking tattoo. Are you kidding me? Yeah, that's... For the record, that's exactly what happens in the light novel too. He literally spits out his drink. Because, you know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, ain't happening. This is the second freaking time Carrion has disguised himself in a mask, for God's sake. At least this time Rimuru actually figured it out. Also, I do just love that a former Demon Lord entered this tournament and got through the preliminaries without anybody actually bothering to tell Rimuru. In fact, I think Diablo even says, oh, there's some people, but nobody all that interesting. Like, come on, man. This dude is freaking interesting right here. That's actually a pretty good Malim impression right there. Yeah. So Malim sent her own, subordinate into this tournament basically just to cause some chaos and have some fun. Because, she really wants to compete, but letting her compete would have ended just so absolutely badly. In fact, it's actually said there's like 2 layers of barriers around the ring. The ring itself is made of stones that are 10,000 times harder than concrete and go 6 feet in underground. But that wouldn't be enough to stop even a light, flick from Malim. Also, I always imagine Equix and Bovix as being much taller than that. I mean, they're basically the same size as Masayuki, who's not an overly tall man. I figured they'd be like, 8, 10 feet tall. Yeah, Gapta, very much not happy to be here. Yeah, aloof demeanor makes him a subject of admiration. Come on, Soka, now you're just being mean. Yeah, everyone else, even Gapta was the warm-up act before now. The big 8th competitor, the star performer, the most beloved man in all of Tempest. Our guardian angel, Geld! Oh, I love this man. Okay, it seems like they're actually skipping over how exactly Gapta ended up joining this tournament. I mean, we had the start of the meeting, but alright, so basically they needed to find out who else could compete, who else could actually, challenge Masayuki and make him reveal his skills. And there's some options. Hakuro was a big one, obviously. I mean, Hakuro versus anybody is a pretty good fight right there. But the issue was that Hakuro promised to take Momiji around the festival. And Rimuru mentioned, hey, back in my old life, I had a coworker who had to skip out on a date with his daughter. Didn't go well. She didn't talk to him for several weeks. So he's out. Geld is obvious choice because Geld is freaking amazing. And then Rigard ends up, recommending Gapta because, I mean, he is a solid, A- rank monster right here. He is the leader of the Goblin Riders. He's actually very impressive. He just kind of, sucks. Oh my god, oh my god. Are you seriously coming down in a bolt of lightning? Oh, holy mother of God. Okay, so he just fully stole that from Guy. Love it. Yeah, in the light novel, he just, teleported right down. Didn't bother opening up a trans-dimensional gate to move 20 feet. Oh, that is absolutely amazing. That's swag. That is such swag right there, and I love it. Let's stay here, but they did actually skip over Rimuru talking to all the fighters, asking them what they wanted if they won. Guy was awful and annoying and said he wanted to fight Rimuru and then fight Masayuki and make himself the leader of everything because he's awful. Jinrei said, oh, I'm not going to win because obviously Masayuki's going to win. So Rimuru's like, all right, well, I'm just going to give you a nice new set of weapons and armor because you have such great sportsmanship and because I want to advertise my nation. And with Carrion or Lion Mask, he's just like, yeah, good luck. Because he's not really happy that this dude's in the tournament, because if he does end up winning, or if his identity does end up getting revealed, that's not going to look good for Rimuru. He's like, oh, it's going to look like, oh, he fixed this match, making a former Demon Lord fight in it. And there's no way he can say, oh, no, he entered without me realizing it. Nobody's going to believe that. I barely believe it, and I read the freaking light novel. Yeah, seriously. I mean, I said this before, but fate itself basically bends the knee to Masayuki, and things always go in the best possible way for him. Now he's going to get through the first round without even fighting. Second round, bit of an issue against one of these guys, and then final round, he'll maybe have to face off against a, former Demon Lord. So even then, he gets at least one free round. Good for him. Not to mention the fact that, all of these strong competitors will have basically worn themselves out in their own respective fights. I mean, yes, he quite literally manipulated destiny. Just, without actually trying to. Yeah, again, this is honestly not a bad fighting animation so far. That's a very interesting point. Let's see if they mention... Okay, so yeah, I don't think they actually mentioned it, but what he just did right there is very, very important because it wasn't that Rimuru granted him Ultra Speed Regeneration, it's that Raphael did. Basically, Rimuru has the skill Food Chain, which lets him, take in the skills of everyone underneath him. And what Raphael did was basically find a way to be like, oh, I can, make the food chain work in reverse and give skills to everyone under Rimuru. I mean, there is questions of, compatibility and all of that, but yeah, if someone is compatible with Ultra Speed Regeneration, she can literally just give them that skill. That is insane. That is one of the most broken and insane abilities I have ever heard in this series. Yeah, I mean, this is the real battle right here. Yes, Inglacia has their own fighting tournament, but they don't have monsters in it. Nowhere else in the world can you watch two A-ranked monsters battle back and forth. Yeah, literally lost his arm right there. Oh, yeah, I think they're painting the same people. Yeah, they have every right to be shocked by that. A dude just lost his freaking arm. That's not normal. I mean, most humans, even most, strong A-ranked fighters can't heal from that, can't regenerate a lost limb. And what's more, the dude literally, intentionally sacrificed that limb to catch his opponent off guard and catch him without his axe. Unfortunately, it doesn't really amount to much because his opponent now has Ultra Speed Regeneration, meaning that he can stay standing after this blow and then knock his opponent right freaking out. Oh, I love that roar. Oh, holy mother of God. He took out his eye. Oh my God, that is one of the most brutal things I've ever seen in this series. Holy mother of God. Yeah, can't heal from that, I'm sorry. Also, I do love that Diablo is the referee here, since there's absolutely nobody in this tournament who can actually stop him. Yeah, there's no real reason to draw this out. Jinrei would never face off against Masayuki. He'd never fight his friend like that. Especially because he believes that he has absolutely no chance of actually taking out his friend. Again, they keep handing the same 5 people. And seriously, God above, this is the power of Masayuki's skill. Even when somebody surrenders to him, the crowd loses their mind. They view it as this awesome, heroic, amazing thing. He's so amazing, seriously. Even the kids, they're applauding him for doing nothing. Okay, so this is the whole rant he's supposed to have, before the battle actually started. Like I said, guy sucks. This dude absolutely freaking sucks. Yeah, he doesn't really care. He's like, dude, you are so far below me. Like, this dude is just, like, barely an A-rank adventurer, and yeah, he thinks he's the hottest stuff in the world. I will admit, he is hot. But that just makes him just so much worse. He's got this super arrogant attitude about him that just makes him so freaking hateable. Yeah, okay, maybe making Diablo the referee wasn't the smartest move right now. Though I guess it is keeping him from, murdering people, so yay? Love it, Soka. Absolutely love it. Seriously, she's best girl in this tournament. In this entire arc, really. Yeah, that's the real difference between them. Technically, Guy is a much better fighter, but Gapta has, but he only has, like, rare sword and rare armor, whereas Gapta has all unique stuff, which puts them at about the same playing field, but unfortunately, Gapta doesn't really have the attitude to win this fight, to face off against a stronger opponent like this. And in fact, right now, he is trying very hard to run away to get a ring out, but this dude just will not let him, and he's gonna have a lot of fun making him suffer. Yeah, so that's basically all the encouragement that Gapta needs, because Rimuru and Gapta have this whole fishing tournament going on, and while Gapta is actually a much better fisherman than Rimuru is, Rimuru has this really nice, high-class, fancy fishing rod, which basically evens them out, and if Gapta gets that, he'll be the winner. He'll be better than Rimuru. Yes, he did in fact have a trump card that he just wasn't pulling out because he didn't feel like fighting all that hard. Oh, I love you, Gapta. Absolutely love you. Yeah, sorry, bud. That's not a direwolf right there. Oh, love it, love it, love it. Let's watch that again. Huh? Beautiful. Absolutely freaking beautiful. Yeah, that's all it took. That is literally all it took. Oh, they kept that. Yes, 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 they kept that from the light novel. Oh, I love it. Yeah, so Gapta wasn't actually planning on summoning Ranga. He wasn't trying to. He was trying to summon his own Starwolf, the one he's bonded to. But Ranga really wanted to compete in this tournament, and Rimuru wouldn't let him because, it's a fighting tournament and Ranga's an animal. That doesn't really kind of fit all that well, as sad as that might be for Ranga. So when Gappa tried to summon his own Star Wolf, Rong is like, hey, I'm the head of the pact. I can change things around. I can basically hijack the summoning and pop in and fight, and that's mostly above board. I mean, it's a bit iffy, but hey, it works. Here we go. This is probably the best battle of this tournament right here. Oh, I'm excited for it. Oh, we still have 10 minutes left. Awesome. We actually get through the preliminaries, or second round of preliminaries, and right up to the final match before this episode ends. Awesome. Oh, that was awesome. Oh, I love these guys. God, I love this fight, seriously. Geld versus Carrion. They are more evenly matched than you might think. Also, I love the panning shots to like the nobles we know, the nobles from the movie, and all of this. Of course, Elmija gets her own private front row seat, because of course she does. Oh, Tis is a big fan of Lion Mask. Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, for the record, this is like a 20 to 30 minute fight of them just trading blows back and forth again and again and again, and the crowd goes completely nuts about it. Oh, God, I love how honorable Geld is. He's like, I'm not fighting at my full strength because I know you're not fighting at your full strength. You need to keep your identity a secret, so therefore I'm holding back too. Oh, God. Ah, Carrion loves it. Carrion absolutely loves it. Again, seriously, this fight is this tournament episode might actually be better than the fight against Hinata. Like, seriously, this is really incredibly well animated. Honestly, I've said this again and again, but do they switch animation studios between the first half of the season and the second half of the season? Because the difference is just like worlds apart. Yeah, Yale just took a fully, semi-full power hit from a freaking former demon lord right there. And even that's not enough to bring him, like, fully... Interesting. I don't really like how they changed that. In the light novel, Gil takes the blow, is left standing, but is like, alright, I'm out, and like kind of limps out of the arena, with Carrion being like, I respect you, I respect that you took the blow, and are still left standing after it. And also in the light novel, Diablo has to like help support him out of the arena, which is like the funniest visual in the world to me. Like, Diablo isn't a small dude, but Geld is just this massive giant, and the thought of Diablo holding him up, supporting him like this, just... I find it so funny. I don't know why, I just love it so much. Honestly, that would be an absolutely amazing match. Both these dudes leaving in absolutely everything they had. That'd be terrifying, quite frankly. Thankfully, though, nobody can actually die in the labyrinth, so, that'd be a good place for them to do it. Oh yeah, so they're actually keeping it. Diablo's literally supporting Geld as he walks out. Again, big Geld, little Diablo. Oh my god, Tis was literally brought to tears over it. I love that girl. Oh, the semifinals. This is honestly just like so weird and awkward that it is actually painful for me to watch. Okay, took the mic. He literally took the mic from her. Okay, this is like way more confident and just like cool than he came off in the light novel, where he was like, actually no, let's do this instead. Alright, so yeah, Masayuki can actually speak very well when he wants to, which, you know, when combined with his skills, his ability to basically brainwash everyone around him, means that he is more or less a god in this world. Even Bovix, Equix, whoever the freak this one is, has already been charmed by him. I mean, yeah, okay, so, yeah, in the light novel, like, Rimuru's losing his mind, like, this is so stupid, why is everyone liking this, why is everyone applauding this, but seeing it here, I mean, Masayuki certainly has the charisma, even beyond his skill, to make this actually seem like a really good offer, a really kind offer, a great offer, like, I know you're not in your best, you know, shape right now, so wait for me down the labyrinth, and I'll come and fight you at your full strength, so we can really see which of us is more powerful than the other. And this dude accepting it is seen as like, oh, it's such a smart decision to, you know, not fight when he's not his full strength, to save the battle for later down the road. They all applaud him. They all love him. Also, important to point out, like, a big reason why Rimuru had Masayuki join the tournament was so we could figure out exactly how strong he is, except, you know, he didn't actually tell that to Bovix and Equix. So they don't know that's actually their job right now. They were supposed to fight him. They were supposed to see what he could actually freaking do. So he just gives up, because of course he does. He salutes him. He absolutely salutes him. Masayuki! Masayuki! Oh, interesting, Chloe's the only one who isn't affected by all of this and realizes, okay, something really weird is going on right now. I mean, Rimuru says everyone's acting like it makes sense, but I feel like it does make more sense here than the light novel, that's all I'm saying. Yes, exactly, Hero's charisma, except it's an actual skill. Yeah, this man's sweating. This man is 100% sweating as he's like, how did that actually freaking work? I mean, I will say, he was very confident when explaining things to Bovix, so yeah, good for him. Also, just want to say how much I love they switched to sunset for the semifinals. It gives the match such a different feel to it. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Yeah, for the record, Rimuru already figures, okay, this match is in the bag. Gapta has literally zero chance of winning or even scratching this dude. I mean, seriously, Carrion is a former demon lord. He is worlds apart from Gapta. That said, Gapta does have some supporters. Yeah, things are really not going Rimuru's way. Yeah, so I mean, Carrion is being kind here. He's like, dude, you have literally zero chance of beating me, and I might accidentally kill you just with a single hit, so maybe walk away. Maybe run away, like, right freaking now so you don't die. Yeah, except Ranga's not actually the one that's fighting here. He's not the he's technically not the competitor. Oh, love it. I love that Diablo immediately realized, oh, that's what Gapta's planning. Because, yeah, Gapta's the actual fighter. Gapta didn't leave the ring, so therefore Gapta didn't lose. Gapta didn't surrender. There's an old saying, give a lazy person a job and they will find the most efficient way to do it. Well, give Gapta an impossible battle that he needs to win, and he'll find all the best ways to manipulate the rules and just absolutely decimate his opponent. Like, for example, going after a dude's mask when he very, very much needs to keep his identity a secret. Yeah, so he literally just crippled Carry On. That's amazing. That's actually a brilliant move on Gapta's part right here. Also, what's this dude's deal right here? He's got little dots for eyes and a very strange expression on his face. I mean, for the most part, I felt like the crowd has been very well animated, but right now, I think this is when they ran out of budgets. Seriously, those people do not look good. Yeah, Gapta learned all the worst lessons from Rimuru right here. Yeah, Rimuru's reputation is really taking a hit right here. In fact, after the match, everyone in the crowd assumes that Rimuru came up with a strategy because Gapta looks way, way too stupid to do it. And they start fearing Rimuru even more because, like, wow, a demon lord who could think of such a cowardly way to fight is surely someone we don't want to make an enemy of. Also, just need to point out, Gapta, you won this match, but you just royally ticked off a former demon lord, so, you know, maybe not the smartest move you could have made. Oh, I love Ranga. Absolutely love him. So yeah, the crowd loves it. Even though the crowd said he was dishonorable, wasn't fighting the right way, was just a jerk and awful, his goofy appearance, his just running away over and over again, it made him likable. It made people actually want to see him win. It made people excited that he did freaking win against a former demon lord. Admittedly, they don't know he's a former demon lord, but still. So yeah, final match. Masayuki versus Gapta. Next week, I'm very much looking forward to that. Also love just how stoic Masayuki looks in the shot. That's some smoldering intensity right there. Also, just Soka, great job. Absolutely fantastic job at this. You worked up the crowd, you did everything right here. It was amazing. Oh, they're even keeping the, another spear tuna. Another freaking spear tuna. How many of these things did Rimuru catch? In fact, it's not even supposed to be spear tuna. It's described as a much smaller scale meal of like fried shrimp and stuff after the tournament, or after the first day of the tournament. Also, oh yeah, they do have the fried shrimp. Okay. Oh hey, it's the King of Blumman over there. I love him. Also, they're supposed to be in, like, you know, private cubicles that are sound dampened so nobody can hear what anyone else is saying. Not this big open area, but it is what it is. Yeah, Alice, big fan of Masayuki, even though he did absolutely nothing. It is interesting, though, that even with Masayuki's ability to quite literally brainwash people, he isn't the favorite fighter in this tournament. There's still people who like fighters other than him. So his powers aren't all-powerful, but that being said, he did get the best possible matchup in this fight, so yeah, I'm still gonna say this dude is basically a god. Oh my god! She got his autograph! How on God's green earth did this girl get his autograph? Especially with him in the background. Oh my god. And that look Frey is giving him. Oh my god, I love this so much. Also, he's not covering his tattoo. He's not covering his tattoo right now, and he's wearing the same clothes, just with a different, just with a cloak on right now. This is not a good disguise, man. I see your tattoo. I can put two and two together and realize, oh, this is the guy that was fighting 5 minutes ago. What the freak? Oh, okay, so we're getting the midnight meeting too. Excellent. So also for the record, in that, dinner he had with the kids and Tis and Hinata, Hinata said, best luck fighting Masayuki, because honestly, even I don't know how strong he is. Okay, so they're actually keeping this. It has some potential. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Gapta could technically have beaten Guy on his own. He just, lacked that fighting instinct to actually get it done. I mean, he's not necessarily wrong, but let me just say I am very much looking forward to that fight. Yeah, Raphael's up to something. Raphael is absolutely up to something. Okay, so I think without even spoiling anything, I think we all know exactly what this is about, what we ended last episode with, the fact that Rimuru needs a bunch of dwarven coins, and now the king of the dwarven nation just showed up. That's gonna be a whole interesting conversation, and next episode, Battle with the Hero. Alright, so this is a fun episode, I love the battles, I wish they would have been a bit longer, but the ones we did see were very well animated. I mean, these two going back and forth, that was amazing. Guy facing off... Oh, God, I hate Guy. I hate Guy so freaking much. Gaia? How do you actually pronounce his name? I wasn't listening. Pretty boy with just the biggest head on his shoulders. And like I said before, he is just barely an A rank. There are tons of people out there who are way stronger than him, so his attitude is just so utterly ridiculous. And, he lost to Ranga, who is technically a special A-rank monster, so not even close to a real battle right there. These two going back and forth, that was amazing. I love the respect that Carrion had for Geld, because, Geld wasn't actually using any of his skills, so Carrion wasn't using any of his skills. That was great. Absolutely great. And then Masayuki convinced Bovix, Equix, whichever one it is, to surrender because he's not in peak shape. Which, I mean, seriously, it weirded me out how confident Masayuki seemed during this conversation. Like, his skill basically lets everything go the way he wants it to, so I think he was just, really had absolute faith that his skill would pull things off, but... I mean, he had charisma right here. Rimuru was so shocked and confused why everyone loved this, but I loved it. Even knowing what was going on, I loved it, and I was charmed by him. Masayuki's freaking amazing. And final match, Gapta managed to beat a former Demon Lord. Oh, that was amazing. That was absolutely freaking amazing. I mean, he played dirty. He absolutely played dirty, but he still managed to outsmart him, which is something, I gotta say. Though, that being said, maybe not all that impressive considering this dude, he just put on a lion mask. He's wearing the same outfit, but just with a lion mask, and he thinks that's gonna fool people. He didn't even hide his tattoo, for God's sake. Also love Tis being obsessed with him, and just Diablo being such a referee. Just, oh God, that was amazing. Anyway, though, now next episode, Masayuki versus Gapta. That's gonna be a fight, honestly. But please, let me think down below, who is gonna win in this match? Masayuki or Gapta? What was your favorite fight of this episode? I'm leaning towards Geld versus Carrion, but actually no, Gapta versus Carrion is really good, but Bovix versus Equix, that was a really good fight with some really impressive animation too. I'm gonna say Gapta. Gapta versus Carrion, that was amazing, I love that. Oh wait, actually, change of mind, Gapta versus Guy, because I love that he had. I'm gonna rewatch it again. Yeah, right here. I love it. Absolutely love it. And what do you think? Why do you think Gazelle is here to talk to Rimuru? I mean, I think the answer is fairly obvious, but what's your guess? Let me think all this down below, and until next time, peace! Hello, one and all! This is my review, reaction, and cut content discussion to That Time Reincarnated Slime, Season 3, Episode 22. And last we left off, Rimuru was in a kind of rough spot, as the entire point of this tournament, or one of the big points of this tournament, was to figure out exactly what Masayuki could do, and yet now we just got into the finals, and he still hasn't shown what he can freaking do, so it's all up to Gapta, and that is, concerning. Very, very concerning. And speaking of which, we now have the Midnight Conference, where Rimuru has to deal with his money issue, as... yeah, let's not forget, he doesn't actually have enough money to pay for the merchants at his festival. That's an issue. I mean, technically, he has the money, but he's cash poor. He has stellar coins, which can theoretically be converted into money, but there's not really a lot of money going around in circulation. Not really enough to be able to gather enough to pay off the merchants. Yeah, quite frankly, the amount of money this festival cost is absolutely freaking insane. But here's Gaza, the dude who literally prints money to come lend a helping hand. Huzzah! I love that Molly's actually shaking like, oh, this is the king of the Dwarven nation suddenly coming in here in a kimono. Okay, that's something that happens. Like you said now, I'm the chief financial advisor to a demon lord. I guess I gotta get used to dealing with royalty. Oh, stiff as a board. Your Highness! Love it. I absolutely love Molly. Oh, love sassy Rimuru. Yes, like I said, Dwarven Nation literally makes the coins, literally makes all the coins in circulation, so if anybody can help, it's him. Yeah, there's a reason for that. In the light novel, he explains that this is so much money that removing it, and removing the entire amount from the Dwarven economy, could actually tank their economy. There just wouldn't be enough money in circulation to keep things running. That is how insanely massive this festival is. It's something that no other nation in the world could actually pull off. I love the little bow he gave to Shuna. So respectful. Yes, all the accounting is being done in his head, with Yuzel even saying, I don't even begin to know where to start lecturing you. I mean, in Rimuru's defense, he does have a supercomputer in his head, but still, this was a very, very dumb move on his part. Hey, it's a Royal Highness. What are you doing here in, the main office of the leader of our nation that you just casually strolled into? I don't know why, but in my head when I was imagining the scene, I imagined it in a tent. Why did I imagine it in a tent? I'm not sure. Yeah, really, Errol. You're not having a great time right now. You're dealing with a ruler whose whims are, excessive, even by Rimuru's standards. Gazelle boy. And the light novel actually describes him as Gazzy, which is just such an adorable nickname. Oh god, yeah. I mean, seriously, Gazelle right here is the leader of one of the strongest nations in the world, and he's being treated as a child by Almisha. And, for good reason, she's literally known him since he was a child. Yeah, so literally the only thing she's asking for in exchange for turning these coins into money, or just turning the seller coins into gold coins, is to be invited to all future festivals. That's all she wants. This girl just wants to party. And I mean, it does make sense. She's lived for millennia, and this is the most exciting thing she's seen in a long time. That is a very dangerous handshake right there. Yes, I'm so glad they kept that. Oh, Oh, beautiful. Oh, that was actually beautiful. I love the way they're shimmering. Yeah, like as she said, that's just her spare change. That's just what she has on hand right now.
用意して持ってこさせるけど。いやー、当面はそれだけで十分です。
よかったですね、リムルさん。
Ooh, yeah. She has a real issue with Diablo because she knows what he is. She's lived long enough where she can tell exactly what he is. Also, something else I want to point out here. Light novel, again, they're doing my boy Molly wrong, as it said that Rimuru actually donates 300 coins this effort, and Molly donates 1,000, roughly equivalent to about $500,000 of his own money to just making sure that this festival is a success. That is how much he cares about Rimuru and just, getting this job as his chief financial officer or whatever. Like, you literally just did when you walked in. You didn't scare, you didn't intimidate Rimuru, you literally just offered him money, so now he owes you a favor. That's exactly what you're doing, and I just now realized that. Oh, I love Diablo so much. That little back and forth they had with Amisha is just so precious. Yeah, I mean, oh God, poor Molly. First Gazelle and now Amisha. His heart is not going to handle this meeting. Thankfully, though, Molly is, fairly knowledgeable about the underworld, knows what's going on, knows all the seedy underbelly, so he'll know something at least. Yes, the Illuminati. He's gonna say, oh, they're rumors, I don't really believe them, but yeah, no, we've already actually freaking seen them the first half of the season. Old man Granville sitting in his throne in front of the fireplace, laughing, plotting maniacally. Oh, holy mother of God! Seriously, again and again, the second half of the season, they put so much work into scenes like this that we didn't even see in the first half of the season. God, the animation for this alone is almost better than anything we got in the first half of the season. Also, this isn't like an attack or anything. This is just like her unleashing her heroic aura, showing what she can really do, showing, trying to intimidate him, trying to see what he's really capable of and what his real thoughts and feelings are. Yes, yes, yes! And Rimuru fought back. Rimuru fought back with his own aura. Oh, it's described in the light novel that he does that. I wasn't sure if we actually see it here, but it looks so freaking fantastic. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, Rimuru doesn't actually know what the term primal or primordial actually mean, and he assumes, well, Diablo, I mean, he's a weirdo. He decided to serve a slime like me, so there's no way he's anybody all that important. Yes, seriously, Rimuru is in the dark about Diablo for a long time. I don't think he's all that dangerous. Beautiful. Absolutely freaking beautiful. Yeah, honestly, he's way more worried about Shion going on a mass killing spree than Diablo. Aw, he's so happy. I love Diablo. I couldn't keep up the act. Yeah, her whole I am the Empress, I am Elmesia. That thing's an act. That thing is a complete and utter act. This is her real self. I love her so much. And yeah, Rimuru said, oh, I'd stop a named primordial demon by myself. That's basically equivalent of saying, like, oh, I'd stop Yi by myself, since he's also a named primordial demon. Obviously different scale, but it's pretty freaking dang close. So Rimuru saying, like, oh yeah, I could actually take this dude down is insane. Utterly, utterly insane. And it really goes to show how insanely broken he actually is.
暴走しがちなのは確かですが、最近は俺の言いたいことを理解してくれるようになって、以前に比べるとかなりおとなしくなったんですよ。ちょっと気に。
Oh god, poor Molly. Seriously, like everyone else in the room is like, you know, monster class. I mean, Gazelle's a hero, whatever. Molly's just a regular freaking dude, and he'd face the heroic aura of the full heroic aura of Elmesia. It literally almost killed him. You can hear him panting in the background. I love it. That's also just an insane promise to make. Like, oh, if the primordial demon working under my friend goes insane, then I will help to stop him. I will take responsibility for whatever chaos he causes. The amount of trust that Gazelle has in Rimuru is literally ridiculous. Little Gazelle. Seriously, I love just how ancient she is. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, really. You're like, oh, I'm prudent. I think things through. It's like, dude, you just hosted the world's largest party on a complete and utter whim with only 2 months of planning. Really, trying to throw Molly under the bus when he is barely clinging to life. That's a baller move right there, honestly. Yeah, Mr. Yoshida, the dude in charge of a lot of the baking for the festival, she really wants to meet him because she really loves his desserts. Oh my god, this woman is so selfish, and it's just amazing. Yeah, seriously, after loaning him money, after discussing the possibility of his subordinate going on a mass killing spree, on saying she'll stop him if he becomes an enemy to humanity, her last thing is like, hey, also, I want some more cake. Would you mind getting that for me? Oh, that's amazing. That's a bummer. They skipped over a new friendship forming, which I was really hoping to see, as it becomes something just honestly spectacular moving forward. Alright, time for the final match. Who is going to win, Gapta or Masayuki? Believe me, if you have not read the light novel, you will not be able to guess how this fight goes. I will say, Masayuki does look very dapper right here. All majestic and stern. I like that. Lovely. Lovely. I mean, like before, the whole stern thing, that's what everyone else sees, but this is how Masayuki's feeling. He is screaming internally. He saw the last fight. He knows he has no chance against Gapta. Someone who, he actually says, exuded coolness and looked so heroic. That's how Masayuki sees Gapta somehow, some way. Yeah, seriously. Masayuki's entire thing is just him screaming internally, just constantly, like, how did I get in this situation? I don't want to be here. Also in the light novel, it says that Molly is taking bets on this fight, and Rimuru bet a lot of money on Gapta, because the odds are just insanely low. Yeah, that's, Masayuki's whole heroic aura thing. Makes it look like he's dangerous, makes it look like he's about to attack, and Gap's like, oh, I can't get close to him. If I do, I'm gonna die. When the truth is, if he attacked him, he'd probably end up killing Masayuki. Oh, I love that. I love that spider drop backwards. That was so cool. That was really well animated. I love that. Well, that's how everyone sees him. I will say, Gapta does sound pretty cool when he says that, like, I wanted to fight on my own. I wanted to see how I could do against you, but now I see I need to pull out my ultimate trump card. And I'm very, very excited to see his ultimate trump card. Oh yeah, he just happened to obtain this skill. It's not like anyone, messed with his skills to ensure he obtained it. That would be, insane. Oh, Malim. Bored now, but I'm excited to see her reaction to this. Yeah, also, can he really use it properly without any practice? Rimuru, you just hit the nail on the freaking head right there. Oh, he's getting a full transformation sequence. Oh. Yeah, we freaking go. Oh. I love it. I love it. I love it. Gapta meets Ranga. Gabranga. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to see what happens next. Yeah, Malim, she just saw an anime transformation sequence. Of course she's amazed by that. That's so freaking awesome. Oh, Gapta, you just made a very, very bad mistake. You got Malim excited. That sounded wrong. I love happy, excited Malim. It's adorable. Oh, old man, you really might not want to do this right now. Seriously. This is not the time to talk up Gapta. Believe me. And like, Miji is like so like, oh wow, my dad's student is so cool. I'm so amazed. I'm so impressed. If. The big word there is if. Yeah, he attacks before the dude can even freaking surrender. And you might think, oh, this is it. Ranga Gapta just won the match. Well, yeah, kinda. I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh, that look was priceless. Oh, that look is priceless. And Rimuru, not surprised. Just not surprised in the slightest. Oh, beautiful. Also, Light Novel actually clarifies that the impact isn't what knocked them out. It was just the shock of hitting a wall. Basically, Gapta couldn't really keep up with Ranga's speed. He was used to his own speed. So he tried to say, okay, go. Okay, stop. And by the time he wanted to stop, he was already in the wall. Oh, poor Ranga. Oh, that look. Oh, that look Momiji's giving him. Oh, God. Oh, Gapta's gonna die. Gapta's absolutely gonna die. Yep. And like I said, you should not get Malim's hopes up and then disappoint her because now she's mad. Now she is very, very mad. I might have spoiled Gapta a little too much. Dude, you are the hardest taskmaster in the world. You are a brutal and cruel teacher. At no point did you ever spoil Gapta. Actually, in fact, in the light novel, Momiji actually says, Dad, that's really your apprentice? And that's the point where he decides that Gapta needs to die. Okay, they just actually skipped an important scene right there. Basically, Rimuru agreed to it, but on the condition that Malim gives him permission to do an exploration into the ruins in Clayman's territory, which she forgot that she actually owns right now. Yeah, Faye had to remind her, like, Malim actually goes like, why are you asking me? And Faye's like, Malim, who owns that territory? Malim's like, oh, I do! Alright, you can do it! Yay! And Masayuki just woke up again. Oh. Yo, so they are just utterly convinced that, you know, there's no way that Gapta just ran into a wall. That'd be stupid. Clearly, Masayuki must have thrown him into that wall. But it was just so fast they couldn't see it. They're cheering for something they didn't actually see. Well, I'm concerned for the still unconscious Gapta. Oh, Soka, that was brutal. I will say this, Masayuki, he knows when to give up. He knows when just to walk away. I lost this match, I suppose. That means nothing. That means absolutely nothing. Okay, I wasn't able to keep up with his attack. That's okay. Gibberish, utter gibberish. Yeah, and then he just walks away, takes no questions, just walks away. And he figures, okay, my skill is gonna take care of it. Oh no, he was absolutely terrified of Gapta. Yeah, as soon as someone gives them any sort of reason to explain why Masayuki did it, they all just agree to it. And the agreement they all come to right now is basically that Masayuki did all of this just to tell the Demon Lord that, you know, he needs to stay on his toes, or else Masayuki will kill him. He seems like a good guy now, and, you know, if he keeps being a good guy, they'll be on good terms. But if he turns evil, then Masayuki will kill him. Which I guess is an explanation? Also, this is like a whisper. I feel like this dude should be shouting it if he wants everyone in the Coliseum to come to that same agreement. Yes, oh yes, the girls are literally screaming at how majestic Masayuki was for, you know, surrendering and saying that he couldn't actually keep up with the attack, which clearly was him being humble and being that, oh, if I want to, I could have killed you at any time. Masayuki! Oh, and the arm wave as he walks out. That is so majestic. Yeah, okay, so Raphael's gotten a lot of data, now she finally understands, okay, this dude, he is brainwashing everyone around him. It is an insanely broken skill, but that is what he's doing. Yeah, exactly. Rimuru realizes, okay, if I try to fight him, I'm just gonna end up the enemy of all of humanity, literally everyone. But if I befriend him, then his ability will affect me as well, and everyone will like me too! Yay! Oh god. Ranga needs to literally carry Gopta. Oh, that is beautiful. Well, I literally just woke up. Can someone explain to me what the freak happened and why I was unconscious? Oh god. He got a little plaque to celebrate his victory. Good for him. That's adorable. Oh my god, that's so sweet. Seriously, big cow dude holding this little certificate with there's so much pride. That is so adorable. Yeah, he's fully convinced that Rimuru is, inviting him to dinner to murder him. Like a last meal, basically. Oh, poor Gopta. You have no idea what's waiting for you. I take him now. And just carries him off with one hand. Oh, that's amazing. And I really have to wonder what the crowd thinks about that. Yeah, so basically Malim's plan is to murder him over and over and over again until he eventually gets stronger. That is such a sadistic plan, and I love it. Actually, Rimmer is the one who sold you off in exchange for the right to explore ruins in Malim's territory. Oh, Ranga, you are not getting away after that debacle. Oh, that is a terrifying image for everyone in the crowd. Oh god. Ranga, poor Ranga. For the record, Malim then said, oh god, I'll forever remember your bravery. So he's like, yeah, they're gonna die. They're not coming back from this. As Malim's plan moving forward is to make them the play pals of her pet dragons in the labyrinth. It's also said that in the light novel that Rimuru gives Jinrei, Masayuki's companion, a full set of armor so he isn't walking around shirtless anymore. And Guy wants the same thing, but Rimuru just fully and completely ignores him. Oh. I mean, that's a full-on Japanese meal right there. Something this dude has not had literally since he came to this world. I mean, even Hinata couldn't get a reliable source of fish. I mean, his party repeatedly insulted Rimuru, so yeah, it makes sense why he thinks, okay, this dude is about to execute me. Tears, literally brought to tears. I mean, the plan was to, talk and eat, but Rimuru decides, alright, you know what, I'm just gonna let him enjoy the meal, and then we'll talk. Yeah, he's like, alright, you gave me good food, I will serve you for the rest of my life, I'll quit being a hero, I'll lick your boots if you want to, I'm fully happy to do that. Oh, I love it, absolutely love it.
でもゴズールとは再戦をどうするんだ
Yeah, he forgot about that.
挑むのか
Fully and completely forgot that he offered a rematch, because his plan was basically to, run away. Like, as soon as the tournament was over, he would run away and never come back to this nation.
しろってゴズールが守るダンジョン攻略の広告塔になってもらえない
Yeah, so Masayuki's thing is like, okay, I'm gonna quit being a hero, I'm just gonna become your servant. And Rimuru's counteroffer is like, oh no, you're gonna be my servant, and you're gonna serve me by being the hero, by advertising my dungeon, by doing all these things for me, by making me look really freaking good. Oh, that is beautiful.
もちろん君たちの安全は保証する点など気づいた点があれば
Ooh, right there. Things we can improve. Yes, test playing a game. That's basically what a good 30% of next season will be. Them just, fine-tuning the dungeon, testing it over and over, seeing what's going on, seeing how they can fix it, seeing what they can improve. It is just so fun to read. I'm so excited to see it animated.
プレイヤーみたいな感じですね。
やお
いいんですか？
Yeah, seriously, this town has toilets, they have baths, this is the greatest place in the world to live, and Masayuki can just, stay here indefinitely if he wants to. Oh, and Japanese food, they have freaking Japanese food here! Yeah, Masayuki, well, he kept it, calm, cool, collected at school, secretly hardcore otaku, loved manga, loved light novels, and now he needs to know, okay, am I actually going to get to read manga in this world?
当然だろマサユキ君そこにいたら気持ちは遠いが
And of course Rimmer's doing it.
終わりだからね
Yeah, that alone is enough for, Masayuki to swear undying loyalty to Rimuru. I will get you manga. I will serve you the rest of my life. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And Shun is just kind of smiling awkwardly in the background.
こうして俺は新たな仲間を得たのである彼の記憶にある漫画にも興味あるし今後の友として仲良くしたい
That's true. Masayuki not only read different manga than Rimuru, but he also came to this world at least like a year after him. So if Rimuru can, read his mind and get access to all that manga, that means he has more new stuff he can read for himself. Yay! Alright, next episode, Labyrinth's grand opening. Alright, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be a lot of fun as we basically see, okay, what exactly, can the Labyrinth do? What is it? How is it designed? How do the various heroes and parties actually tackle it? It's just gonna be fantastic. I cannot wait to see it all animated. My video next week, I'm hoping to get out at regular time, but I do have a surgery scheduled for Wednesday, and I'm not really sure exactly where I'm going to be on Friday. Hopefully I'll be back home, be able to record it, but we'll see what happens. Anyway though, actual episode, Gazelle tried to offer some money, but apparently offering all the money he'd need would literally tank his own economy. Love that, absolutely love that. So they have to rely on Elmisha, who has, frankly, an insane amount of pocket money on hand right now. Yeah, that girl's crazy. That girl is legitimately crazy. And then we get a nice little standoff between the two over, whether or not Rimuru can actually handle a primordial demon like Diablo. Turns out he can. And that's enough to leave her literally shaken. And, oh god, I also just love Molly in the background during all this as he's panting uncontrollably after having to face off against that. Beautiful. Absolutely freaking beautiful. Then we get the big match. Masayuki really wants to surrender, but before he can, Gopta does a full Sailor Moon transformation sequence. I feel like the OP should be playing over this as Gopta transforms. Oh, that's amazing. There's something weird about a wolf with abs, I gotta say. Or I guess he looks more like a werewolf right now. Unfortunately, Gopta still sucks, and Masayuki's powers are crazy strong, so the attack missed, and Masayuki managed to, somehow eke out a win, despite doing absolutely nothing for the entire freaking tournament. Oh, that was fantastic. Oh, if you're wondering also why Masayuki's skill doesn't affect Rimuru, it's because Rimuru has ultimate skills, and nobody with an ultimate skill can be affected by somebody without an ultimate skill. I mean, that's pretty much a hard and fast rule of this world. There are exceptions, but for the most part, that's just how things go. And then we got a nice little meal between Rimuru and Masayuki, where Masayuki repeatedly swears undying loyalty and promises to serve Rimuru for the rest of his life. Oh, Masayuki, I love you. I genuinely love you, and I was so excited for this season, solely because of Masayuki. I cannot wait to see him next episode facing off against Rimuru's dungeon. Oh, that's be amazing, but please anything down below. What do you think of Masayuki? What do you think of his skill? What do you think is going to happen in the dungeon? Do you think we're getting another season? Oh, and what do you think of Ranga and Gapta's transformation into Wolf Gapta? Gabranga, however you want to call it. I think it's fantastic. Not as much as Malim, but I still thought it was fantastic. Seriously. Malim, literal stars in her eyes as she's watching this transformation. Oh, I love it. But please, let me think all this down below. And until next time, peace! Hello, one all! This is my review, reaction, and content discussion to That Time I Reincarnated Slime, Season 3, Episode 23 and 24. And first off, I apologize, this video is both a week late and a day late, respectively. For those of you who didn't see my post, I had surgery last week and it kicked my butt a lot more than I was expecting. For those of you who did see the post, though, thank you for your kind words. They meant a lot to me. But let's move on past that. I'm so excited for these episodes. And to wrap up Season 3, I've already seen online that we got an announcement. Season 4 is coming out, and we're getting a second movie. Huzzah! Alright, let's get started in 3, 2, 1. I love they're doing this inside the Coliseum. I think it was in like a conference room, just for like nobility and royals in the light novel, but you know, the Coliseum makes way more sense. Really show off what they're selling to everyone, because this is something special. Seriously. Love that. Absolutely love. Oh, that is amazing. That was in the light novel, by the way. Brahmers really, shows off her ability to summon a giant doorway from nowhere. Dun dun dun. Oh, it's amazing. There we go. That is the salesman Molly I know and love. Thank you, Lord. Also, yes, I know I think I mentioned this in my last video, but Rimuru with a crown on his head is just so weird to me. I don't know why. It's such a silly crown on his head. And, yeah, what he said. The focal point of our national operations from now on, 100% accurate. 100% accurate. Seriously. Moving forward, the light novel is heavily focused on this labyrinth, and I absolutely love it. It's such a great storytelling device. There's so much they can do with it. There's so much they do with it. And just this is the first taste. I'm so happy about this. Also, I love how excited Ramos is right here. Oh, she's precious. Interesting light novel. There's they actually say who wants to challenge it, and we get a bunch of people like stepping up to volunteer. First off, Team Thunderbolts, then Ellen's team, who say we're gonna do it, and are then met immediately with the sound of Errol's father screaming somewhere in the distance before Elmisha breaks something over his head. I kid you not. And of course, Masayuki's party. Obviously them. Yeah, so these guys really wanted to compete in the whole, tournament thing, but they got stuck in traffic on the way into town and missed the deadline, which is the funniest thing in the world to me. Yeah, they are absolutely fun. Anyway, so they weren't able to compete in the tournament, and they think, oh, well, you know, we would have won the tournament. We're the strongest in the world. And Masayuki, I mean, he's tough, yeah, but he chickened out and didn't face off against the Demon Lord. That's sickening. He literally uses the word sickening. So yeah, those guys have a very big head on their shoulders. And it's going to be very fun seeing them get humbled here. Okay, so they actually did keep that. It is so much funnier with it happening out in the open instead of, you know, in some room in the back. What the freak is with this dude out? This big bad wolf here dressed up as a biker punk with a leather jacket. What the freak is that? Seriously. In fact, in the light novel, Rimuru also gives Masayuki a rapier, because, you know, Masayuki's big move when he's fighting is to just, like, hold his sword out in front of him, and that's really all he can do, because his big move is not even drawing his sword, because it is too heavy for him to wield. So Rimuru gave him a very light rapier, which has a self-healing regeneration property to it, which allows Masayuki to actually draw his freaking sword. Oh, Masayuki, you are so pathetically weak. It is honestly hilarious. Of course. He decides to climb up to the top of the Coliseum just to have a dramatic entrance. Guy, this dude literally is the worst dude in this entire series. You suck so freaking much. I mean, admittedly, Ranga did play a bit dirty in how he entered the tournament, but still, you lost to him. It took one paw for Ranga to freaking crush you. That's not playing dirty, that's just you being so overwhelmingly weak. At least compared to, you know, Rimuru's executive council, his best fighters. Though I will admit his, you know, arrogance, pride, whatever, does make sense. He is an A-ranked, he's an A-ranked adventurer. And those are rare enough where if you reach, you know, that plateau, if you reach that point, almost everyone in the world is in fact weaker than you. What the why are you freaking out so much? They've been using these projectors, these screens, for the entire freaking fighting tournament. I mean, I do get why they're emphasizing it now, because it will be relevant next episode, as Gazelle's gonna be mad about it, because, you know, of freaking course he is. But just so weird to really like, oh my god, this is some insane new level of magic, when it's like, yeah, no, I've been looking at these monitors, these giant projectors, for the last 2 freaking days, and only now will I be surprised about it. Yeah, it's actually important. They mentioned, oh, we're going to sell these resurrection bracelets. In the light novel, she explained that we highly recommend you purchase these when entering the labyrinth. So this isn't a requirement. You can fully enter the labyrinth without a resurrection bracelet and then, you know, basically guarantee your own death. That is so insanely dark for what Rimuru is trying to, you know, sell here. It's basically Disney World. Lots of scares, but no real danger, and yet he's leaving open the very real possibility that that you will actually die in this labyrinth. Yeah, strongly encourage everyone to buy one. Not we're gonna mandate you buy one, we're just gonna encourage it. I mean, that is an absolutely insane claim to make. Like, oh yeah, if you wear this, you will come back from the dead. That's, you know, pure high level holy magic right there. So if you're actually claiming this really will work that way, we're kind of gonna need a demonstration.
その提案ももっともですし、よろしいでしょう。
さすがはミョルマイル殿。
Yeah, there we go, Molly. He was literally just told, hey, I want you to die. And he's like, alright, I guess I'm gonna die now. Insane. Absolutely insane. Love that man.
体験済みだからな。最初は当然怖がってたけど。実際に攻撃して。騙されるものかよ。
God, this man is freaking psychotic. Even worse in the light novel, where he straight up cut off Molly's arm, messed with him for a while, and then eventually cut off his freaking head. No, I'm not joking. Yes, he's that insane. Again, though, I can make certain allowance here, like, well, you know, Soko was about to kill him herself, so that may have been like a trick blade that like teleports you out of the room to try and hide, to try and obscure something, like, oh, I'm gonna cut him with this, he's gonna teleport it out, and everyone's thinking, oh, he was fully revived near their end. That does make some sense, but at the same time, this is psychotic. This is absolutely psychotic right here. Oh, that pure smile right there. And as you can see, I'm just fine. Like an infomercial, straight up like an infomercial right here, and I love it. That's actually a really cool feature of the bracelet. Basically, when the bracelet decides, yeah, you're about to die, it fully turns off your pain receptors. They don't actually feel yourself dying. Love that man, Molly, though. Ooh! Rimuru got mad. Rimuru got real mad because Molly is straight up his bro. And that was, like I said, absolutely freaking sadistic what he did to him. Yeah, Team Great Lightning. Yeah, they are putting no effort into navigation. They aren't even like marking the walls as they pass them because they believe that there is no way there's a labyrinth this big, like a mile across, underground. They've never seen a labyrinth that freaking large before, so they don't believe that Rimuru could have built one here and now. And the best explanation they come up with, might see it in a second, is them believing, oh, it must be illusory magic. He's making us wander in circles, which, I mean, even if that was the case, why wouldn't you at least mark the walls or something? Seriously. Well, at least that gave them a good laugh. Yeah, there's pitfalls in this labyrinth, which, as you might imagine, not the smartest design choice. I mean, I think in most games, you have a pitfall trap, it sends you down to the floor you were just on, and you have to go all the way back up again. But in a game where the point is to go down, pitfall traps don't really make a lot of sense. I mean, there are games I've played that have done that, like Izuna, Legend of the Unemployed Ninja. Great game for the DS, absolutely loved it. But that one, like, you get a pitfall trap and end up on the floor down below, but then you miss out on the chance to get all the good items on the floor above, so yeah, it still works as a bad trap, something you want to avoid for the most part. Yeah, also, Rimuru wasn't actually planning on having any pitfall traps whatsoever. That was on Ramiris and Veldora. Oh, Ramiris. Rimuru actually put a lot of effort into designing the first few floors. They would feel just hard enough without being too mean, and you've kind of utterly completely destroyed the balance of them. Yay! A lot. A lot of them. Yeah, exactly. The whole point is they get lost, and she installed a shortcut which she felt like was made things harder for them somehow, some way. Yeah, here we go. Ellen's team, they're actually making a freaking goddamn map because they aren't morons. Though also importantly, they're finding a lot of treasure chests. A suspiciously high number of treasure chests. Don't. Absolutely don't trust her. She got bribed, man. She got 100% bribed. Oh, seriously, that was literally all it took to find out all the information she needed on the labyrinth. In her defense, it is really, really good cake. Like the best cake you can get in this entire world. Molly is good at this. Molly is very, very good at this. God, I love him. Yep, Masayuki's already on the 3rd floor, and it's been like 10 minutes or something. Turns out his unbelievably good luck also leads him to pitfalls. God, I love that man. And down they go again. Oh, I love that. I love that. Okay, not bad fall from Masayuki, who is in no way athletic, but I love Jinrei catching her. Oh, that was so cute, seriously. Oh, that was adorable. Amazing. Yeah, that's an interesting thing, because basically Rimuru gave Masayuki a map of the first 5 floors, but because Rimuru didn't know about the pitfalls, Masayuki doesn't know about the pitfalls. So he's just being led to them through the sheer power of his own skill. Huzzah! That's a pretty terrifying monster to encounter, you know, literally as soon as monsters start popping up. That is serious. That is a villain face right there. That is 100% a villain face. Yeah, even Raphael has no idea. He's basically just being led purely by his own greed. Yeah, as you might imagine, nobody's actually getting to 100th floor because why in God's name would they? This is a freaking huge labyrinth. No one's getting down 100 floors in 3 freaking hours. Unfortunately, well, people explain that to Valdora, but he just wasn't really paying attention, so he's just still waiting for someone to actually show up and fight him. God, that's sad. Yeah, and these idiots right here, ironic that Team Great Lightning keeps getting electrocuted, they are doing absolutely nothing to defend themselves from any of the dangers of the labyrinth. They aren't checking for trapped treasure chests. They aren't mapping things out. They're basically going in this fully and completely blind. Oh, that is a big, big change. Okay, are they going back in?
しますか？
Okay, alright, so yeah, that's interesting. I thought they were just like fully wrapping their story up right here, which would make no sense because there's still a lot more they need to do this episode. But yeah, staying back to the beginning, interesting. Very, very interesting.
これで何回目だよ。さっきは睡眠ガスの罠で全員眠ってましたね。
Good freaking lord.
ところでエレンたちはまだ1階正面にいるのか？
今までの丁寧な攻略から一転、一気に仮想を目指すようですね。
Someone shut that man up, seriously.
より良い宝箱を狙ってのボスの部屋か、もしくは
他にもあるんですか？
エリアボスというランダムに
He has a script. He has to read off a script. Come on, that's a little mean to Masayuki. This is a man who would have fully memorized every word of this.
するボスもいるみたいですな。
カバルお願いね。
寄せられるのは嫌なんだけど。
ちょっとわざとらしいが、まあいいか。
I mean, in the light novel it was said that they actually are fairly good actors and are able to really sell it fairly well. Make it seem like this whole thing is actually genuine and not, you know, a total and complete con. That's a pretty impressive icicle shot. I mean, seriously, think back to, you know, how strong Ellen was, episode, what, like 4 or 5, when Rimuru first met her, she could get, like, one of those shots out at once. It was Rimuru was able to basically take in the magic and use it as a shotgun to take on Ifrit.
危なかったぜ。
God, that man just keeps getting hit. I love it.
押してみると簡単すぎたかな。そうだね。
There we go. There's the treasure. Oh. Oh, that is a nice looking sword right there.
俺の頑張りを天が見ていてくれたんだ。
Oh, Tempest sword. Very nice. Yeah, that's a full-on unique item. So, yeah, that's kind of weird. There's no way a unique item should have spawned, especially this high in the labyrinth.
ちょっと損した気分だ。
ワイドさん。
いや、そりゃそうでしょう。金箱に外れなしというのが魔王リムル様からの伝言ですし。
Yeah, alright, they got their super rare unique sword. They're good. They're just gonna head out now. Yeah, here we go. Right here. This is the entire purpose for all of this. It's advertising. It's selling up the dungeon. And they absolutely did that. Now, the chances of anyone actually going in and finding themselves a unique class sword like that as easily are 0. Literally 0, but still. It sells them on the idea of that happening to them. Oh, mama, that's a big spider right there. Holy mother of God. This is just floor 10, by the way. This is the weakest boss in this entire labyrinth. There we go. Yeah, one hit. Literally one hit was all it took to take it out. And of course he gets a gold chest for that. And of course he's gonna have something insane in it. Oh. Interesting. What did Masayuki... did I make a note of that? I didn't. I don't remember what he actually got from the treasure chest. Looks like a Tempest dagger, though. Similar to the Tempest sword that Ellen's party got. Oh, this is gonna be fun, because Guy is there, but the boss is not. Yeah, sorry man, your timing just kinda sucked. Yeah, sorry man, you're just 15 minutes late. Oh, there absolutely is.
明確なルール違反を確認。これより死刑を執行します。
刑だとお前ごときがこの俺に。
Yes, she 100% does. Oh, that is beautiful. Yeah, important to mention, while she isn't as strong as Trainee or her sisters, she's still a goddamn dryad, an A-rank monster, and a serious threat. And very sadistic as she's moving the pain reduction effect. Important to mention, light novel, this was the result of a guy insulting the master of the labyrinth. Either Rimuru or Ramos, not sure exactly who, but either way, it royally ticked her off. Oh, God. Oh, I love that. I gotta watch that again. Oh, that was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. Oh, it reminds me of the shot from the first episode of Elusive Samurai. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Yeah, he's a little bit traumatized from, you know, the experience of feeling his head get cut off. God. I love this. I really do. I was kind of worried they wouldn't include Team Great Lightning because they aren't super relevant to the story, but they are just really amping up how pathetic these guys are. Okay, they actually did cut out something interesting, something relevant, something fairly important right here. Basically, Team Great Lightning, when they actually had to fight against monsters, they got super serious, and Rimmer realized, okay, I may have overestimated the strength of adventurers, and what's more, when some of their companions fell in battle, when they died, Team Great Lightning lost it, wailing, no, only to be, teleported back to the surface and find their dead companions just standing there waiting for them. Oh, it was a great moment. I loved it. Yeah, very near future. Like all thing Rimuru says, like in 3 or 4 days. I mean, there's definitely things they want to change, but nothing, too drastic. Yeah, if you defeat the freaking Storm Dragon, then you can face off against me, a slime. Feel honored. Again, they have a whole nother spear tuna. Like, how many of these things did they catch? Or are they still working through the same first one for the last 3 days? I don't know. I do love Momiji working with her father, though. That's adorable. Oh, God. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool right there. Ooh, Luminous is being very flirty with Hinata. I like that. And Rimuru is a hard partying drunk. Amazing. Oh, that's... Oh, very cool. That's, I forget what it's called. The Elf Lounge or whatever. It's on the 95th floor of the Labyrinth. And it's a very exclusive place that only the cream of the crop are allowed to visit. Nobles, royals, things like that. Oh God, Veldora, seriously? Have some decency, man. Chopsticks, seriously. Good Lord above. But you know, they're having fun. Good for them.
無料で解放され、住民はもちろん商人や冒険者、農民らが飲めや歌えの。
That's a giraffe playing the piano. Are you seeing this? A giraffe is playing the piano. Weird.
飲めや歌えの大騒ぎ。翌朝。
That's a lot of farmland right there. Tempest isn't actually really known for its farms. That's why they have, you know, fall mist. That's why they were trading with the Beast Nation. Interesting.
翌朝、俺には最後の大仕事が残っていた。
Yeah, you gotta deal with your debts, man.
そう、今日は金貨の支払い期日なのだ。
Oh, that'll be fun. I'm assuming that's next episode. How much time? Yeah, that's next episode. All right. Next episode after the festival. Alright, that's just going to be the wrap-up, dealing with the merchants, dealing with royals, nobles, dealing just with everything they need to deal with following the festival. Looking forward to that one. A good end for the season. Alright, so this episode, though, loved it. Loved the labyrinth. I'm glad they really spent the time showing how the labyrinth works, how it functions, and just setting us up for next season when the labyrinth will play a much bigger role. Seriously, that's going to be amazing. I cannot wait for that. Love the parties. I love that guy suffered, got his head cut off, and lost all the goods that he'd, found throughout the labyrinth. Seriously, he opened like 20 silver chests. There must have been a lot of goods in there. Nothing rare class, but still, a lot of goods. All of which he just lost. God, you suck. Meanwhile, Ellen's party got very far thanks to copious bribes to Romulus and Veldora. Because of course they did. And Masayuki's party got very far thanks to just pure dumb luck, while Team Great Lightning basically just suffered the entire time. Oh, it was amazing, absolutely loved it, and that's where I will end my discussion on this episode. Let's start up episode 24! That's not a bad offer either, seriously. I know, the Council of the West says all transactions must take place with dwarven coins, but no merchant actually holds that. They all agree to barter or accept this or that in exchange instead. These guys are just being jerks because someone paid them off. That dude, right there. That's the guy that Elmesia warned Rimuru about. Oh, someone's gonna show up on the last day to offer to fix all your problems for you. And in exchange, you'll owe them a huge, insanely massive debt that they will use to try and control you. Yeah, it's also weirdly mentioned in Light Novel that the Duke went out of his way to say Molly's name, because apparently often royals will pretend that they don't know the names of important commoners to make themselves seem more important, which is so insane, but I guess it's some weird power thing. It makes sense. Also, while he's called a Duke throughout this whole thing, he's also referred to as a prince, so I guess he was someone in line for the throne who became a duke instead? I'm not sure if that was the translation thing or what's going on. Yeah. Okay, merchants, now you're dealing with a goddamn demon lord. Try to keep that same arrogant attitude. Yeah. Not part of your plan, Duke. Absolutely not part of your plan for Rimuru himself to show up. Though he's managing to keep a fairly calm demeanor, even despite all this. Merchants who aren't actually, your merchants. They don't belong to your nation, and suddenly they all decided to come to you for some reason. That seems, a little suspicious. Is that a picture of the tree Rimuru was just at the end of last episode right there? I mean, that is where he met Shizue. That's where he looks out over the town. That's a very interesting piece of artwork. I like that. I actually like that on my wall. Interesting. That is absolutely not true. Merchants are willing to accept almost anything so long as it has value. Molly's doing a very good job seeming way more terrified and nervous than he actually is. He is a very good actor. And there it is. There's the offer. Yeah, this wasn't just an offer. He was pretty much guaranteed, like, oh, if you do this, if you succeed at this task, we will make you one of the 5 elders. We'll basically put you in charge of the entire goddamn world. An absolutely insane offer. Yeah, Rimuru is done playing. He's like, alright, it's time to show off what I actually have. And that is god dang freaking Geld walking in with a mountain of dwarven coins. Oh, that is beautiful. Yeah, he literally just said, oh, did you counterfeit these coins? Did you commit a massive crime? Did you commit massive fraud? That is an insane thing to accuse him of. Yeah, Benimaru, they're right. They're right to be upset because that is hugely insulting. Even though Rimuru was fully planning on counterfeiting dwarven coins. It's also just like a very dumb thing to do because dwarven coins actually have like a serial number on them that can't be faked. Yeah, there are a lot of reporters here who the Duke actually, gathered to get dirt on Rimuru to basically be like, oh, look at what he's doing. He's refusing to pay. And I had to come in here and, set things right, blah, blah, blah. Unfortunately for him, most of the reporters in the world are actually currently loyal to Diablo after he saved and enchanted them. So this plan was doomed from the very beginning. Yeah, for the record, the guy that... Oh, those are shiny. That dude's not even a real merchant. He's someone who works for the Duke, and his plan was basically be like, oh, well, no, these coins are fake, or slip in some fake coins, whatever. But he can't really do that when there are a dozen reporters watching him from the corner. In fact, even in the light novel, the guy even says, in fact, these are some of the earliest coins ever minted. They must go back centuries or even millennia. Which, yeah, Elmisha has a lot of really old coins that she never got around to spending. Good for her. Yeah, he's really, really trying to keep calm. Like, alright, well, this didn't go according to plan, but I'll have another chance. I'll be able to win his trust somehow, some way. Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. Oh, that is beautiful. Though, for the record, Rimuru says in the light novel, all of his subordinates are very, very confused because this is part of the plan he didn't actually bother explaining to them. Oh, he is savage. He is a complete and absolute savage, and I love him. Love it. Yeah, what tyranny? He is the king of a nation. He can decide who, does business in his nation and who doesn't. That feels like, very low-level stuff for a king to be in charge of. Yeah, very important. Like the whole argument was like, well, the Council of the West says you have to pay us in dwarven coins, but Tempest hasn't actually joined the Council of the West yet, and therefore they aren't actually required to follow their rules. Even then he's like, if I can't join the council, I don't really care, so what? I'm already, one of the most powerful people in the entire world. I own my own economic block right here. I'm aligned with the Dwarven Nation, the Elf Nation, Malim's various nations. I have goods that nobody else can get, and I'm freaking loaded. So what? If I'm not a member of the Council of the West, I will still basically be controlling the West. I'll still have a huge influence on all the Western nations. Also, I want to get this line right. Something else Rimuru says during this scene is, we've already decided that this land is going to be the center of a vast new economic bloc. Why? Because I wanted it to be. That's tyranny. That is 100% tyranny right there. Meanwhile, the Duke is kind of falling apart because, yeah, he's failed. He has 100% failed. Oh, I love it. Yeah, for real. They're all gonna realize fairly quickly, oh yeah, the Duke was trying to attack, basically to threaten, I'm not even sure if threaten's the right word, he was trying to pressure Rimuru into owing him a favor, basically. Oh, I love Rimuru's faith in him. Oh, another great line. Molly, who you so thoroughly disrespected, has my full and utmost support, even so that I trust all of my nation's finances to him. Like I said, Molly is his bro, 100%. Oh, that smile. Oh, I love that smile. Yeah, that's a real demon right there. Oh, I love that. Oh, it's a train. Oh my god, a model train. They actually built it. I mean, I saw it in the other, during the conference, whatever, but it's so cool. I love model trains so much. I actually have a Lego model train in my room back home. It is so cool. But anyway, a train existing right now, even as a model, is a bit weird, right? It's a bit weird in the timeline of the series because they shouldn't actually be able to build one until they get all of the manpower they need to actually put this thing together. In fact, a big element of the Tempest Festival is recruiting the people they need to actually make the train. The overcomers from, Lubelius' nation, the vampires, and the magical sorcerers from Thalion. There we go. There we go. God, I love Molly so much. Absolutely. He really learned a lesson from Elmisha right there. As he basically took the situation of him being pressured into, owing someone a favor and turned it around into other people being pressured into owing him a favor. That's brilliant. That is 100% brilliant right there. Oh, that smile right there. That is precious. Oh, amazing. Absolutely amazing. So yeah, the big plan is basically to tell these merchants, yeah, I'm never going to let you work my land ever again, and then leave, at which point the merchants go to Molly and beg him for help, beg him to change Rimuru's mind. He's like, oh, well, he is a hard-headed and determined demon lord, but maybe I can change his mind. Maybe I can turn things around here. At which point those merchants will be fully and completely loyal to Molly for the rest of their lives, and will be very much determined to make sure they never tick off Rimuru again. brilliant plan. Yeah, right there. Gazelle is the one who's gonna, speak up first. Oh. That is so overwhelmingly vague. It has been an insane 3 days, and that can refer to literally anything. Yeah, seriously. Again, like I mentioned this in this same video earlier on, like, the projectors were also being used for the entire tournament, so it's weird that Gazelle reacted so strongly to them being used, in the dungeon. I do know, for this exact moment here, though, to emphasize, like, oh, these are actually, like, usable as a weapon of war, essentially. Yeah, seriously. I mean, like, seriously, any general from, like, the 1850s back would have probably offered up their left leg for the chance to have this kind of technology. The ability to see the entire battlefield without actually needing to put themselves in danger, without actually needing to put themselves on the front lines. That would have been a complete and absolute game changer and would have made them almost unbeatable. Yeah, seriously. I mean, honestly, that is not Rimuru's fault. That is Vester's fault. Vester is arguably a spy for Gazelle. It's his job to report back on anything insane or crazy that Rimuru does. In fact, there's one point in there's a short story way, way in the future where Vester sees Rimuru do something absolutely freaking insane, and it's so crazy that he doesn't even want to report it back to Gazelle because he knows nobody will actually believe him. Yeah, Elle. She just referred to as the Supreme Empress of Thalion as Elle. God, I love this girl. Yeah, even though, Elmisha is way, way older than her, these two really act more like sisters, and it's kind of adorable. In fact, after this, Errol actually stands up, turns to the Magus Knights, and says, "You are all forbidden from telling anyone how the Empress acts around my daughter. Consider it a state secret." That is so much more complicated than you're making it sound. Seriously. In fact, that was the whole thing that happened with, what's-his-name and Vester. They were trying to basically do that exact same thing to create their, Magi soldiers, whatever it was. And the plan failed spectacularly because they fundamentally misunderstood how spirit magic works. Yeah, like I said, very, very complicated, and Gazelle knows that because he has fully failed to actually accomplish this. Yeah, like I said, this is a recruiting effort. He got the vampires, now he's getting the magic science specialists. Those are the people he needs to actually build this freaking train. Yeah, she's doing all of this just because she really, really wants some of the, daily life improvements that are in Tempest. Running water, flushing toilets, heated sinks, whatever. And just poor Errol is forced to make it happen. Yeah, joint research, that's a big thing in the next volume. Very excited for that. Yeah, Momiji, they kind of still need her permission to make the freaking tunnels. God, she is so precious. And again, I do like they make her seem way older than she looks in the light novel. I love, like, seriously, the word tunnel was so absolutely foreign to them when we tried to explain it. He actually had to make a full model to show off this is how a tunnel works. I'm sure that was, like, really super helpful for all of them. In fact, there's another series I was reading, Death Mage, where he tries to explain things to everyone, through a map that he draws up, and all the monsters are so confused. So he basically just needs to to create golems, create a whole 3D map on the ground, and everyone's like, oh, now I get it!
山を貫く穴を掘るというトンネル工事を承認しましょう。マジでです。ただし工事の責任者には
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Rimuru, that is an insane thing to agree to. He is literally the leader of your military, and you want to, for lack of a better term, sell him out so that you can, get this tunnel built, get this train built through the mountain. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. Also, woefully unqualified for the job. Yeah, alright, so... Oh, that is precious. I love her. So yeah, that was an insane plan. Instead, they compromised and agreed. Okay, so instead of supervising, he'll just come and check up on the project every now and again. Oh, Hakura is so proud of his daughter. I love him. Oh, her plan was the compromise. Interesting. Especially because Rimuru almost agreed to the regular plan. Seriously, how insane would that be if you're like, alright, well, they're obviously going to reject this offer, but that's when I bring out the backup offers. Like, oh no, they fully agreed to the first offer right away. In fact, they jumped at it. Smart girl, love her. Yeah, seriously, he's still calling Rimuru master, even though he's king. Human and monster co-prosperity sphere. I prefer in light novel. It's the Monster and Man Cooperative Alliance. That sounds so much better. Oh, seriously. I don't like how that sounds in the anime. Holy mother, I love that. That I like right there. Like, seriously, I expect that to transform into a giant fighting robot. And I genuinely would not be surprised if it did. That's just the kind of series this is. Oh, that's nice. That is so freaking fancy. Alright, so yeah, Rimuru is that supposed to be Geld right there? I think it is. So Rimuru is looking forward into the future, seeing what's coming down the road, the Monster and Man Alliance. How far everything will eventually go. I love it. Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, they literally owe their lives to Rimuru. When they met, Yom was a mercenary literally sent out to die, whereas Murian was, a spy who absolutely betrayed them, and who was, a second away from claiming crushing her own heart. So, yeah, Rimuru really turned things around. And for now, Rimuru's main plan is for them to focus on agriculture, because, like I said before, Tempest, not really all that great at growing crops. The wooden land for that, the wooded, foresty land around the city, it just doesn't really grow crops all that well, at least not in the numbers they need to actually feed everyone in Tempest. So having, Farminus, whatever they're calling it now, focus on that. Great, that works out really well for them. Yeah, not an issue. She is way more blunt about that in the light novel, saying basically, Diablo has coerced our nobles into doing whatever we want. And she needs to, keep correcting herself when she makes it sound too terrifying, Diablo is forced. I mean, Diablo has convinced them not to do whatever we want.
国内の治安を
騎士団の再編成により
Oh, actually, I just remembered something they cut out before. When Rimuru was talking about, building a train to the Elf Nation, Errol was supposed to step up and say, oh, well, our workers are going to work with your guys so that way they can learn from them. That was a big thing when Elmisha was talking to Errol before. She's like, oh, you failed to consider expertise. If we had agreed to work with Rimuru to build this road between our nations, then we would be able to learn from him. We'd be able to, take all the skills and techniques that he has mastered, those people have mastered, and bring them into our own nation. That was Errol's mistake, which he actually learned from. Yay!
都合は人馬共栄圏の生命線になるのでしょうね
Yeah, the train, really important right here, as, because Falmus is going to be an agricultural, hotspot, they need to be able to transport food very, very quickly, as things are currently, when you grow crops, there's only so far you can actually send them before they start to rot. But if you're able to build a train and send them, anywhere on the map, that lets you sell them to a much larger group of people and allows you to, grow more crops and sell more crops. Huzzah!
馬車で1週間かけて運んでいたものを3時間かからずに届けられるようになるんだから。運搬量はば
Oh, Yom, completely and absolutely freaking out. I love it.
100倍以上だぞ。
Also, I think this line Rimuru said about, cargo that took a week will arrive in 3 hours is a reference to something, because in the light novel, Masayuki, Yuki, and Hinata, who are all at this meeting, all reacted to it as if it was some reference that only they understood.
運んでいたものを3時間何遠慮してるんだよ、フューズ。
Yeah, really. Blumend is a very, very small nation, and they are surrounded, in this conference by literal freaking giants.
悪い悪い。それで
I love this interaction so much, because Fuse interacting this noble who was speaking on behalf of the king and queen of Blumend, who are also present here. It is such a weird back and forth, and I love it. Yeah, he pretty much sums it up fairly well. Basically, Blumend will be a logistic hotspot, seeing what every nation has, seeing what other nations need, and distributing the goods as required.
鋭いな。その通りだができるかな。場所だけ提供してくれても構わないよ。
Yeah, seriously, Rimuru just basically said, if you guys don't want to do any work at all, I'll still pay you a tax on all the goods that flows through Blumend. I'll still pay you a massive fortune, more than your country has ever seen before, just to sit around and do nothing. But Blumend isn't that lazy. They want to be, part of this. They want to take the future by the hands and become an economic powerhouse. Yeah, Valdora is still mad that nobody came to challenge him in the labyrinth. Because you built a whole 100 floors for it. That's a lot of floors. Exactly. So, basically the plan moving forward is to have nobles hire teams of adventurers to dive into these labyrinths and get the rare, unique, super awesome treasure for them. That way the nobles can, hang on the wall and say, oh yes, my team managed to find that for me. And while their teams are doing it, the nobles will live it up in Tempest, enjoying all the luxuries they can. It is such an absolutely insane system, and I love it. Yeah, Molly is a true merchant. Yeah, that's a very, very important point right now, because what Rimuru has basically done is kind of make the guild obsolete.
ジュラの大森林の魔物はリムル陛下の命令によって管理されており、国境線も今後は我が国が
Yeah, exactly. So basically, now adventurers can't really go into the forest and kill monsters because those monsters belong to Rimuru, and the monsters are unlikely to start, going out and attacking people because they're under, the orders of Rimuru. So yeah, adventurers won't really have much to do. I mean, there's still going to be the rogue monster, demon, whatever. But for the most part, things are really going to quiet down for them, and it's going to be a job that, let's say, goes from requiring 1,000 people to 100 people. That is a lot of adventurers, very strong, capable people, who can now no longer work at the job they've spent their entire lives doing, and that right there is how you get bandits! Yay!
管理することになるでしょう。そうなれば。
全く叶わないな。私もいいかしら。
どうぞ。
Yeah, Rimuru is always nervous when Hinata steps up.
確かにここのダンジョンは腕を磨くのにはもってこいよ。でも死なないことになれると危機意識が低下して。
That is also a very good point. Basically, she's worried that, if everyone, gets used to fighting in a place where they never have to worry about dying, then when it comes to facing real challenges where they could actually die, they'll be lax. They won't fight as hard as they normally would. They'll get themselves killed doing something stupid.
が増える気がするの。
まあそれは確かに。
そこで提案。西方正教会から司祭を派遣して。
Yeah, I don't really understand how this suggestion actually changes anything. It's basically her saying, like, I'm going to send some priests to go train the labyrinth. That way, they get stronger and more skilled. And if you let me do that, I'll stop complaining. Absolutely insane.
それも行為。
Yeah, priests are very, very rare. They're basically the only people in the church who can actually perform like the true miracles, like reviving the dead or whatnot.
姫様。
国信仰と恩寵の費用を完全なものとする上でも秘匿された神聖魔法を解
Yeah,
説
exactly. So Rimuru's ability to use holy magic kind of requires him to watch other people use holy magic. So if he's able to, send them into Labyrinth, Raphael will be able to analyze them, and then he'll be able to figure out the secret of faith and grace way, way more quickly.
非常に有効であると考えます。攻略させたいんだけど。
It's pretty good training, gotta
い
say.
いかしら、ベル。
貴様らが100階にたどり着くのを我は楽しみに待っておるからな。
Yeah, that's, seriously, Hinata just basically told them to go fight Veldora. Even if they can't die, that's not going to be a pleasant experience for them. We're doomed. Yeah, exactly.
先ほどの提案を検討してみたいと思います。
Yeah, sorry, Duke. You're done. You're absolutely and completely done. I do feel like it's important to mention the Duke isn't actually like a terrible, awful person. He's not going around kicking puppies or anything. In fact, he was really moved by the entire Tempest Festival. He just let his greed get the better of him. Love it. And Light Novel even says, like, oh, if I go back home, if I report this to, the Rozo family, I'm gonna lose all my fortune and might even be purged. But then he says, like, yeah, even knowing that, I can't not go back because nothing escapes the eyes of the Rozo family. Yeah, believe it or not, Grandpa Rozo is the apparently kinder of the bunch. He still believed that there was some potential in Tempest and didn't want to see it completely and utterly destroyed. Whereas Maribel's like, yeah, let's burn it all to the ground. Yeah, she was here for the entire thing. She was a part of this entire freaking festival, just sitting there in the background. God dang. This is one creepy little girl right here, gotta say. So yeah, that's basically setting her up as the next big bad for next season. Though I find it weird that they had that in like the middle of the episode. I mean, near the end, but still, that's like where the light novel ends, with her declaring, "I am Maribel, I am greed, I wish for everything and I take it all. The world belongs to the Roso family."
出入りする者たちは国家である我が国は取引相手としては割に合わないのでしょう。大臣が自分で言うかね。
Oh, I love that, seriously. Oh, they're funny. Yeah, seriously, nobody actually trades with the Elf Nation, at least not directly. Yeah, seriously, that's Hinata right there. Like, everyone else is like, yeah, they're a threat, but you know, there's probably some good merchants in there as well, so we can't just stop dealing with any of them. Whereas Hinata's like, yeah, no, the merchants tricked me once, and now I'm done with their entire freaking nation. They're dead to me. God, I love these two. They are so precious together. Oh, I love Harold. The funny thing though, a lot of merchants, nobles and royals and all that didn't actually leave Tempest when the festival ended because there was such awful traffic going all the way to Blummin, Dwargon, everywhere. So they just stuck it out like, yeah, you know, we'll hang out for a few more days and then have a more leisurely ride back home down the road. Huzzah! Which honestly is pretty much what I do when it comes to leaving any crowded area, concerts, comedy show, whatever. I just wait for people to actually leave so I can just, you know, go out at my own pace rather than being crushed and knocked back and forth. Oh, I love that transition right there. Going from Yuki laughing with everyone to Rimuru saying, alright, so, Yuki is our enemy. We're all in agreement about that, right? Yeah, I mean, Rimuru has suspected it for a while, but now he's absolutely confirmed it. Yeah, that looks like the clowns to me. Seriously, they're barely even disguising themselves. Yeah, really. I mean, I know this is something a lot of people always get ticked off about online. Like, oh, Yuki is such a villain. Rimuru should, you know, stop him. He's like, this very minute, Rimuru should go over there and kick his butt. And it's like, yeah, I mean, he could. But that'd also mean making an enemy out of the Free Guild, one of the largest and most powerful organizations in the West, as well as the Eastern Empire, who Yuki apparently has connections to. So, yeah, that'd be a very, very bad idea. And I mean, right now, yeah, like Rimuru says, Yuki's giving them runaround. Yuki isn't actually doing anything all that antagonistic to them. So it's best just to, you know, hold off, wait, and just see what Yuki actually does next. Yeah, really. Another part of it is the fact that Rimuru really does actually like Yuki and doesn't want him to be the bad guy. Doesn't want him to be his enemy. He wants to be friends with him. He's someone Rimuru can actually really get along well with. That's interesting. I mean, I don't really like that because it's very specifically said that Gazelle didn't take the Pegasus squad to Tempest. One, because they're a secret, and two, because he had so much to bring, you know, clothes, ministers, all that stuff. So he had like several very large carriages worth of it. I do still love the dragon, seriously. I love her just getting carried around by this giant dragon. That is so cool. Oh, awesome. There we go. That's actually how the light novel ends. 1 month later, a letter arrived in Tempest from the Council of the West. That's actually really cool. That leads to the next arc, the next big thing, which is Tempest being invited to, you know, go talk to the Council of the West and make their argument for why they should be a part of it. It is such a great event, seriously. It made me laugh. It gave me chills. It made me smile so much. It's amazing. It is so amazing. Definitely one of the things I'm most excited about for next season, which, like I said, already confirmed, we are getting season 4. We are getting another movie. And given how much the movie characters appeared in this season, or in the festival at least, I do expect that to have a big role. Not a big role, but a convergence somewhat with the 4th season. Like, I expect characters from the movie to appear in the 4th season is basically what I'm saying. But, alright. So, this episode, it was fun. I loved seeing Rimuru basically spank this dude and his merchants. I love the little model train that's going on to this whole long meeting with everyone as they decide what to do, where they're going moving forward, and what their connection with Tempest is going to be. That was fun. That was amazing. And also just makes so much sense for a season full of meetings to basically just be a very, very long meeting. Seriously. Alright, so overall, this season, I'll fully admit, the first half wasn't particularly great. It felt very slow, which I was expecting, just knowing how the story is. But at the same time, I don't know, it just felt like it took so much longer than it needed to get to Hinata facing off against Rimuru. I would have really liked if, they had that battle, even just like an episode or 2 earlier. That would have really changed things up. As for the second half, though, that just felt so different. Like, the very first episode, after the Hinata battle was all wrapped up, when Rimuru went to go talk to Molly, you could see a difference. You could see that there was more life to the characters and the way they moved, the way they talked, the way they interacted. It felt alive in a way I hadn't really seen in the first half. And this, second half of the season has kind of, followed suit. The battles, the few battles we have gotten, were fun, engaging, well animated. I love that. I think maybe there was just, like, more budget to... Even then, I was going to say, the second season had more budget because there was less fighting, but... I mean, the first season was, like... The first half of the season was, like, all meetings anyway until we got to, like, the last 3 episodes. I can't imagine the budget went entirely to those. That'd be completely insane. So, I don't know. I really don't know what they were thinking when they made this season. Again, I don't hate it like the first half, love the second half, but just, I don't know, felt like some very weird choices were made, but please let me think about all this down below. What'd you think of this season of meetings? What was your favorite part? Did you like the first half? Did you like the second half? What'd you think of these last 2 episodes? What'd you think of the labyrinth, the dungeon? I absolutely loved it. I can't wait for next season when they really go more into depth. There's seriously like a whole Q&A bug tester thing going on for a bit with Rimuru and his gang that is just so fun to watch as they're like, oh, we should change this, we should do this, we should do this. It's fun. It's so fun, and I love to see it. And just what are your thoughts, and what do you think is going to happen next? I've been talking for a very long time. This is why I don't usually do, reactions to 2 episodes at once, because it is freaking exhausting and I am tired and I should probably have some dinner. But I love you all so much, and until next time, which by the way will be Arthretta Season 3, so excited to cover it. Already started reading the light novel to catch myself up on everything that happens for this season. It's seriously, the start is one of my favorite arcs in this entire series, and I am very curious exactly what they're going to cover, because if I remember correctly, the anime is going to be like 16 episodes, which feels very, very weird. Like normally an anime is 12 episodes or 24, but 16... That gives them the opportunity to either cover 2 volumes light novel or 4 volumes light novel, which, alright, that's a topic for a whole other day, but please, let me think all this down below. And until next time, peace!